away and racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh! Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to Brands Hatch for day 2 of the season opening weekend for the TCR UK Championship. This BRSCC race event has already provided us with half a day of fantastic racing yesterday afternoon, but today, Sunday morning, it is time for the main event as we bring you a full day of action around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. My name's Andy McEwen. I'll be with you all day, I'm afraid, but I will be joined later on in the day by Paul O'Neill for all of the TCR UK and Milltek Sport Civic Cup action, but I'll be here to talk you through all of the BRSCC races as well, the first of which is going to kick off in just under 5 minutes' time. The venue, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, established back in 1950. It may be one of the shortest racetracks in the United Kingdom, but what it lacks in length, it more than makes up for in challenge. The plunge through Paddock Hill Bend, the run up through Druids, back downhill again into Graham Hill Bend, and then that really technically demanding final sector through Surtees, Clearways and Clark Curve always produce good bumper-to-bumper racing. The weather today a little bit cooler than it was yesterday. It was bright sunshine and touching 20 degrees at one point yesterday afternoon. A bit more overcast today, but still perfectly mild. The wind has died down significantly. It is still a very, very nice day to go racing, and already, as you can see in the background of that shot, it's bringing out plenty of the fans. We've got lots of people pouring into Brands Hatch this morning, and I'm sure they're going to be filling that Paddock Hill Bend grandstand steadily over the course of the next few hours. Well, as I said, we've got a busy day to come. We have got 2 races for the TCR UK Championship, along with 2 races for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. The first TCR race will be coming up after lunch with build-up from around about 1:30. So we'll have a big grid walk. We'll invite all of the fans down onto the grid to see the drivers, see the cars. Myself, Paul O'Neill and Jack Oliphant will be down there to chat to a few of the drivers. But before that, we will have races for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, the Fiesta ST150s and 240s, as well as the second ever race for the Demon Tweeks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. The Milltek Sport Civic Cup will be out at 10:30, but our first race of the day is going to be for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup Championship. They had a race yesterday that certainly was entertaining. It did not end up finishing the way that perhaps many people anticipated it would after a late dramatic exit from the race for Mike Williams, the race leader, after a spectacular engine failure going into Paddock Hill Bend. It was Dick Trevitt who eventually came out on top with the race win. Robbie Kenning second and John Moore in third, but the Metros have certainly entertained us at these BRSCC race events over the last number of years. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us again here today. You can see the Brands Hatch Indy circuit looking pretty resplendent this morning, actually. Perfect conditions for racing. We've had no rain for once at all over the course of the weekend, and there you can see still cars appearing on the South Bank, which is always a very popular place for spectators to head to. One of the great things about the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, of course, being that wherever you locate yourself really around the track, you can see the vast majority of it, which means you never miss a moment of the action. But you won't either at home. Stay tuned on the TCR UK YouTube channel for all of the live action here today, which is about to kick off with race number 1. So, first race of the day then, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, and as I said, the cars will be heading out of the assembly area very shortly in the following order, the grid based upon race results from yesterday. So it is Dick Trevitt who has the pole position. Robbie Kenning will be starting alongside him, and in the end, at the flag, those two separated by only 1.2 seconds, so should be an entertaining scrap once again between those two. John Moore and Matthew Simpson then share row number 2, with Dan Willars and Mark Eels on row number 3. Fourth row of the grid, we will have Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin. Then it will be Tim Davis and Richard Garrett, with Richard Cowley and Melanie Garrett completing the top dozen. 7th row of the grid then for Paul Deacon. Carl Wheaton is alongside, and then you have the two who didn't finish yesterday. Mike Williams in particular, the one to watch if he's got his red number 28 car out on track. I'm looking out of the commentary box window. I'm not convinced that he has, but if he has, he will be starting from 15th alongside fellow retiree yesterday, Zach Gardner. The cars are rolling out onto the track, and I don't know whether we can get a shot of the grid just to try and assist me in figuring out if Mike Williams is there. No, he might be actually, but I think there is a gap a bit further up the grid maybe that we are missing a car. But I think Mike might have made his way towards the tail of the grid, so we'll find out in a moment. But there you can see the orange and yellow machine, the familiar colours now of Dick Trevitt, and we've seen him be a front-runner in the Metro Cup for a number of years. This is a championship that has made its way onto the BRSCC portfolio of championships. I believe last year was their first year running alongside the BRSCC, and they have been a very welcome addition to the portfolio of championships for this organising club. Last year, the championship saw the usual kind of close quarters racing we're used to seeing, but it was Rhys Claydon who beat Mike Williams to the championship in what was actually a pretty close affair. The eventual margin of victory was only 18 points for Rhys Claydon at the end of a very long season that actually started here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit as well. With a pair of races, both won by, guess who, Mike Williams. Well, Mike Williams has not started his 2024 campaign in quite such strong fashion, but he would have been hoping in this race that perhaps he could turn that around. But I've just seen the cars head past my commentary position, and I don't see car 28 there, so unfortunately Mike Williams may well be a non-starter, but that means he will have to be relying on dropped scores. You can drop scores in the Metro Championship. You drop just your single worst race by the looks of it, so he's had one non-finish. This unfortunately is going to be a non-start, so we're ready on the back foot as far as the championship is concerned. This is also the final race of the weekend for the Metro drivers. Bit of a weird weekend for them. Then a very busy Saturday, very early start on Sunday, but at least they get to get home at a reasonable time before the traffic on the M25 starts to build up too much, and they will be home, perhaps some of them in time to tune in for some of the racing on the live stream a bit later on in the day. But right now they're not focused on that. They're all concentrating on warming up the tyres, trying to make sure they've got all of the grip available to them for the start of the race. It will be a 20-minute race, as it always is, for the MG Metro Cup. And, sorry, beg your pardon, it will be a 15-minute race, I should say. Yesterday's race was 20 minutes, so you can forgive my confusion. So a 20-minute race yesterday, a 15-minute race today. Keeping me on my toes already at the start of the day. That's good to see. But yes, this will be a short, sharp race then. And means the start all the more important. We know that Brands Hatch's Indy circuit can be a tricky one on which to overtake. These are only little cars, the Metros, so you can fit 2 or 3 of them wide across the track, but it's not necessarily advisable heading into a corner like Paddock Hill Bend. So off the line, you definitely want to try and establish yourself straight away as the clear favourite. So cars then lining up, and Dick Trevitt on the left, the orange and yellow, the blue-fronted machine of Robbie Kenning alongside. John Moore is in the black and red number 72 with the white stripes, and then the white and orange is Matthew Simpson starting alongside him. Looks like Zach Gardner is there. I think he's the white car that's just pulled into the position at the back, but yeah, no Mike Williams unfortunately, but the rest of them are present and correct. The green flag has been waved at the back of the grid, and once that red light on the starting gantry goes out, we're away and racing for the second time this weekend in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Off they go. Good start made from the outside of row 1 by Robbie Kenning. Robbie Kenning is going to get the advantage then into Paddock Hill Bend. Not a great start for Dick Trevitt. It's side by side then for third between Matthew Simpson and John Moore, as the leader has a big sideways moment on gold tyres, so having got the lead, Robbie Kenning very nearly threw it all away, but he gathered it together and he will lead the field through Druids for the first time. Touchy field here in the midfield there as everybody tries to fight for the apex. You don't really want to get hung out to dry at Druids, even though that does then give you the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, where a move was made there, I think, for third position. And was that a change for third position. Matthew Simpson, I reckon, has got into P3 and is actually challenging Dick Trevitt now for second place. Going into Surtees' corner up the inside. He's all up the curb. It's Mark Eels, I beg your pardon, the number 44, and he's looking around the outside now at Clearway's corner. So Mark Eels has woken up in the mood for a fight this morning, hasn't he? Started 6th on the grid and is challenging for second as we come through Clark Curve at the end of the opening lap. But all of that battling has allowed Robbie Kenning now to pull away by a little margin. Across the line they go, then up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Kenning leads, Trevitt second, Eels third, John Moore fourth, and Matthew Simpson completing the top 5. They drop out of Paddock Hill Bend, then begin the climb up Halewood Hill, and Robbie Kenning looking to try and make a break for this now. Back down to 4th place, meanwhile, has gone Mark Eels now, so it's all changed again. That was John Moore getting back into a podium position, having very briefly lost it, heading through Graham Hill Bend a lap ago. So they settle down now then, heading down the Cooper Straight. It looks to me like on this lap, the gap between the top 2 is perhaps starting to shrink ever so slightly. There, meanwhile, was the 58 of Dan Willars. He's on the tail of Matthew Simpson, the number 16. Looks to the inside of Simpson, but just a touch too far back to commit to the move into Clearways. So as they exit the turn, head through Clark Curve. Everyone now starting to settle into position a little bit more. Here is the battle for the race lead, though, and it's definitely closed in, hasn't it? Dick Trevitt on that previous lap, about 8 tenths quicker than the race leader, Robbie Kenning, who again flings his Metro through Paddock Hill Bend, gets a nice little tail slide, rotates the car beautifully through the corner. But Dick Trevitt is almost with him, and actually the whole lead bunch is starting to, well, bunch together, really. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, really, in a line, all the way back to Tim Shooter in the white and green car. And, of course, if the leaders start to really battle now, which I'm sure they will, that's only going to congest this leading group even further. Through Surtees, then, Kenning watching his mirrors, needs to be careful not to over-defend, though. We've seen that in the past here at Brands Hatch. If you do start just white-lining it, driving around the inside of the track and blocking off that inside route, then you can end up getting into more trouble. But actually, ironically, Robbie Kenning, where he should have taken a tight line through Clark Curve, didn't open the door beautifully for Dick Trevitt, who is now alongside him, heading for Paddock Hill Bend. So, side by side for the race lead. At the line, by 66 thousandths, it was Kenning still in front. But look at that, he's very late on the brakes at Paddock and manages to sail back in front of Dick Trevitt. John Moore, meanwhile, the third place man, has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 58.771, and is right on their tail as they head through Druids Corner. So this is starting to get very lively indeed. Dick Trevitt, I'm surprised, actually, that he didn't commit a bit more to that move into Paddock Hill Bend. I know it's difficult on that tighter line where there's a big bump in the braking zone to really brake late, but he had the inside line and almost had his nose ahead. But Robbie Kenning with the wide sweeping line, the high, wide and handsome line, as the legendary Brian Jones would have referred to it, he managed to sail back through into the lead of the race. Kenning hanging on for now then. Dick Trevitt not able to get up the inside of him. Look at that, Kenning learnt his lesson there, didn't he? He hugged that white line through Clark Curve. He's not allowing Dick Trevitt to get up the inside of him. But now, Trevitt will look to the outside instead, heading for Paddock Hill Bend. Not really close enough, though, to go for that one. So, of course, every lap that Kenning manages to hang on to this, he will start to learn where he's vulnerable to attack. And right now it's Druids, because Dick Trevitt out of nowhere launches himself alongside, gets squeezed to the edge of the road. That almost opens the door now. In fact, it does open the door for John Moore. That looked like a missed gear or something for Trevitt coming off Druids. And that now means that he's down to third place. We saw this a lot in the TCR race yesterday, actually. Poor Callum Newsham, in trying to get the lead, ended up losing second place and then did exactly the same thing again when he was in third position. If you go out of line in a race this close, where the group at the front is this evenly matched, then you are in danger of losing places if you don't make the moves stick. And that's what we just saw there. Even Dick Trevitt, the very experienced Dick Trevitt, is susceptible to that. So Kenning then continues to lead, but now with John Moore up into second place, and John, remember, has set that fastest lap of the race, so we know he's got good pace. Robbie Kenning, though, has the track position advantage. Look at that very strange line that he takes out of Paddock. He's done that a few times, actually. He doesn't even use half of the road coming out of the first corner. Dan Willars, by the way, has just stolen that fastest lap away from John Moore. So Dan Willars is the red car, fifth in line, and did he just get past Matthew Simpson on that lap? I think he might have done. Yes, he did. So Willars breaking through into the top 5. And now in clean air, starting to bridge the gap to the leading group. Although actually the top three may be stretching themselves waistline. There is Willars, so Dan Willars, having gained that position, is now starting to really march on towards the leaders. He'll want to try and get past Mark Eels as quickly as he can, because Mark is just slowly becoming detached from the leading group. And if he's able to do that, then he should then have a chance to challenge for a podium place. Across the line we go again. Let's see what Dan Willars' lap time is this time around. And it's not a new fastest lap, but it is quicker than the drivers ahead of him by quite a bit. So he is continuing to close in. And in fact, Dick Trevitt has now set the fastest lap. Fired up Dick Trevitt probably, because he's realised that he's maybe just thrown away a shot at the race win, but we're not even halfway through yet. So he's got time to work his way back to the front. Has to find a way past John Moore first, though, or can John unlock the door and break through Robbie Kenning's defence? Well, a better exit out of Graham Hill Bend would have been required for that, really. That wasn't the best run out of the left-hander for the second place man, and it means he is now vulnerable to attack from Dick Trevitt, who takes the wide line into clearway. He's not trying to go right round the outside. He'll try and cut back to a late apex. Look, nip up the inside through Clark Curve. That was almost textbook as he got the grunt, though, to get alongside. I don't think he quite has. And so John Moore ducks back into line, hangs on to second place for now. Across the line they head. Fascinating race this then between the top three, which is still, as I said, only ticking towards half race distance. So towards Druid's Corner, under the bridge then. Kenning just drifting over to the inside of the road there, just to cover off any potential attack there from John Moore. But of course, John now finds himself in the same position that Dick Trevitt found himself in a few laps ago. Oh, Trevitt's on the grass going into Graham Hill Bend, misses the corner by a country mile. He was unsighted there. I think you do run very close to the edge of the road on the way into Graham Hill Bend, and I think he was so close to the back of John Moore's car that he didn't see where the edge of the road was. But I think Mark Eels was trying to pounce and take advantage of that. No, Mark didn't get through in the end, but he did pull alongside as they headed behind the pits along the Cooper Straight. So that was a strange little moment there for Dick Trevitt. He gathered it together, got away with it. The point I was about to make is that John Moore, whilst he was trying to attack Robbie Kenning for the lead, had to watch his mirrors, because Trevitt was well within striking range to take advantage and maybe do to Moore what Moore did to Trevitt a few laps ago. But that moment for Trevitt now means he's dropped back to the tune of 1.4 seconds. And actually, that means John Moore's not under any pressure, so he's a bit more free for a lap or two to try some adventurous lines and get a bit inventive with his overtaking. Although, as I say that, by the time they get back to Graham Hill Bend, Dick Trevitt, who definitely exceeded track limits there coming out of Graham Hill Bend, he's almost back with him. So Trevitt pushing hard. This is likely going to be a quick lap, albeit not necessarily a legal one. I'm pretty sure he went over those track limit sensors, which will trigger a camera, which sends a picture to race control, which means that you can't even begin to argue your case after and say that you didn't go beyond track limits, because there's photographic evidence to say that you did. You can do that a couple of times before you get a warning and then a penalty. And yes, unsurprisingly, Dick Trevitt, new fastest lap of the race, a 57.7. That was a full second quicker than John Moore ahead of him, and he's right on the tail of the second place man again. So Dick Trevitt has not given in yet, just under 6 minutes of the race to go. And peeks to the inside at Druid's Corner. Drops downhill towards the tricky 90-degree left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. You arrive at the bottom of that hill and then all of the camber just disappears, and it's so easy to understeer wide. Trevitt didn't know that time. He's taken a nice tight line on the exit, peeks to the inside of John Moore at Surtees. But John had that one covered, turned across his bows and managed to hold on to the place. But if he now starts to go defensive, that's only going to benefit Robbie Kenning, who, remember, still leads this race. He's led every lap of this race, despite not at all times looking like the fastest driver on track, but got that better start, got the track position at the beginning of the race, and I was going to say hasn't looked back since. I think he spent the whole race looking back, really, but defending nicely. Now, as these two battle for second place, he can just relax for a moment or two. Out of Paddock Hill Bend goes the leading group, and back towards Druids again. It was a 6/10 of a second advantage for the race leader, who is very wide at Druids, though, and gives away at least half of that 6/10 that he had at the line. So these are tricky cars to drive, though. They're not very powerful, so you do have to really keep the mid-corner speed up, and that means you've got to commit to the corner, get back to the throttle as quickly as you can, And it means if you do overrun a corner ever so slightly, which is very easy to do, you lose all of your momentum coming off the next turn. Oh, that is Phil Goodwin, who has just pulled off into the gravel trap at Druids. Now, he didn't seem to be in a huge amount of control of his car there. He's gesticulating at the marshals. I think that he's going to need a tow, so I suspect he's lost all power completely and has deposited the car in the gravel trap at Druids, but that's going to mean at least yellow flags at Druids, but he's right in the firing line. So I wonder whether we might need a safety car, and that could spell the end of the race, which is a shame because the leaders are all back together again now. Race leader Robbie Kenning defending. Around the outside goes Dick Trevitt in a yellow flag zone. Now that was very much not a legal overtake for Dick, and I hope that he realises the safety car's been scrambled, and Dick definitely hasn't realised because he's just overtaken Robbie Kenning as well. So that's 2 overtakes for Dick Trevitt under yellow flags. He's now realised his mistake, look, because he's seen the safety car appear in front of him and thought, oh, maybe I'm best not overtake that one, and gives the positions back. But well, he gives one position back. Does he realise that he overtook John Moore in the yellow flag zone? I mean, there's a car parked at the edge of the road in the corner at which he did the overtaking, so I'd be surprised if he didn't know. And John Moore is now, of course, unsure as to what he's supposed to do because he doesn't want to overtake behind the safety car. So I suspect this will get decided after the checkered flag, which is only 3 minutes away. And with the safety car on track and this car still in a dangerous position, that race may end behind the safety car. We'll have to wait and see. It's a shame, though, like I said, because that was developing into a really nice scrap between the leading trio. So Robbie Kenning leads. Trevitt has slotted back in ahead of John Moore, but I would be amazed if he keeps that second place at the flag. Moore then will inherit a position. It's quite likely that if a penalty goes the way of Dick Trevitt, that Mark Eels and Dan Willers will benefit as well. So they've got a tow vehicle up at Druids, ready to pull Phil Goodwin's car out of the way. Yeah, but the marshals have now realised they can just push it out of the gravel themselves. But it will need a tow to a place of safety, but I'm intrigued to know why he stopped where he stopped. He obviously had no power going up the hill. I'd spotted him out of the window, actually, a few seconds earlier, crawling up the hill. And obviously felt that he couldn't get the car to a place of safety under his own steam. So just under 2 minutes to go in the race. And Robbie Kenning, he's unaffected by any of this. So as they head behind the safety car towards Surtees, the safety car then is likely to stay out at the end of this lap, I would imagine. Oh, they've got Goodwin's car on the tow truck now. So maybe... No, I think the safety car is going to get to the line before the before the car is out of the way. That means that this is going to be the last lap of the race. Yes, through they come then. Safety car is still out. I don't believe we have the option to add any time to the race, sadly. So that's going to be the last lap of the race beginning behind the safety car then. So Robbie Kenning will get the win, but not necessarily in the way that he would have liked to have taken it, although perhaps this came as a bit of a relief because he was under so much pressure there from John Moore and Dick Trevitt. But actually, this has been a fairly relaxed run to the flag. Not any difference. They're not going to get back in time before the checkered flag. So this is going to be a race for the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. There is the BMW safety car that will pull into pit lane, but the time ticking down towards 0, so we are done, unfortunately, in this one. They'll still accelerate to the line and take the checkered flag at speed, and they will do so without overtaking, hopefully, because you're not allowed to overtake until you cross the timing line on a safety car restart, so this will be the order in which they'll finish, but I reckon we'll probably see some post-race changes, because it did appear, didn't it, that Dick Trevitt went around the outside of John Moore in a yellow flag zone. Anyway, here we go. The run to the line. Safety car's in. The time has ticked down to 0. The checkered flag is waiting, and the checkered flag will be waved for Robbie Kenning, who comes across the line to win the second race of the season in the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. Dick Trevitt second on the road, with John Moore perhaps likely to inherit that position, which he was running in, of course, at the time of the safety car. But no doubt about Robbie Kenning. He's the race winner, a deserving race winner. And the Metro's putting on a great show there. What a shame it had to end on the safety car, though, because that was a brilliant tussle between the three of them. Squeaky clean racing as well throughout. And a brilliant defensive drive from Robbie Kenning, whose hard work, really, was done off the line. He got into Paddock Hill Bend first and defended the lead from that point onwards. But really the best thing that happened to him was John Moore getting ahead of Dick Trevitt, because that sort of distracted Dick and allowed the race leader just to pull a couple of cars' lengths advantage. So provisionally then, this is the order in which they cross the line. Anyway, it's Robbie Kenning the winner, with Dick Trevitt second and John Moore third, but I reckon that might get swapped around post-race. Mark Eels fourth, ahead of Dan Willers in fifth, with Matthew Simpson, Tim Shooter, Richard Garrard, Melanie Garrard and Tim Davis completing the top 10. Richard Cowley was 11th, Zach Gardner was 12th, Paul Deacon 13th, and Carl Wheaton in 14th place, with Phil Goodwin, of course, the only non-finisher, although we didn't see Mike Williams take the start. So an intriguing start to the season then for the Metros. And they will be back out at Snetterton on the 18th and 19th of May. I believe that's a TCR UK event as well, so they'll have live stream coverage for their next round of the Championship 2. And that will be in just over a month's time. So the cars head down to Parc Ferme. I'm very interested to listen in to some of the interviews with our top three here. A few stories to be told, I think, at the end of an entertaining second race of the weekend. And the man to dig the stories out, as always, is Richard John Neal.
I'll dig away to the best of my ability. Robbie Kenning takes the win. He's just having a quick chat with John Moore there. Dick Trevitt in third place in the orange car. Let's get Robbie over. Robbie, well done. Very well, thank you. How are you? Now, does it make a difference going home? Those of our viewers yesterday will know that you went home last night, didn't you? So, yeah. A lot of drivers sleeping in motorhomes or hotels, but you had the comfort of being at home. Is that brought you refreshed here today?
Right, I wouldn't say refreshed. We didn't probably get the kids down to about 10 o'clock at night, so no, it was good. Just go home, chill with the kids. They're here today, so they've seen my first win, so I'm well happy with that.
Fantastic. Many congratulations on that. Really good start to the season for you with championship lead. Is that with? I
don't know if it'll be lead. It might be joint with Dick because he got fastest lap yesterday. I don't know who's got fastest lap today, so there's an extra point on offer if that makes sense.
A debate about him overtaking second under yellow and yourself under yellow as well. He gave your position back though.
Yeah, he gave me my one back. Whether or not it was a give back or I just took it back, but he slowed down enough for me to go past. I thought, well, I'll have it.
I would say it was a great overtake by yourself.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have a look at that.
Robbie, yeah, so really great to have this championship. Joined us last year with the BRSCC, which was great, and bedding in really well. We always love seeing the cars. And this, as we said yesterday, the championship winning car from last year, which you're really getting to grips with now. Yeah,
so it was Reese's car from last year. Had a bit of damage at the end of the season, so we've had to do pretty much full rebuild on the shell, full engine rebuild after scrutineering checks. So yeah, it's back on song, which is good. He was here testing me a couple of weeks ago. Said, is it as good as it was last year? He said, no, it's better. So I've got no excuses now. It's all down to me.
Good man. Well done. We've got whistle being blown for the holding area, and I'd like to chat to the other guys as well. Let's talk to Dick Trevitt. Can we get Dick and John over together? Because we have got the Hondas coming out on track, and I want to hand over, if we can, get you both in. Dick, well done. Lovely to see you on the podium again. And John as well.
We're good, mates.
Did you hand back the lead?
No.
After the yellow?
No, yes. Well, I handed back the lead, but I think I overtook John under the yellow as well.
Yeah.
So
John, you concur with that?
I think he did, yeah. I got my hand up and then he come round, but I'll have to see the camera. But yeah, it don't matter anyway, but yeah.
Great thing though is the camaraderie, you're all handshaking and enjoying it. We've got Hondas on track, so I'm sorry I can't talk to you more. We need to look forward to, but I look forward to seeing you guys at Snetterton next time out.
We'll be there.
Thank you very much, brilliant.
Very well done indeed. Dick Trevitt and John Moore, who take second and third. Sorry for the short interview, guys, but obviously we've got Hondas on track. We move things very quickly here in TCR and BRSCC land. Let's hand you back to Andy McEwen with a run through and I look forward to the Civics.
Yes, indeed so. Thank you, Richard. It is time for our second race of the weekend then in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. This is the grid for the second race, which is the top 10 finishers from yesterday's race reversed, so always guarantees a little bit of excitement. And it is Alistair Camp who, just like magic, seems to have found his way onto pole position. He finished 10th yesterday, so he will start first in this second race of the weekend. Will Redford will be alongside him, then Harvey Caton and Alex Kite, with Dave Marshall and Liam McGill sharing row 3. All of those potential race winners, as two, of course, of the top 4 finishers from yesterday's race who complete the top 10. So Lewis Kent, double former TCR UK champion, starts 7th. Josh Files starts 8th. Spencer Stevenson, who made a very impressive debut yesterday to finish 2nd, will start 9th. Alongside our reigning champion and race winner yesterday, Max Edmondson, who completes the top 10. Then it is Nicholas Cristoforo and Macaulay Austin together on row number 6. Row 7, Owen Hillman and Harry England, pair of Pro Alloys teammates, and actually another Pro Alloys car is next. Wesley Swain starting 15th with Mark Hughes for company row on row number 8. Row 9 for Charlotte Birch. No Trevor McConnell then by the looks of it. Then it's Simon Welch ahead of Aidan Hassan and Jordan Brennan with Josh Bromley, JB Petters, Sam Kirkpatrick. Next, Harry England actually starting at the back, so this is another amended grid beyond even the amended grid I'd been sent. So William Butt also starting at the back, 24th on the grid and 25th for Jamie Petters. I think those two had the engine changes overnight. We've got dramas here in the assembly area for, unfortunately, William Butt. So that engine change perhaps has not been completed fully, and that car sadly going nowhere. But the rest of them are still out on track, and I am joined by Paul O'Neill in the commentary box. Always a pleasure, Paul, and I know you weren't here for yesterday's opening Civic Cup race. To be fair, the only thing you missed really was a Max Edmondson masterclass. He started on pole, he led into turn 1, and that was about the last we saw of him.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, sorry, I did see that, and I was watching at home, which was good to watch actually. It was a good couple of races. TCR was good. Civic Sport was Milltek Sport Civic Cup was good, but Max Edmondson really just cracked on, didn't he? The interesting thing for me was seeing the TCR champions that are on the grid struggling to keep with him, but still be there and thereabouts. And look, now you've got Campion pole, like you said. That's not good, is it, for our man who's trying to get out there, William Butt?
Yeah, that's a shame. But what is this? This might not be an engine issue. This might actually be the bonnet pin, is it?
It's exactly that. It's a bonnet latch. Yeah, they can't line the bonnet up to get the aerospace fastener down. It's a real pain. They really are struggling. That's going to be a start from the pit lane, obviously. But I've had that before, and it's horrible. You've got to see where the hole lines up. But if the bonnet has had a little tap, and then they've pulled the bonnet up, it's all over. So I think we're near enough ready to go, aren't we? The cars are just getting into place.
I think so. Alistair Camp on pole, Will Redford alongside him. A really interesting front row that. Camp struggled really in yesterday's race. He started 9th, dropped to 10th, got 9th back, fell back to 10th again. He was never better than 9th, whereas Will Redford did run better than his 9th place finish that he got. So he might be feeling confident here, especially starting on that preferred outside line, that he could go for a race win. Let's find out then. A very quick turnaround with the lights. We're away in racing in round number 2 of the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, and Alistair Camp does get a dream start from pole position. Redford not that fast away, so Harvey Caton's up the inside of him for second position. Liam McGill there going round the outside. Josh Files on the inside. Edmondson very sideways on cold tyres, but it's Campy who leads them towards Druids for the first time. Caton into second, and look at Lewis Kent steaming round the outside of everybody. He's up into 5th already, going for 4th as some elbows out, stuff in the background. One car heading for the barriers. That might be Liam McGill back into the track, and he's saving. No. He's heading right back into the middle of the road. Miraculously avoided by everybody, but Liam McGill was on the outside, 3 wide, Paul. There just wasn't the space.
No, Files was involved in that, wasn't there? I don't know if there was any contact with him and McGill, but we'll have to see about that. Oh. Look at these cars. It's cold out there, Andrew. I know that it's been a nightmare for the drivers saying it was too hot yesterday. This is cold. It's early doors, and that left rear and right rear will be freezing cold. But Camp, what a getaway. Caton looks strong.
Lewis Kent 4th place already. Started 7th, 3 places gained. He's up ahead of Alex Kite, but Lewis Kent's car looks particularly sketchy. He's sideways again through Paddock Hill Bend, but he could have just emerged as the early race favourite. There goes Dave Marshall launching up the inside of Alex Kite. That was a lovely little move up the inside into Druids from quite a long way back, Paul.
What a move. Has he got that done? I don't think he has. No, I think that he's going to get that back, isn't he? He's back down the inside, but that was a great move. And look at Marshall's going to lose 2 or 3 places now. He's been squeezed onto that exit of Graham Hill, but that's let Files through, is it? Yes.
Yeah. And here comes Edmondson as well. He's not going to turn down the opportunity to overtake as he gets hung out to dry though at clearways, sideways. Beautiful stuff from the reigning champion.
Great.
Inches between his car and Marshall's, but he does manage to go through. And look, he gets such a good exit that he's actually got a run on his teammate Josh Files heading towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Wow, yeah, this is looking great. I'm loving this reverse grid. Oh, great move. Files opens the door, but he's going to get the switch back. Files back down the inside of Edmondson. Gets it done. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant, nice.
Oh, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Josh Files and Max Edmondson. This is the battle people have been looking forward to. Edmondson definitely got the better of him yesterday, but not today, says Josh. And he's managed to get back through. Dave Marshall's race is unravelling though. He's been overtaken by Spencer Stevenson. That was Macaulay Austin on the grass, coming up the inside of him, heading through Graham Hill Bend. He made that move stick. Owen Hillman now gets up the inside as well. It's all going wrong for Dave Marshall. He doesn't really deserve this after what was a brilliant almost move at Druids.
Yeah, he could have been right up there and get that throttle. Oh, Owen, where was your power, mate? Unless your engine stalled, there's no excuse for that. That's terrible. Look at these 2 teammates going at it. Files again, and this is Edmondson. This is proper stuff. Look at them, lights ablaze.
Yeah, Edmondson up the inside, and this time he might have the move made, but can Files get that switch back again? He's going to try it, but no, Edmondson wise to it this time. Parked the car on the apex, got to the inside to defend at Druids, and Josh Files now has to try and go the long way round up at Druids. Don't forget, behind them is Spencer Stevenson, debutant in the championship, 2nd place on debut yesterday, won the Paul Winfield Trophy as a result of that, and he is right on the tail of these 2 as well. Now, at the front of the field, Alistair Camp still leading the race. Harvey Caton in 2nd, Will Redford 3rd has set the fastest lap, but Camp looking reasonably comfortable, I would say.
I would say not.
Oh.
No, that car's starting to understeer. Did you see the hop from that rear axle? So these FM2 cars, the newer shaped Honda that's leading this race is now in trouble. I don't know whether it's because of the rear axle on these cars. The newer FN2 model doesn't have independent rear suspension, so it doesn't look like it gets around clearways very well. Got to watch out for that top 3 at track limits. Camp starting to defend.
And Lewis Kent with the fastest lap, so Lewis Kent is now starting to close in. That lap was a 101.9, which was, well, apparently slower than the race leader, which clearly isn't the case. So anyway, Lewis Kent is catching. He's 2 seconds off the race lead. He's about 1.2 seconds behind Will Redford.
That's happening now. Caton needs to make a move at clearways because otherwise he's going to get caught and it's going to be a nightmare. Look at the rear axle will start hopping on Camp's car. Rear right locks up. The car actually looks okay, but Caton in that 54 knows he has to get a move. His slipstream will be on, and we knew from yesterday there's not much top power in Campy's car. He's going to have to defend. This is going to bring 4 cars all together.
And we are now about 5 or 6 laps in. This is when the FN2 drivers have said they start struggling with that heat soak. They start losing power down the straights, and Harvey Caton starting to come into his element. Don't forget, Harvey Caton has been so close to winning races in the past, but the youngster has yet to stand on the top step of the podium. Could today be the day? He carries so much more mid-corner speed. That's that understeer you were talking about. Camp has to park the car on the apex, but he knows if he leaves even half a car's width, Caton will fill that gap.
Yep, and Caton knows that Camp has no rotation at mid to exit, and mid to exit is apex to the exit of the corner. Look at the car, that FN2 just hopping around. I'm so surprised he's still in the lead. Misses the apex again. Caton's just about close enough. It's the closest he's been.
That's Lewis. With missing a wheel. Lewis Kent off, and the wheel heading back into the track. They've all missed it, thankfully, but that will be a safety car for sure.
That's going to roll back.
Oh, it is. Oh, that's...
Oh, it's come off. It's completely sheared. It's completely sheared off the hub.
I've not seen that before, Paul. Not on a Civic Cup car, anyway.
Unless he's had contact.
Possibly.
They can get intertwined.
I think he might have had contact, Paul. I'm not an expert on body language, but he didn't look very happy as he got out of the car there. I mean, he might just be frustrated that the wheels have come off, quite literally, but I do wonder whether he maybe had some assistance there.
Look at this. I mean, Campy needs this safety car if it comes out. It's not a safety car as yet. It's double-waved yellows. Who's Who's Kent going to look at now and point at if there was contact?
Well, let's see. He's glaring, but just sort of in general. No finger wagging, no gesticulation. The safety car is out, which is probably the best course of action, really. But, well, maybe it was just a part failure then. We'll try and find out. Maybe if he makes it back to the pit lane, Jack Oliphant can try and find out. If he can see maybe some of the Area Motorsport team, they might be able to shed some light on it. But in the meantime, the safety car is out. And you know whose hands this plays into perfectly? Max Edmondson. He just moved into 4th place, but he was a couple of seconds behind the leaders. No more.
Yeah, that's proper stuff, that is, from Edmondson. To come from 10th on this grid with the likes of Kent and the likes of Files and all quick people, Kite as well included in that. He's got past some good drivers, and this is going to be interesting. I'm just interested to see. I'm just looking outside of our comms window, and I've noticed that our leader, Alistair Camp, is not weaving his tyres at all or that much, and that's because they probably feel like they're too hot. And there's that wheel and tyre from Kent's car. That I would say that is there's no force through the rear wheels. So if
and the right rear as well, not left rear.
Yeah. It's a very strange one. I mean, it's as if he's gone side by side with someone. They do protrude a little bit, these wheels, and they can go side to side and get ripped out, but then again, it might just be a stress fracture. We'll have to find out and see, but he wasn't really gesticulating at anyone, was he? So.
No, just frustrated with the way that things had gone, I think, rather than angry with anyone in particular. But
Campy, if you watch the leader, Campy, there's a lot of people weaving, but not too aggressively. But everyone is weaving more than the leader because he feels like he's got too much heat in the front, maybe, of those tyres. As the laps go on, he'll probably see now that the yellow lights are still on the safety car, so he's going to have to get them. Oh, red flag.
Red flag is out, okay. Well, I guess this car is going to take a bit of time to recover. It's missing a wheel. That's very difficult. You can't tow it away. It's got to be hoiked up onto a flatbed truck. So I'm all for this. Rather than waste everyone's time and just trundle around behind the safety car and waste the rest of the race, let's just stop it, have a restart. We're not yet 2/3 race distance, so I would imagine we will get a restart. And it means that Alistair Camp, well, you said he was praying for a safety car, but this is really the last thing he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, he's now, well, I don't know, for me, Campy will want his tyres as cold as he can because he knows that's his best chance. When the tyres get to a plateau of heat between EP3 and FN2, I would think that the EP3 older shape actually works better. So he will not want it as a level playing field, so to speak. He'd rather have a loose rear car, because the rear of that Campy car looked like it was pushing the fronts on, and he was missing the apex of clearways as he come back onto the straight. But great first few laps. I really missed the Civic Cup. I waxed lyrical to a lot of people about this championship, and I don't really need to because it's got grids of 9,758, which is nice.
There goes Lewis Kent. Well, we're not going to hear from him, unfortunately, because he's marching back over to assist with the recovery of his car. And
it's pulled the rear bumper off as well, unless that's contact.
Yeah, I suppose wheel coming off at speed. He's obviously had a spin as well to end up where he is now, so that could have done the damage to the wheel. But Lewis, I think, just wants to make sure that they're not doing more damage to the car now in recovering it. But the marshals know what they're doing, and they will make sure they do that as safely and as efficiently as they can, and hopefully not be too much longer before we got racing back underway. The cars are lining up back on the grid, and they'll be re-gridded in the order they were running in, I would imagine, because we'd spent a lap or two behind the safety car, so Alistair Camp has to do it all again from a standing start. But I am interested to see what Max Edmondson could do here. He's made fantastic progress through the field. There again is a closer look at the Kent car. The bumper hanging off as Paul spotted, but it's what led to the wheel coming off that is the worry. Lewis Kent is... I thought for a second was going to take the rear bumper off so he could throw it maybe at the competitor that he tangled with, a la NASCAR, which some of you might have seen a couple of weeks ago. But Lewis, not the type. And, I think he's just checking that... I think the exhaust perhaps is on the ground. You can see the smoke coming from the exhaust there as well. So he's just making sure that the situation doesn't get any worse, basically, because they've got to try and get these cars turned around now for race number 3. And, of course, race number 3 later on in the day. The grid for that is based actually on this race result, isn't it? So rather than second fastest lap times in qualifiers, yeah, Kent's going to have to come from the back, unfortunately. Right, let's try and shed some light, shall we, on what's going on with Lewis Kent. We can head down to Jack Oliphant, who I believe is with Area Motorsport.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I'm actually down here with Luke Sargent, obviously TCR UK driver, but for Area Motorsport. And Luke, that looked like a bit of a scary one for Lewis, didn't it? I mean, what's your perspective as a driver when that sort of thing happens? What sort of mindset does that put you in?
Yeah, that didn't look great. I'd have seen the car going backwards and the wheel going the way. It looks like it sheared the sort of the inner part of the wheel, which is unusual. That's a fast corner as well. A lot of load in the rear right, so it would have not been very nice racing the wrong way at that sort of speed, going over the grass. I'm used to that from yesterday.
So we won't get into that. We don't have time, even with a red flag. But realistically, what sort of confidence hit does that take? I mean, we didn't see, because obviously we're in the pit lane, if there was a potential contact or anything like that. If it wasn't contact, is that sort of is that in the back of your mind next time you go out?
I think it was a failure. I think it was a fluke failure as well. Looking at the wheel, I think that's just one of the manufacturing defect or an impact somewhere. It doesn't look like Lewis has made a mistake or it's contact from an earlier incident. I think it's just unluckiness.
Does that sort of scare you though next time you come to the next race? Because of course you're sort of thinking, well, if that one went, what about the left one?
Lewis is a professional, isn't he? He's a good guy. He's done a lot of races. It's one of those things. You go racing. Yesterday I got punted off at the first corner at a very high rate of knots, and I got the red mist and went on. So I think Lewis has done enough races and won enough championships just to get back in the car and send it in the next race.
Just to touch on the championship as a whole, though, the Civic Cup is a fantastic opportunity for people to gain that sort of race experience, isn't it? And I mean, I know they're sort of stopped on the grid now, which is a bit of a shame, but they're going to get another opportunity. What's it like to pick yourself back up once the red flag has appeared? That's always something I found difficult. The adrenaline, you're at such a high, and then it gets dumped, and I remember almost falling asleep once at a red flag because it was so warm and comfortable in the car.
Yeah, hopefully it isn't too long of a red flag. The guys should be out. I think they're all good enough at the front to manage it and go out, and it'll be a good restart. I think obviously Ali's been great in the race this morning. He's still at the front with 7.5 minutes gone, so I think it'll be a good start. Obviously Caton's very, very quick, good lad as well, so it'll be a good race.
I was going to say, just to touch on the rest of the obviously Area Motorsport lot, obviously Max and everybody in there, how are they feeling this morning? Were they confident? Well, have you even seen them actually, to be fair?
They're all confident. They're all very, very quick. You know, you've got Josh Biles, TCR champion. You've got Max, who's very fast. You've got Kirkpatrick, who's very, very quick. Obviously, Kent's done amazing things, and obviously McGill's very, very fast. And he was lightning yesterday as well. So these guys just know what to do. They've got the right cars. The cars set up incredibly. They're very good drivers. You know, I think for them it's more not hit each other.
Yeah.
And that's going to be their biggest problem, is keeping out each other's way and the rival between all of them than anybody else.
I was going to say, that is the problem with a crew chief, isn't it? Obviously trying to keep everybody out of the way. But just to touch on your race, obviously I know you mentioned how it didn't end well yesterday. But going into today, obviously the car's looking fresh, it's looking clean, it's looking good. Are you excited for after the lunch break?
Yeah, I think we're P3 with two guys in front of us, which are not on the right, or on our pace in Gen 2 cars. So hoping for me I can get a good start and try and get up the road and not lose the plot like I usually do and forget to brake and send it off. But you know, if we get a good start, here is very hard to pass. That in a straight line is a rocket ship. So if we can get a good start, try and get away, and let the guys behind try and battle it out to each other, and for me hopefully just try and get on the podium. I don't expect to win anything, but if I can keep it up there and keep on the podium, or keep it on a podium position, I'll be over the moon.
I'll be told off if I don't try and get a little bit of an answer out of this one, but let's try and keep it professional to the point. What was your perspective of that move and that incident yesterday? Obviously, you said that you did react to it well. You got the red mist, but in a good way. You moved forward, so that's a positive at least.
Yeah, I got hit off a few weeks ago, so it was like deja vu for me. Literally the same contact in the same part of the car, which was annoying. Obviously, Brad knew he was miles away and knew he should never have gone for it, and he come over to me right after the race and apologised profusely. Yeah, you know, I said, look, I'm not happy. He knew I wasn't happy, but you know, he come over, he apologised. He knew he was miles away into the move. He knew it ruined my race. To a degree, it ruined his race. I think the contact from that damaged his car as well a little bit. You know, it isn't great for me. I think I was up to my best position ever, and we were strong. So it was annoying, but yeah, it's racing, isn't it? If it was perfect all the time, it would be great, but it never is.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Good luck for TCR, obviously, and we'll send it back to Paul and Andy.
Thank you, Jack. Excellent filling work down in the pit lane. Always nice to chat to Luke Sargent. He's never bashful about getting on camera, and rightly so, because he's one of the big characters of the TCR UK Grid, and we're looking forward to seeing him out for his second race a little bit later on today. Now, that is good news. Lewis Kent's car is on the flatbed truck. It's almost out of the way completely, so he should be able to get a restarted race before too much longer. I don't think we've had notification yet from TSL Timing as to a restarted race distance. No, we haven't. It's showing checkered flag at the moment. That's the procedure they started doing a few years ago just to confuse us all, but that doesn't actually mean that the race is finished. I'm very confident we'll get a restart here. So it will be a grid based upon the results 1 lap before the red flag, but because they've done a lap behind the safety car, I doubt the order will change too much. It should still be Camp, Caton, Redford and Edmondson in the top 4. You can see them there line astern on the pit straight, but they will then be pulled out into grid positions, and we will get a restarted race. So yeah, good start to the race, certainly. Depending on how long we have of a restart here, Paul, though, what do you see happening? I know that you've been saying that, you know, this might benefit Alistair Camp. He's cooled the tyres off. He's, you know, got a chance to reset the mind now, but Harvey Caton knows now he's got the pace to win this race, and he's going to be doubly fired up on the restart to try and get into the lead as soon as he can.
Yeah, it just looked, didn't it, like Caton was starting to get into a rhythm of just figuring out where his best place was to stick his nose in. And I think any overtaking for him is going to be getting the best run he can from clearways and then trying to get down the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. But I think maybe those two might battle hard enough for Redford and Edmondson to get involved, because they're all going to be stacked up now, aren't they, for the restart? And who's to say that Camp gets he might get a dreadful start, because you've got to remember they're not just going to go into a rolling start. So
yeah.
So, yeah, we can see that. I think Files will be happy with this as well. Gives him a bit of a reset. So, yeah, let's see what happens. But great to see so many cars as usual.
Yeah, absolutely. Another brilliant grid, and a grid stacked with talent this year. I mean, last year was a very competitive season. This year, even more so. Now, Paul, you've just spotted one name, and it's a name that's done an awful lot of moving up the timing tower as this race has gone on. One of the drivers who didn't have the best of luck yesterday.
Yeah, did he have an engine change, Petters?
He did, I believe so, yes, Jamie Petters. So started from the back of the grid in this one, up to 12th, not bad.
Fair play, that is a good effort, because he's got past some decent people, actually, to get where he's got. So, yeah, fair play to Petters, and Jamie will be well happy with that.
Alistair Camp again, never bashful about getting on camera, and gives us a little cheeky wave. What about Harvey Caton? Is he going to acknowledge us? No, he's in. Oh, that's all right, there we go. That's what we like to see. Harvey's come on leaps and bounds, hasn't he, in the last year or so, and much happier now to get involved with the TV. Will Redford gives us a little bit of a cheeky smile. Max Edmondson, you never quite know what you're going to get from, do you?
You get the door open and he's out.
Oh, hello. Now, what's this all about? Max Edmondson getting out of the car.
Let's have a listen to this.
Just Redford's dad saying, oh, don't let that twat get past you and stuff like that.
I'm sure, mate, yeah. I've never said anything like
No,
that.
I'm just asking.
Oh, okay, right. So I'm going to apologise, because I think I just heard a swear word there. So sorry for letting them say that. If you didn't hear the swear word, that's a good thing, but I think there may have been, I might be wrong, but yeah, I think we just thrown someone under the bus while Edmondson was talking to Ben Sharp there.
Good old Max. What was I saying? You never quite know what you're going to get from him, and I think that just proved the point. I'm not sure who was displeased with, but obviously one of Ben Sharp's drivers, but there you go.
Can I just speculate on that?
Go on.
It sounded like someone's dad he was annoyed with.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So let's just make a whole story up that Marshall's dad has been, I don't know, sending horrible things to him on the internet. So let's get some proper contact now in this Civic Cup.
Yes, because what Max Edmondson always needed was riling up. He always needed that, didn't he? Far too reserved is Max Edmondson. Anyway, moving on. There's Jamie Petters, who has had, as you said, a fantastic run through the field. He's done a bit of junior tin top racing in the past, and yeah, I don't think we really knew what to expect from him coming into the Civic Cup this year. Didn't get to see the best of him yesterday in race one, but definitely improving in the second race. And here are a couple of the new FN2s, both run by the Pro Alloys squad, Wesley Swain and Harry England, both of whom have moved up from the Fiesta Junior Championship. And the FN2s in the Pro Alloys colours, looking absolutely beautiful as always. And there, perhaps the luckiest man at Brands Hatch, Paul, Liam McGill. That car doesn't appear to have a scratch on it.
That is unreal. He went straight across the bows, didn't he, of like 20 odd Hondas, so he did okay. Went one way and then the other. Do you reckon it hit the tyre wall? Did it?
I might have clipped it, but only just clipped it, I think, yeah. Could have been a lot worse, because that wall juts out towards the track, doesn't it? Right in the runoff area. We've seen a few cars end up in that barrier.
Usually get stuffed in there, don't they? But yeah, Pro Alloys well represented again on the grid. Owen Hillman, he had a little bit of a sideways at Clearways, was Clearways entry, yeah. So yeah, he'll be looking to progress. He's been pretty quick actually. Speaking to Josh Cook and Jade Edwards, who have had a little bit to do with the Pro Alloys team over the last year or two, and they said they're really impressed with Owen because he had a podium here, didn't he? Or did he win the race the last year?
Owen Hillman.
Did he win the last race of the year?
I don't believe so, because I think that was Edmondson, was it not? Let me, hang on, hold the phone caller, I'll find out for you.
He was definitely on the
He
podium.
was up there, wasn't he? Yeah.
He was on the podium because he was crying, I remember.
Yes.
And I told him to grow up.
That sounds
Because
about
people
right.
don't cry on podiums, did he? Mate?
Never, Paul, never. Only in really, really emotional circumstances. Yes, that does ring a bell, actually. And I will try and dig out the results from last year. Now, the other bit of news that I've just been handed is that Lewis Kent's car is back in the pit lane, now has a wheel reattached to it, and he is potentially aiming to get back out on track. Now, I'm absolutely sure he won't be allowed to, but Area Motorsport, confident that they've sorted whatever the damage was. I can't actually see the car, but two different people now have told me that he got to the end of the pit lane and then drove out of the pits, perhaps to the outer paddock, I suspect is where he was headed. So they've fitted a wheel. He's not going to try and restart the race. And I think he's gone back to the outer paddock for a little bit of repair work. The other bit of information we've just been sent by Phil Kinch, thank you, Phil, once again, was that Owen Hillman was on the podium in the last race, 3rd place. So yes, I think that was his first podium finish, wasn't it?
So, moral of the story is, don't cry if you just finish 3rd. You've got to win to actually cry. So
yes, and it should really be your home track as well, shouldn't it? That just adds to the emotion of it all.
And it should be a lucky win where your two teammates, James Thompson and Van Muller, crash out with 4 laps to go, and then you take the checker flag and win. So
a win's a win, Paul. You've won more touring car races than I have, so you get a little bit of respect from me at least.
Yeah, but we weren't cheating, so I'm joking. We weren't cheating.
Anyway, Alistair Camp has lined back up on pole position, which means we're almost good for a race restart. Have TSL Timing told us yet how long the restart's going to be? I don't think they have.
Why is it so hot in here?
It is like a greenhouse up here, isn't it? It's getting warmer as well, and that does bring about an interesting point tyre wear-wise, because we've been sort of saying that actually in the cooler conditions, drivers might not have such an issue with tyre management, but this is a place that, especially for a front-wheel drive car, Paul, that left front tyre takes a pounding, and the hotter it gets, the harder that becomes to deal with.
Yeah, it is, and I can really see, as long as this race isn't too long, I can see Campy holding them off if he gets a good start.
5-minute restart, Paul.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, the track isn't particularly going to be that warm. You know, it's still early morning, so I can't see the heat coming up too much. And you obviously can't touch the cars when they're on the grid as part of thermal conditions. So, you know, I think what Campy would have wanted to do was maybe just take a little bit of grip off the rear of the car, but he's not going to be able to do that. So the only thing is now for Caton is he's going to know where he's vulnerable.
Yeah.
And like you said, he was stopping on the apex of Druid at turn 2 because he knew that Caton couldn't drive through him, and he couldn't make a move really into Graham Bend. It's not really a passing place. You know, we do see some people try it. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting, and if it was anyone else in an FN2, I'd say, well, I don't know if they've got a chance, but Campy's experience should do it well.
I seem to recall Dave Marshall's first win in the FN2 being under similar circumstances. I think that was a reverse grid race, and he had to defend as if his life depended on it. It was Cadwell, wasn't it? Yeah. So we often seem to see this situation. I think the FN2s are quick cars on their day, but yeah, there's work still to be done, isn't there? But if you can get it out in front and put a capable driver at the wheel who can defend a position, then there's half a chance of them winning a race, and that is what Alistair Camp is aiming to do right now. But he's got Harvey Caton starting alongside him. Harvey, remember, started 3rd on the original start start to the race, so he's one place higher now and on the better side of the road, the outside part of the road. I'll be interested to see whether he maybe angles his car down towards the pit wall or anything to try and further better his launch. We'll see what he decides to do. So as they head around to the grid, Camp on the left, Caton on the right, but watch for Max Edmondson. He's already got his headlights on and he hasn't even started the race. So he is fired up, and Josh Files behind him as well. So the two Area Motorsport teammates, perhaps the two that we need to focus our attention on here as this race gets restarted. It's a 5-minute restart then, so not that many laps for Alistair Camp to hang on to the race lead. But this will feel like the longest 5 minutes of his life, with Harvey Caton, Will Redford and Max Edmondson set to fill his mirrors. Who's going to get the best launch off the line then? Who's going to lead them into Paddock Hill Bend? Can Alistair Camp repeat what was a perfect start, really, first time around, and hang on to claim what would be a historic first victory for him in one of these FN2-shaped Honda Civics? The grid is formed, the green flag's been waved, the red lights are on and now off, and we're away and racing, and it is another good launch there from Alistair Camp. Harvey Caton not really able to go with him, he's going to have to slot in behind, and it is single file across the first 4 or 5 cars through Paddock Hill Bend. Edmondson nibbling up the inside of Will Redford, but couldn't find a way through at Paddock Hill Bend. Camp then leads them at Druids, Caton second, Edmondson not close enough to challenge for that third place. Files actually is the one who's gone backwards. He's dropped a place, I think, there to one of the Pro Alloys cars, as out wide looked to go Spencer Stevenson.
Yeah, Caton will want to get this done in the 54. He will now be weighing, he will take so much speed now into the next 2 corners. Files is down the inside. Oh, bit of contact. Is
That's
that Kite? Front split hanging off there, and it's been it! Files was that.
Oh, it was, and that's the 36 of Macaulay Austin, I'm afraid, who's got into him. Macaulay Austin, who is a mechanic for Finley Lines when he goes karting, the son of Nicola and Stuart Lines. Unfortunately, his race is done. There's another car spinning, and that is the 22 car, tangled up with, is that Wesley Swain, maybe? I think it might be Wesley Swain and Sam Kirkpatrick who have tangled coming out of Clark Curve, and this might now mean that the race is not going to run the full 5 minutes uninterrupted, because at least one of those cars is likely to have to be moved. Camp still leads at Druids, then Caton second, Redford third. It is Edmondson fourth, Stevenson still there in fifth, but behind them, Paul, it's been carnage.
Yeah, but look at this now. Caton is lining him up. He just has to be so close into clearways. We've got to stay with this. Look at the mid-corner speed of Caton. Caton's chance is coming up now. He's got to be so close. What's going on? Oh, red flag.
There are 2 cars in the middle of the road, Paul. Neither of them got going again, I'm afraid, on the exit of Clearway, so that is likely now going to be the end of the race. What a shame. That is not the way we wanted things to pan out. There are the 2 cars that are off up at Clearway's corner. Well, one in the middle of the road, one off on the grass on the right. The one on the right is the number 22 machine, and I think that is Harry England, I beg your pardon, not Wesley Swain. It's Wesley's teammate, Harry England, who is in the middle of the road, and he is fuming. Alistair Camp, meanwhile, leads the cars onto the grid. I'd be amazed if they restart this, but we have got a bit of time to play within the timetable. We'll wait and see. There, meanwhile, both drivers out of the cars, so that's good news. The drivers appear to be okay, but some pretty badly damaged machinery after what was a brutal and bruising restart of this second round of the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. So Paul O'Neill has dashed to the podium, where I suspect we will have drivers before too much longer. They are, for the time being, lining them up on the grid. There is Harry England. He's okay, I think just a bit winded and really just a bit frustrated about everything. Start of a season, big step up into Civic Cup for the former junior racer, and a lot of damage done to his Pro Alloys Racing FN2, which I just said was a new car, a brand new build, as most of the FN2s are. And unfortunately, his car is now a little worse for wear. Now, what are they going to do with the cars that are lined up on the grid? Are they sending them to the pit lane, or are we going to have a third attempt to restart this race? I'd be surprised if we do. There is the option to send them around the track and into the back entrance of the pit lane, or even the wrong way down the pit lane, maybe. We'll have to wait and see what race control decide here. But it's going to take a bit of clearing up this. There was, I think it was all sort of triggered, really, by the initial contact with Alex Kite, I think wasn't it, going through Surtees. That sort of stacked everybody up, and then I suspect there was a further collision coming out of Clearways as a result of that. There's Josh Files, deep in thought. He's still in 6th place, so he stayed exactly where he was. That's Macaulay Austin's car. So he got tangled up with Kite at Surtees. not directly. Kite had already been tipped into a spin, and Macaulay Austin had nowhere to go, but Macaulay had been running well inside the top 10. That car doesn't look too badly damaged, in fairness, just the front bumper hanging loose. I'm sure they'll check the tracking on it, but I don't see any major damage there. So hopefully they'll be able to get that car back out for race number 3, but a couple of the others I'm slightly less optimistic about, really. He's going to reverse back into pit lane. That is Alex Kite's car. Kite had been running well, of course, but got tipped into that spin. He's out of the car now in pit lane. Chatting away to the team. The Pro Alloys squad with a fair bit of work to do now, unfortunately. 2 of their cars badly damaged in separate incidents, although incidents that I think were sort of connected with each other. Edmondson's back out of the car again. Once again, goes and talks to Ben Sharp, who himself, of course, was a star in the Civic Cup down the years. But what Edmondson's issue is with Ben Sharp, I don't really know, or his driver. I mean, it is true, I suppose, that Will Redford is a Ben Sharp racing driver. Will Redford being the car just ahead of Max Edmondson, but I mean, I haven't seen anything that Will has done wrong, really. Anyway, there is the work being done down in the Pro Alloys pit. Now they're really in a hurry here to get this car fixed, because I think they think that there might be a race restart. And I suppose, oh, sorry, this is Macaulay Austin, I beg your pardon. This isn't Alex Kite, that's Macaulay Austin's car. Because he wasn't directly the cause of the red flag, he may be allowed to take the restart should there be one. Got Owen Hillman out of the car. Getting very warm in the cars now, as well as the sun comes out. And as Paul said earlier on, it's starting to get a little bit toasty here at Brands Hatch this afternoon. So drivers wanting to stretch their legs, get some fresh air, see what's going on. Owen's going to go and have a chat with Wesley Swain, his teammate, who's next in front of him. But promising, I suppose, that they've not just sent the cars back to the pit lane straight away. They might be anticipating some sort of race restart here, but over, again, probably only 3 or 4 minutes, I would imagine, this time around. So there, the work continues in the pit lane. Which one's this? That's Macaulay Austin's car. So they've strapped the bumper back on. It looks almost good as new now. Just got to clear some of that grass out, but it's not in the radiator opening, so that's not the end of the world. And the team have done a good job, actually, there, in fairness, of patching the car back together. Nothing that a bit of gaffer tape can't solve. Drivers are all getting out of their cars on the pit straight, which does tell me they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Now, I'm going to apply a little bit of logic to this, perhaps slightly optimistic logic, and say that if they weren't going to restart the race, they'd have just decided that by now and sent the cars back to the pit lane, back to the paddock. They haven't done that, and they're keeping them on the grid almost as if they are planning for a restart. There is Alex Kite, and the former TCR UK racer, did a few rounds a number of years ago in a Cupra. Back in a Honda now, and the Pro Alloys Civic heads back down pit lane with another car just ahead of him as well, actually. Not sure who that was or where they were going, but do they head out to the outer paddock, or are they going to line up at end of pit lane? They're lining at the end of pit lane at the moment. Macaulay Austin, I think, is the other one. So they've got Macaulay Austin and Alex Kite's cars sorted. There is Alistair Camp's car, meanwhile, sat at the front of the grid. Still in the car. And we're all just sort of left waiting to find out what exactly is going on here. Josh Files and Max Edmondson there stood together. Area Motorsport teammates. They both can learn a lot from each other, actually, I think. The dynamic has probably shifted slightly between those two, because for the last year, Josh Files was there as a sort of driver coach mentor for Area Motorsport, a team that he's had a close relationship with for a number of years, and he's taught Max Edmondson an awful lot. But of course now Max is on the grid with Josh. Josh doesn't know a huge amount about these cars, certainly not as much as Edmondson will, and so in a way the shoe on the other foot now, and Max Edmondson, the one perhaps who can shed a bit of light on how to get the best out of an EP3 Civic to his much more experienced teammate. There are the two cars back in the pit lane then, so Sam Kirkpatrick and Harry England's cars back in the pits. And that means the track is clear. They still haven't sent the cars away from the grid, so I reckon they are going to try and restart this race, which is good news for us. We want to see this race finish under green flag. The recovery crew's just finishing off up at Clearways, and the track is as good as new, so we'll await now news on how long of a restart we're going to get, but I'm fairly certain that we are going to get one. And Alistair Camp's going to have to do it all again. He's made two brilliant starts off the line. Needs to now make a third one by the looks of it. Harvey Caton did not get away all that well in the second start. Oh, now, are they now sending them back to the pits? Back to the paddock? They are, by the looks of it. So we're not going to get a restart. I'm not entirely sure why this couldn't have happened a few minutes ago. But anyway, Alistair Camp leading them away. They're waving in celebration. And in slightly bizarre fashion, the race has finished. So that is it. It is a win for Alistair Camp. And his first win at the wheel of an FN2 came perhaps a little bit quicker than he anticipated, although he did tell me in a social media interview yesterday that he was perhaps focusing more on race number 2. He said, if I finish 10th in race 1, it's all part of the plan. It gives me that front row starting position for race 2, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened. He finished 10th, he started on pole, and he's managed to lead every lap and win the race, but under intense pressure from Harvey Caton, who will have to wait a little bit longer now for his maiden victory in the championship. Redford a winner previously, but he'll be back on the podium again. Alistair Camp gets to do a little victory lap now back to the pits to head towards, hopefully, Paul O'Neill, who'll be somewhere near the podium and able to get his thoughts. Slightly bizarre way for him to win the race, but he'll be very happy with that. I mean, he's not necessarily come into the season this year expecting to be fighting for the championship, but now he's got a win under his belt. That might start to change. Of course, it was a reversed grid win, so that's slightly different than if he stuck it on pole position in qualifying and led every lap, such as Max Edmondson did yesterday. But if you can score a win on the first weekend, they'll work on the car for Snetterton, try and make it better, and you just never know what might be possible. So Camp then tours into the pit lane, Harvey Caton behind him, and Will Redford joining them on the podium. Also have, of course, the Paul Winfield Trophy and Goodyear Diamond Trophy awards. The Paul Winfield Trophy for the second race in a row goes to Spencer Stevenson, but it's Trevor McConnell who picks up the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, Goodyear Diamond Award, I should say. So the race having not been restarted means the results, I'm being told, will likely be based off the last session, the initial start to
the winner of the Brands Hatch Indy. You look like a motocross driver. Well done, mate.
It's tight like a motocross driver.
I'll let you get your lid and your hands device off. Ali Camp, new car, FN2. I bet you were happy to see that red flag, because you looked like you had a car that was pushing you so hard from the rear that the fronts didn't want to turn.
Yes, it just doesn't feel like it's got the legs, so you've got to like battle it through the bends as much as you can. And me and Dave had a chat, and the rears just to get hot, it's just a nightmare. So then when you stop, you've got to get them warm again. Well, these boys can push from the off, so you're just battling it, and then you touch the throttle, the diff locks, and it just pushes you on. It's like, come on. And I just focus on my exit, but no matter what exit I get, the cars just seem to munch me all the way down here. So then you're watching your mirror into paddock thinking that they're diving, but fair play to Harvey, like, used his head, knew what he needed to do. He knew where he was stronger than me, so that's why I was just trying to get the benefit, cutting grain meal as much as I could. I was just like, come on, keep it wound off. No, fully enjoyable.
Are you going to get better with this then? What are you going to do to the rear? Is it a difficult one with the rear beam compared to independent suspension on EP3?
Yes, we've tried a lot of stuff on it, and everything we try, it's just so floaty, but then if you get it too much, it starts hopping. So we're just trying to find the balance, and we've done 4 or 5 days testing with it.
Get that hat on.
Yeah, is my hair that bad?
Don't speak about hair to me, mate.
Yeah, so that's what we're here for, mate, to develop this, see what we can do with it. Obviously, hopefully give the lads a jump if we have to move this way. But yeah, we'll just keep doing what we can do and hopefully it goes quicker and quicker.
Perfect. Well done, mate. That is a good effort on the debut weekend for the FN2 and Ali Camp. Harvey, my word, mate. Yesterday looked a struggle, but that looks so much better. You must be disappointed, actually, because that should have been a win. Could have been a win.
Well, you can't be disappointed with a podium, but I mean, with the red flags, it was really annoying. But you know, it's racing, and hopefully the drivers are okay that were involved. And on the last lap, I was preparing to make a move, and then it came out. But it's a struggle, and we'll just get ready for the next race, I guess.
Top work. Well done, mate. Listen, we've got cars on the grid. They are going to go green in a second, so it's back to you guys.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
We are Big Motoring World, one of the largest car supermarkets in the UK. We have over 5,000 cars in stock. We are big on choice. We are big on value. We are big on quality. We are big on service. We are big on trust. All of our cars come with a 200-point mechanical inspection. We know what is important to our customers, and we have built the business around this because we are big on what matters to you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Brands Hatch. Welcome back, everybody, to Brands Hatch, where cars are out on the grid for our second race of the weekend in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Then they're just beginning their second green flag lap. These cars, remember, run on slick racing tyres, so they need an extra little lap of this very short 1.2 mile circuit to get some heat into those tyres. So we'll run through the grid, then take a look back at what happened in yesterday's race, where Zach Lucas was a race winner, therefore starts from pole position alongside Alistair Kellett for race number 2. Gary Miller and Daniel Lewis together on row number 2, and then it's Lucas Hayden and James Pope on row 3. Row number 4 is where you find Conor Blackburn, Sean Reynolds for company, Henry Howarth and Joseph Knight together on row number 5. Row 6, Luke Waugh and Caitlin May. Row 7 then for Archie Johnson and Charlie Ellis. Simon Horrobin and Harry Hayes together on the 8th row of the grid. Horrobin one to watch perhaps, should move forward from there, with Matt Chambers and Morgan Kidd, who had issues with her ABS yesterday, starting 18th. John Cooper, Marco Ricci and Christopher Blackburn will complete what should hopefully be a 21 car grid. So, should be an interesting race this. Yesterday's one certainly was. It was won, as I said, by Zach Lucas, but only by a tenth and a half or so, with Alistair Kellett second, only half a second clear of Gary Miller. The top three at the flag separated by only 0.6 of a second. So, very, very close stuff indeed at the end of the opening race. But what will race number 2 have in store for us, I wonder? Well, the ST240 Championship never seems to produce a dull race. It's another one of those great one-make front-wheel drive tin-top championships, a bit like the Civic Cup, really, that is just continuing to grow in popularity year on year. And into 2024, it continues to grow with a good grid of cars assembled for this first weekend of the season. We never saw Marco Ricci or Christopher Blackburn in yesterday's race. I'm hoping we will have those two off the back of the grid in race number 2. But to find out as the race gets underway whether they've made it out. But certainly Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett are there at the front, and they will be set to do battle. Last year, Albert Webster was the champion, Alistair Kellett second in the championship, but only 13 points back at the end. So he's desperate to try and do better than that in 2024. A race win here would do him the world of good. Off the line we go, and we head towards Paddock Hill Bend then, and Alistair Kellett makes a really good start from the outside of that front row, leads them into the right-hander. So far so good for Kellett. He's got himself out of Zach Lucas. 4 abreast behind. There is inevitable contact. Horrobin into 2 other cars, and into the gravel trap they go. Horrobin has continued, but there are 2 cars out of the race. One of them might have been Sean Reynolds, but we'll await further confirmation. That's another car off now at Druids as well. Oh, and that might have been John Cooper into the barriers. There's absolute carnage up at Druids. Cars everywhere. It is John Cooper in the wall. And this, I'm afraid, is going to end up being a safety car at the very least. We've got at least 3, maybe 4 cars that need recovering. There is one of them up at Druids. That's the number 10 machine of Archie Johnson. Not quite sure how he got caught up in all of that. But yes, the safety car has been scrambled. Unsurprisingly, after a rather messy start to the race, they went 4 abreast into Paddock Hill Bend. That was never going to work. And Simon Horrobin got tipped into a slide and ended up collecting a couple of other drivers. So not really Simon's fault, I don't think. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was the cue ball that got sort of propelled into a couple of other cars. He is heading for the pit lane, presumably because he's got a bit of damage to his car. The safety car picks up the front runners. No, it doesn't. The red flag is out. And for the 3rd time in the last half an hour, we've got a red flag and car stationary on the grid. But that makes sense, really, because there are a lot of cars in dangerous positions. Now, 2 at Druids, I think 2 at Paddock Hill Bend. It might only be 1 at Paddock Hill Bend, actually. I'm not sure who that is, actually, at Paddock. It's a bright yellow car, which is stuck in the gravel. Driver out, by the looks of it. But whoever that is, they were the one on the outside, I think, that got fired into the gravel and beached completely. So the safety car will likely pull back into the pit lane now. Then it's not really needed anymore. Oh, it was Sean Reynolds, I'm hearing, who's gone off at Paddock. Thank you for that information. So Sean Reynolds then was the one that got tangled up at Paddock. And I think he was just the car on the outside of that 4-wide situation. And unfortunately, that's not a good place to be. So he was, there he is. Look, the car beached in the gravel. He's out of the car. He's absolutely fine. You always worry if a car goes into that gravel trap sideways, even at relatively low speed from a standing start. There is the danger of it digging in and going over, but that didn't happen. So his car should be relatively unscathed. You can see him stood there just watching the recovery operation. So Sean Reynolds then, his race is done, but not his day, because they do have a second race to come. It's actually straight after the first TCR UK race a bit later on. Just sort of looking at that panel damage on the right hand side. The side skirt's been knocked loose on the 777 car. He's back in the car now, but the marshals don't really know what to do with that side skirt. If they drag it out and leave it loose, it will come off anyway. So I think one marshal's going to hold on to it as they drag it to a place of safety. So cars then pulling back up onto the grid. That there is Harry Hayes, the number 26, Simon Horrobin next. Don't see Morgan Kidd's car. So she potentially is not taking the restart, or did not maybe take the initial start. You can't usually miss Morgan's car. It is a bright pink thing. Oh no, I think it is there. I think it's just actually, yeah, there you can see the 53 car. I think it was just slightly out of position, so she pulls back into the correct place now. They've got the number 10 machine going of Archie Johnson. So he's, I think, being towed back to the pit lane. There's another recovery vehicle headed for, I guess, Druids as well, to help collect John Cooper's car. There is the number 10. What's left of it anyway. Doesn't really look like a Ford Fiesta anymore, that does it? But the Jam Sport racing team are going to have some work to do on Archie's car to get it sorted for race number 3 later on. Like I said, not a particularly long time to turn the cars around. That second race due to start at about 2:35, so in about 3 hours. There is Horrobin's car back at the end of the pit lane. Passenger side wing mirror folded in, but apart from that, it looks okay. So he's going to be looking to take the restart from the back, I guess. Again, he was running technically at the time of the red flag, so he will be allowed to take the restart. It's if you are deemed to be the cause of the red flag. That's when you're not then allowed to take the restart. So basically the cars that are needing recovery now wouldn't be allowed to take a restart. John Cooper, he got turned going up Hailwood Hill. I think, again, though, it was one of those where 2 other cars made contact and he got fired into and went off into the barriers. This, meanwhile, is another Jam Sport car. Who's this? Needing repair work. That'll be Archie Johnson, won't it? Yes, Archie Johnson's car. Back into the pit lane. There is Archie. Jam Sport team, Jamie Going's team, going to work. But I don't think he would be allowed to take a restart, so he will likely be done. So a slightly depleted grid starts to reform on the Brands Hatch start-finish line. And the most frustrated man, in a way, Alistair Kellett, because he made that brilliant start from the outside of row 1, now has to do it all over again, because Zach Lucas will reclaim pole position. We hadn't completed 2 racing laps, so it goes back, the grid goes back to the original order. So it will be a second chance for Zach to get things right. Gary Miller and Daniel Lewis together on row 2. Now, don't forget Daniel Lewis moving up from the Fiesta Junior Championship into the ST240s. That's a really impressive performance from him to manage to be up there inside the top 4 yesterday. Dan was involved in that fairly dramatic final round here at Brands Hatch at the back end of last year, and that was certainly a race to be remembered, perhaps not always for the right reasons, but it was certainly a memorable race. And Dan ended up 4th in the championship, having been quick all season long. Netted himself, in the end, actually just the 1 race win last year in Fiesta Juniors, which is a bit surprising, but because he was very quick all season long. But yeah, just the 1 win. Moving up though into Fiesta Seniors now, as they've always called it. This is a big transition for him and doing a really, really good job. Now, out of the gravel trap is the 777 of Sean Reynolds. So he was involved in the Paddock Hill Bend incident, but up at Druids, we saw Archie Johnson pointing the wrong way. His car's been recovered back to the pit lane, and I think maybe able to find out exactly what happened to him is Richard John Neal.
Okay, let's have a quick word with Archie Johnson. Not the best thing to be able to do, actually. There's a little bit of seat fitting going on, just getting him belted up again. And we've got Joseph Knight in pit lane as well. I'm going to grab a quick word if we can. Joseph's gone, so we're not going to be able to talk to Joseph. Let's just see if we can... Archie, sorry, I know you don't want the microphone shoved in your face after an incident, but can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I went through turn 1 on the inside, managed to get through really fairly clean, and then as I was going into Druids on the inside, I had nowhere to go. Somebody had hit Simon into me, and he's hit my left front corner, and I've hit the barrier pretty hard.
How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Yeah, just frustrated. You know, this weekend's really not gone my way at all, and you know the pace coming into it was strong, but just nothing has gone my way.
I noticed you got parts of the car. The marshals obviously helped you out. You actually brought stuff back with you. I mean, hats off to you and the guys for getting that done.
No, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was better than what I thought.
I'll let you go, mate. Sorry. Good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. That's Archie Johnson. As I say, the worst thing for a driver really is, you know, when they want to get back out is to have a microphone shoved in. So Archie did a great job. Let's hand you back to Andy in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Yeah, Archie, especially for a youngster there, very willing to have a chat with you under not ideal circumstances. So that's nice to see. But it sounded like he was saying he got caught up with Simon Horrobin, which means Simon might have been involved in both of those incidents, because he was certainly involved in the Paddock Hill Bend one, and I think, by the sound of it, maybe got caught up at Druids as well. So, of course, he would have been out of sorts anyway after that first bit of contact. and then found himself maybe in the firing line, going quite a bit slower than those around him, heading up Halewood Hill. So the recovery process is nearly done at Paddock. They've almost got Sean Reynolds' car out of the way. Once that's done, I think we will get a restart pretty swiftly afterwards. Clock on the TSL timing screen still showing 20 minutes, so still anticipating a full race restart by the look of it, which is what we want to see, really. We hadn't actually completed a lap of racing, had we? So the race never really got started in the first place, so it would be good to try and get the full 20 minutes in, but Sean Reynolds' car took a bit longer to get out of that gravel trap than I anticipated, maybe because they were concerned about some more damage that we hadn't seen, maybe suspension damage or whatnot. So as that car is loaded onto the flatbed, we will look forward to take two, as I said, between Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas on the front row, but keep an eye on some of those coming from just behind. Gary Miller having a strong start to the season. Gary last year was 7th in the championship, picked up a couple of podiums along the way. Seem to recall possibly one at Silverstone. Yes, he did have one at Silverstone. Yeah, 2nd place finish at Silverstone. And a 3rd, I think, in the race beforehand. So Silverstone was his happy hunting ground. ST240s actually didn't visit Brands Hatch last year for possibly the first time ever. The Fiesta Senior Championship hadn't been to Brands Hatch. They went to Snetterton, Silverstone, Alton Park, Knock Hill, Silverstone National Circuit, Croft and the Silverstone International Circuit. In fact, they raced at all 3 layouts of the Silverstone circuit last year. Of course, this year they are on board as a full season support race for TCR UK, so they'll be going to Silverstone twice more, because we go to both the national and the international circuit at Silverstone later on this season, but no run around the Grand Prix circuit as they had last year. It's going to be an interesting season. It's definitely got some real strong contenders and a couple looking to try and make their mark in 2024. Now, the recovery operation at Paddock Hill Bend has been complete. The car park has formed at pit exit as well, because there are 4 Fiestas now, all sat waiting to rejoin the race. One of them is Simon Horobin, who we've already seen, but he's now been joined by a few friends. So he's got not Matt Chambers, he's got Joseph Knight, the number 89 car. We've also got Archie Johnson, the number 10, and by the looks of it, John Cooper. Now, if that is John Cooper, I'd be very surprised if he's allowed to restart the race, because he was, as I said, definitely one of the causes of the red flag. His car inserted into the barriers at Druids, but his car is waiting at pit exit, but he may just be waiting to go into the outer paddock, because to get to the outer paddock, which is where all of our Fiesta teams are based, you have to go down the pit lane and then disappear down the tunnel. There you can see them waiting on the left of shop, but just to the left of where that marshal is stood, there's an opening which takes you down onto the access road into the paddock. So it could be that that's what John Cooper's waiting for. So track cleared, the boards are being shown, and we are about to get green flag lap underway again. It's a 15-minute restart, so 15 minutes the duration for the restarted race, because we do have a timetable to try and stick to, and it's been a bit of a stop-start beginning to the day. I wonder whether they'll still get 2 green flag laps or not. Not so sure what the procedure will be on a restart. The drivers would like 2, I'm sure, to get heat into the tyres, because of course cold tyres, cold rear tyres especially, can cause even more carnage on a restarted race. So the field goes through. Now what happens with the cars in the pit lane? Simon Horobin, I'm fairly confident, will be allowed back into the race. The others I'm not so sure. He's not been waved out of pit lane just yet. I would have thought he'd be allowed to join from the back and start from the back of the grid rather than start from the pit lane, because starting from the pit lane means he doesn't get any warm-up laps, which means that his tyres are not going to be at the ideal temperature at all. So not sure what the plan of action is here, but for now they remain stationary in the pit lane. The rest of the field weaving around, getting heat into those slick racing tyres, and are we going to get 1 or 2 green flag laps? I think they are going to give them 2, you know, because there are no marshals waiting on the grid to put them into position. So it could be that we have a little bit longer to wait before we get the restarted race. There is Zach Lucas. Struggled there, didn't he, with what is always a challenge here at Brands Hatch, getting a front-wheel drive car particularly off pole position. Because the road slopes so severely from drivers left to right towards the pit wall. And the front tyres have so much to do. These cars turbocharged, of course, 240 brake horsepower, hence the name. And it's very easy to spin those front tyres up and go sliding down towards the pit wall. And that is the challenge of starting from pole, which is exactly where Zach Lucas is pulling up to. So we are only getting the 1 green flag lap. That's good news for us. Perhaps not so much the drivers, but it means we can crack on with this and have another go at getting our second round of the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 season underway. So Zach Lucas on the left, Alistair Kellett on the right. And Kellett wanting to try and repeat what he did the first time around. Get into Paddock Hill Bend first. He'll then hope to try and pull a bit of a margin. It was so close between those top 3 in yesterday's race. I anticipate it will be similar in race number 2. Once we get going, track position advantage could be the key. So rev starting to rise then, red lights go out, and we're away once again in the Fiesta ST240s. It's a more even start this time, but it's still going to be Alistair Kellett who sweeps around the outside of Zach Lucas. So Kellett manages to get back into the lead again. Blackburn there up into 4th place. Connor Blackburn from 7th on the grid with a good start. They race down through Paddock Hill Bend cleanly this time and arrive at Druids in one piece. A bit of a lunge, a big lunge up the inside actually for the number 46 of Lucas Hayden. That was a big move, and Lucas manages to find his way through. Lucas Hayden then up a position. Another Fiesta Junior graduate is Lucas. Got himself a couple of podium finishes last season in the Junior Championship, and he's up into 4th place now. And actually ahead of Dan Lewis, who's down to 6th. Dan didn't have such a good restart there, did he? Look, the black, white and orange machine. He's got the number 47 behind him, which is a bit sideways over the curbs. That is James Pope, another driver who's come up out of the Fiesta Junior Championship and struggling maybe to get used to cold rear slick tyres as he drifts his way through Clearways and Clark Curve. So through to the completion of the opening lap we go. And the top 3, as they did yesterday, starting to break away. Kellett leading, Lucas 2nd, and Gary Miller in 3rd position. There then is Lucas Hayden in 4th, 5th place for Connor Blackburn, 6th Dan Lewis, 7th James Pope, 8th Henry Howarth, and those are the top 3 drivers within the AM class. And then a mistake actually there for Lucas Hayden, so Blackburn nips up the inside of him, and Hayden's now got Dan Lewis alongside, heading down towards Graham Hill Bend. It's all unravelled a little bit there for him. How did that sort itself out? Well, it's all changed actually. Dan Lewis ended up losing a place. James Pope got past him. Not quite sure how, but James Pope has now moved through. It's the 47 car in line behind the 46. Here are the leaders though, Kellett leading but not getting away interestingly from Zach Lucas. I did theorise that after yesterday's race maybe Kellett was the quicker of the 2, but no, Zach Lucas is sticking with him in the early stages here. Across the line they go, then top 3 getting away, then 4 of them fighting over 4th place. Connor Blackburn, Lucas Hayden, James Pope and Dan Lewis. They turn their way through Paddock Hill Bend. Up the inside looks Gary Miller at Druids, but not really close enough. To the outside line goes Lucas Hayden, but for the 2nd lap in a row, the race car consultant's driver outbrakes himself, and this time will lose at least 1 place, first to James Pope, and maybe a 2nd to Dan Lewis, who is up alongside him on the outside line. They're going into Druids corner. Can't go right round the outside, tries to cut back and get the switch back. He almost gave a bit of a headbutt there actually to James Pope as they came off the corner, and the positions stay as they were. So Pope only losing the 1 position, sorry, to Hayden I should say. Hayden losing the 1 position and then gets very, very sideways under braking again. He's not comfortable with that car under braking, is he? Almost went off the road completely at Clearways, and that means that now Daniel Lewis does move through into 6th place, so 3 places lost on that lap there for Lucas Hayden. And a disappointing start to his race. So 12 minutes to go then, across the line they head. Fastest lap of the race set by Zachary Lucas in 2nd position now. So Zach Lucas charging after Alistair Kellett at the front. Maybe just starting to gap Gary Miller slightly, but this is where all of the action is. Of course it is. This is where the junior drivers are. And the teenagers, having made that big step up out of the junior championship into the seniors, are providing much more of the action and excitement that they have done in previous seasons in the Fiesta Junior Series. Along the Cooper Straight they head then. Connor Blackburn, though, at the front of that group, very much not a junior driver. He's been around in Ford Fiesta racing for a little while now, and getting quicker all the time. He's defending this 4th place now as they head out of Clearway's corner. Doesn't have the speed quite clearly to go after the leading 3, but is standing his ground pretty nicely in 4th place. But under threat now from James Pope as we head towards Paddock Hill Bend. Is Pope going to try and throw it up the inside? He's not really close enough, so Blackburn withstanding the pressure once again. Drop downhill through Paddock Hill Bend, then side-by-side action behind. That's Henry Howarth and Caitlin May, I believe. Caitlin May trying to get through on the inside line, and I think she will. Howarth hanging tough around the outside line, but Caitlin May is going to go through. Yes, closes the door just about on corner exit. Caitlin May into 8th spot. Oh, and then runs wide out of Graham Hill Bend and almost allows Howarth to get back alongside. That stacks Howarth up into Charlie Ellis, who is the red number 11 car. They all arrive at Surtees together, but Caitlin May sideways just stays in front, or does she? Because back up the inside goes Howarth at Clearways. Lovely racing this between the two of them. And Henry Howarth has the overlap, has the inside line, and I think is going to have that 8th position back again by the time they get to the timing line. It's going to be very, very close indeed. But he's got that inside line for Paddock Hill Bend and is going to complete the manoeuvre, is he? Oh, Caitlin May all out of shape, heading for the gravel trap, gathers it together, but loses a spot now to Charlie Ellis. Harry Hayes in the grey number 26 car buying into all of this as well, and Morgan Kidd. So you've got 5 of them now, all tussling for places towards the back of the top 10. So Caitlin May 1 up and then 2 down. Just had a big moment at Druids as well, I've seen out of the window, for someone running behind them, but they managed to carry on. That might actually have been Joseph Knight, I think it was. By the way, Horrobin, Knight, Johnson and Cooper have been allowed to restart the race, which surprises me, given the fact that 2 of them needed to be recovered out of a tyre wall under that red flag. But anyway, they're still going. There's someone slow at Clearways and heading for the pit lane. Who was that? Was that Howarth? It looked like maybe a blue or a purple car. Who have we lost out of that group? Yes, it is, isn't it? Henry Howarth isn't there anymore, so he's in the pit lane with damage or a problem. Caitlin May trying to slip up the inside of Charlie Ellis, who now moves through into 8th position. Brilliant tussle this is for those running a bit further back. This 4th place battle still raging on as well. Dan Lewis once again is splitting Lucas Hayden and James Pope as the leaders head towards Surtees, still as close as ever they were, really. It's never been more than about 4 or 5 tenths between them. Just under 4 tenths at the beginning of that lap, it was 2. 8 minutes 40 to go. Here comes James Pope, wriggling his way through Clearway's corner. But not so far making any big mistakes. Back into the race goes the 888 car, the 111 car, I should say, which is Luke Waugh. So Luke Waugh is back into the fray. I seem to recall seeing Luke out in Renault Clios in the past. That seems to ring a bell. Yes, I think he didn't he, a number of years ago. So a slightly different one-make front-wheel drive championship now, learning his craft. Started 11th. But unfortunately has had a visit into the pit lane. Leaders then down the back straight. Waugh has rejoined just in front of Gary Miller, the 3rd placed runner. Lets him out of the way as they head through Surtees corner. It's still this fight for 4th position that is attracting most of the attention, isn't it? Dan Lewis wanting to try and find the way back ahead of James Pope. He is still stuck behind Connor Blackburn. So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places, nose to tail as they run out of Cart Curve. Lead gap still only 4.5 tenths as well, but Zach Lucas, as much as he can stay with Kellett, just can't find a way through. Much the same as what happened with Kellett yesterday, really. Underneath the bridge they go then at the top of Halewood Hill into the tricky braking zone at Druids. They dive for the apex and then the camber changes as you go through the corner. Gives you lots of grip on the way in, but then as you start going downhill on corner exits, suddenly the front starts to wash out wide and easy to pick up the throttle a bit too early, drift out over the exit curve, but these two experienced Fiesta campaigners aren't going to make that mistake. So Lucas did just slightly miss the apex there, though, through Surtees, so he's not quite close enough into Clearways to think about a move. New liveries on both of these cars, actually, for 2024, and they both look really, really good, don't they? Alistair Kellett You won't miss him with the fluorescent yellow highlights. And he leads now by over half a second. That's the biggest lead he's had all race, I think, over Zach Lucas, and that's because he just set the fastest lap. So 54.043 compares to yesterday's fastest lap of a 54.0 as well. So 0.33, yesterday it was a 0.07, so we're fractionally slower, but not a lot in the lap times compared with yesterday. On the Cooper Straight, they head then towards Surtees. Again, slightly earlier turn in there for Kellett, which doesn't look like it's going to work, but then they hook that curb on the inside that lifts the left-hand side of the car up and helps rotate it through the corner. And I think Lucas, by turning in later, is almost missing that curb and losing that rotation on the front axle, which means that he's just not getting the run in towards clearways, which is one of the better overtaking opportunities on the lap. He was fractionally quicker than Kellett that lap, but not by a huge amount. Now, this is a battle going on a little bit further back. It's the recovering John Cooper, number 88. He's up into 12th position now. And in fact, make that now 11th, because both John and Morgan Kidd have got themselves ahead of Harry Hayes. So Harry Hayes, the grey car at the back of that group, has just lost a couple of positions on that lap. Simon Horobin struggling to keep up with them, and that's not very much like Simon Horobin, so I suspect that car is carrying some damage after the collisions that it seems like he had within a couple of corners on the initial start. Morgan Kidd now then moving up behind Charlie Ellis. Chellis down the side of the number 11 car. But Morgan Kidd having a much better run today than she did yesterday, where twice she visited the scenery up at Druids with those ABS issues. These cars run with full ABS. That's why you sometimes see the hazard lights flashing under heavy braking, because these cars all start off life as road-going Fiesta STs. The hazard lights are linked to the ABS. If the ABS switch is on, then the hazard lights start flashing to warn the cars behind that the car in front is making a sudden braking manoeuvre. But out on a racetrack, that's sort of the norm, really. This battle kicking off again now for 4th position. Connor Blackburn has backed everybody up, and it's Dan Lewis once again who's going to lose out because he gets stuck on the outside line into Graham Hill Bend, and that was made pretty easy in the end for Lucas Hayden. So Lucas Hayden re-inherits now 6th position. Through Surtees up towards clearways they head. What can he do now about James Pope, and can James Pope find a way past Connor Blackburn? He's not been able to at any point so far in this race, but Connor Blackburn might now have some real defending to do, because that battle between Hayden and Lewis has just dropped them away slightly now from James Pope. So Pope, under no pressure, is free to focus all of his attention on attacking the car ahead. It's exactly what Dan Lewis was trying to do into Paddock Hill Bend that time, to reclaim 6th position from Lucas Hayden. Behind them, Morgan Kidd did get past Charlie Ellis, and Morgan into 9th position. This battle now just pairing off with 3.5 minutes to go. Blackburn much later turn in there into Graham Hill Bend than James Pope. But on the exit of the corner, no real difference in exit speed that I could see. Can James maybe try and make a move into clearways? That's the next obvious overtaking opportunity, but again, just not quite within striking range. Through the right-hander they go. 3 minutes left on the clock. This is now about to be 13 laps completed. The race leaders go through separated by 0.6 of a second. Zach Lucas, by the way, has stolen that fastest lap back from Alistair Kellett. Not sure if I mentioned that before, but that wasn't on that lap, it was on the lap before. I think the gap then stretches back out again, as perhaps they start to run into a few tyre management issues late in the race. It's definitely getting warmer out there, and that will be having an effect on the left front tyre temperatures and pressures. Slick racing tyres perhaps just as susceptible to increasing tyre pressure as they are tyre temperature, really. They sort of go hand in hand, but it's when the pressure starts to increase that the tyre almost starts bouncing across the road and just does not give you any grip at all. There wasn't a huge amount of grip over the exit curb there for Lucas Hayden, was there? He got a bit wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and the car lurched angrily to the right-hand side. But he gathered it together, and he is, I think, bridging the gap now slightly between Dan Lewis and James Pope. Here they go then, 2 minutes to go. Lead gap continues to ebb and flow. Into the pit lane has come Howarth for a second time. No, he's still in the pit lane, having pulled in a number of laps ago. There you can see the hazard lights flashing on the sideways Zach Lucas heading for Druids Corner. Zach Lucas has tried everything. He's thrown everything at Alistair Kellett, but he just can't get within range to have a little lunge. If he could just get close enough that Kellett felt the need to start defending, that could change the dynamic just enough to allow Zach to have a go. But Alistair's such an experienced driver in the Fiesta Championship that he knows when to defend and when not to. He knows right now that Zach Lucas is not close enough to launch it up the inside, so there's no need to cover that inside line. Which means that he's just minding his own business, running the racing line and continuing to tick off some pretty quick lap times. That last lap was a 54.1 for the leader, less than a tenth of a second off his previous best. There is Archie Johnson's car. The Jamsport team have got it back on track. I'll give them credit for that, but it's obviously not going to be handling quite as it should be with all of that front-end damage. The ultimate lap of the race begins. The race leaders already down at Graham Hill Bend. This fourth place battle is just exiting Druids, and they're all back together again. Now Lucas Hayden has caught James Pope, who dives to the inside line at Graham Hill Bend to defend. Now that works on the way in, but that might slow him down on corner exit. That's backed everybody up, and Dan Lewis has got a run on the pair of them. There's nowhere to go with it though, and he has to just lift off the throttle there before he ran into the back of the race car consultant's machine in front of him. But he's harrying Lucas Hayden now as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve to see the last lap board. So one more time around the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Alistair Kellett continues to lead the way from Zach Lucas out in front. Gary Miller having a lonely run in third place. Here, though, comes Lucas Hayden with a lovely dummy move up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Gets himself ahead of James Pope, but Pope immediately goes for the switchback on the exit and gets back to the inside line towards Druids Corner. James Pope should be able to get back through here. I don't think he'll leave Lucas Hayden a huge amount of space on corner exit. No, he doesn't. Actually, no, he does, and therefore Lucas Hayden keeps his foot in it and drives straight round the outside of him. So Lucas Hayden does go back through. I'm amazed that James Pope didn't run him right out to the edge of the road. It might cost him 2 places now, because not for the first time. Daniel Lewis has had a good run out of Graham Hill Bend, but he just couldn't quite get the overlap, heading for Surtees. But good battling this between this group of four. Connor Blackburn's going to fend them all off to the line, but Alistair Kellett has already taken the checkered flag by half a second. He is victorious in race number 2 for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. He gets one back on Zach Lucas, who pipped him to the flag by an even smaller margin yesterday. Gary Miller comes home in third, Connor Blackburn fourth, and Lucas Hayden in fifth position, whilst James Pope did manage to hang on to the AM class lead, so losing that position to Lucas Hayden didn't affect him too much. It was Daniel Lewis that he was really fighting with for the AM class, and he managed to keep Dan at bay. Caitlin May, Morgan Kidd and Charlie Ellis complete the top 10. As there, Alistair Kellett does his victory lap back to the pit lane. That was a brilliant drive from Alistair under pressure. It was one of those races that didn't look very exciting from the outside, but from in the cars, Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas, I'm sure, would have really enjoyed that. They weren't side by side at any point in that race, but Kellett knew that he could not put a foot wrong there. Otherwise, Zach Lucas would have had a go at getting past him. But in the end, that didn't happen. Kellett managed to get the victory, and Lucas had to settle for second position. Gary Miller rounds out the podium with Connor Blackburn and Lucas Hayden in behind. Alistair Kellett, by the way, the yellow background to his number means that he was a Masters contender. So he wins the Masters class and the overall race as well. James Pope in 6th position was the AM winner. Dan Lewis 2nd in that class, and Caitlin May 3rd. They were 6th, 7th and 8th respectively. Morgan Kidd was 9th and Charlie Ellis was 10th, ahead of Harry Hayes, Simon Horriman, Archie Johnson and John Cooper. Those last three all involved in pre-red flag incidents. Matt Chambers came home 15th ahead of Joseph Knight 16th. Luke Waugh 17th after a pit stop, and Henry Howarth, unfortunately along with Marco Ricci, were not running at the flag. So, that was a dramatic second round of the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. For all of the thoughts from the drivers on the podium, we can head down to the pit lane now, and Richard John Neal.
Well, celebrations underway, as you can see. Always a struggle, particularly. I don't like interrupting in some respects when they're congratulating each other. Let's see if we can get Alistair over, Alistair Kellett. A 30th career win, believe it or not. Alistair, can we get you over? He's sick of me chatting to him, I think, this weekend already. Let's get you over, Alistair. And yeah, 30th career win, as by my calculations, that is, in the AIRTEC Motorsport Championship. Alistair, well done. Super drive, you know, wasn't cut and thrust, but for me, always fascinating to watch two drivers who I think are at the top of their game out there on track, and the gap was coming down. You traded fastest laps, but enough about me. It's about you. You've taken the win. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, got the initial start. I got the jump on Zach, and then it was red flagged, and I thought, oh, hopefully get another good start. Got a good start, get into the lead, and yeah, it was just a matter of gauging where Zach was. And I think, to be fair, I'd say we had the exact same time, and I'd say every lap time was within a tenth of each other. And you couldn't just back off. You backed off, he was going to be on top of you. So yeah, it was a good race. Enjoyed it. Very good. Great to get a win. So yeah, it's good. Yeah.
We look forward to the decider a little bit later on. Sorry to cut you short. Obviously, we've got Audis on. We're going to get James Pope over. James, can we grab a quick word with James, because he's our AM class winner? I think we're only going to get a chance to talk to our 2 class winners. And apologies, James. Congratulations. Super race. How does it feel to have won that?
So chuffed. Put a lot of hard work into this weekend. I'm so happy to be up here. Tired now.
The AM class battle, to be fair, was actually not close. I'm not disrespecting the pros, but it was a lot closer, and you were trying to get past Connor as well.
Yeah, I was trying to get past Connor while holding off Dan from behind. I was trying to get the toe from Connor, and it was a brilliant race. Loved it.
This weekend, a great start to your senior career.
Yeah, brilliant start. I'm so happy. So tired now. Oh, yeah.
Get your breath back.
Yeah, brilliant start. The car was spot on. The team got it set up perfectly where I wanted it to go, and I was just so thankful. The start was a bit messy, but I managed to pull it back in the end, so it was really, really good.
Well, many congratulations. I hope it's the first of many podium interviews with you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, James. James Pope, well done. James Pope wins the amateur class, and the pro class course going to Alistair Kellett. As you can probably hear, we've got the Demon Tweeks Audi TTs already on track, gridding up, and a massive grid to get through. So let's hand you back to Andy McKeown to talk you through every one of the runners and riders. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Richard. Very excited about this one. I was able to watch the first ever race for the Audi TTs yesterday, and it was a brilliant race up and down the order. Race number 2, I'm sure, is going to be more of the same. Carl Swift, former TCR UK race winner, won yesterday's race, and he starts alongside former Milltek Sport Civic Cup champion Matt Luff on the front row. Harry Yardley-Rose and Bradley Burns are together on row 2, ahead of Luke Handley and Adam Blair on row number 3. Row 4 for former MX5 and Lotus racer Will Stacey. He's got Ross McCarr alongside him. Then it is Sean Smith with Ryan Edgecombe rounding out the top 10 ahead of David Robb and Danny Hobson, row 6. Row 7 for Morgan Root and Tim Dorr, who's racing this year again in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Steve Laidlaw and Dan Chapman are on row 8 with Charlie Budd and Sam Laidlaw, together on row 9. Row 10 then for Sam Meager and Joe Weaver. Brad Kaler and Jonathan Williams are together on row 11, whilst the reigning Mazda MX-5 champion Steve Bowden has been having all sorts of issues with his car. He's down in 23rd alongside Daniel Budd, brother of the other Budd, Charlie Budd, further up the order. Then it is Alistair Lindsay and Paul Savage on row 13, row 14 Patrick Booth and Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo. Paul Luty had a bit of a nightmare yesterday. Mechanical issues mean he was only 29th ahead of Ricky Smith, with David Richardson, Andrew Dyer, Rob Boston and Richard Former at the back of the grid. That was the last time Rob Boston started a race off the back row, a long time ago, I'd imagine. He was a non-finisher yesterday after some dramas in qualifying, but you would expect the very experienced one-make racer to move forward from there. Well, these Audi TTs have really captured the imagination of the UK club racing scene. A year ago, they started racing in 2023 as a series, not a championship, because they didn't have enough cars out there to be given championship status. I think they had something like a dozen of them for the very first race about this time last year. We now have over 50 drivers registered for the championship. 35 of them, I think, made the trip to Brands Hatch this weekend, and each and every one of these cars are immaculately turned out. They look and sound like mini touring cars, and that was sort of the idea, really. They're a perfect support series for TCR UK and a genuine logical stepping stone on the touring car racing ladder. I know they're not really touring cars, they're actually two-seater sports cars, but unlike something like a Mazda MX-5, which are rear-wheel drive, these front-wheel drive cars will drive a lot more like a touring car. They race quite a bit like touring cars, and we had a brilliant battle yesterday between former touring car race winner Carl Swift and aspiring touring car driver Matt Luff alongside him. Luff actually started on pole position, didn't get the best of starts yesterday. Swift beat him into Paddock Hill Bend, but through the race it looked as though Matt Luff might have been a bit quicker, but that's been the story in a few races this weekend. You can have all of the pace in the world, but if you don't have the track position here at Brands Hatch, it's very, very difficult to break through into the race leader. especially against someone of Carl's years of experience. But Matt Luff now has the advantage of starting exactly where Carl did yesterday, second on the grid, and so he might now have a better chance of getting off the line. Well, Carl has angled his car uphill, interestingly, away from the pit wall to try and combat what can be a not ideal place to be starting on the grid. The back row of that grid is now in position, and the second round of the 2024 Audi TT Cup Racing Championship is almost upon us. Carl Swift, Matt Luff, row number 1, Harry Yardley Rose and Bradley Burns sharing row number 2. Green flag waved at the back of the grid. The red light goes on, it goes out now, and we're away and racing once more at Brands Hatch. It's a good start from Carl Swift from pole position, I think, this time around. So for the second race in a row, he will beat Love into turn 1. There's a car sideways in the pack, though, and there's going to be carnage on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend, and that, unfortunately, was always a danger with so many cars starting side by side on the grid. It only takes a tiny touch in the mid-pack, and it can cause a real stack-up. We've got a lot of damaged cars on the pit straight. The red flag is thrown immediately. There's a car off coming out of Druids, and that is not what we wanted to see. I just made the point that these cars were immaculately prepared. A lot of time and effort has gone into preparing them for the season, and unfortunately lots of them damaged on the start-finish line. I think Morgan Root has come out of that one the worst. David Robb is involved by the looks of it. Luke Handley's in it. A few others are getting going now, but a number of cars are going to be stuck, I'm afraid, on the start-finish straight, and that will be their race done. It was one of the sort of Martini liveried cars, I think, that got turned sideways in the first place, and then unfortunately there was a big stack up behind. Everybody else piled in, and there really wasn't a lot beyond that point that anyone could do to avoid it. It was an absolute roadblock. We saw it in the Fiesta Juniors here last year. It's an accident that we've seen a lot over the years at Brands Hatch. It's just one of those things, nature of the track. And perhaps an argument to say that we shouldn't really be starting them 2 by 2 on the grid, because that is always the danger. But anyway, we will get a race restart, and Carl Swift will have to do that again. A brilliant launch Carl got from pole position, unlike Matt Luff yesterday, and he did lead them into that first turn. But Matt will now get a second bite of the cherry. Here come the walking wounded, who have managed to pick their way out of that mess. 87 is Brad Kaler. He had some damage. 101 Sam Laidlaw seems okay. And the number 5 of Sam Meager, I don't think it was him who got turned initially. Trying to figure out who it might have been. It was someone maybe about 10th place or so that initially ended up getting sideways. And that was what sort of triggered all of that. So the field then will tour back around to the grid, and the marshals will go to work to ensure that the track is clear. I think it was the 73 car that was the first that got turned around. 73 is Ross McCarr. So yeah, Ross started 8th on the grid. He got turned. That became a tank slapper, and he was broadside across the middle of the road. But I didn't see Ross McCarr's car stuck on the start-finish straight, so he might have actually got away with that, I think. The 73 car has potentially continued and left all of that devastation in his wake. There are 4 cars, I think, that need recovery. There is the 101 car, which is Sam Laidlaw. He's missing a headlight, but the splitter is intact. That's good news, so that's not dragging on the ground. So the ones that we need recovery, I believe, are number 55, David Richardson, number 51, Luke Handley. He was one of the favourites, really. We know he's a quick driver in this kind of car. We've also got David Robb's number 37 machine and the number 38 of Morgan Root. So those are the 4 that need recovery from the start-finish line. And of course there's debris, there's fluid. There's a bit of a ding in the barrier as well, actually, directly underneath the starting gantry. Work being done to the back of Steve Laidlaw's car as well, or they're just sort of examining the back of it anyway to try and figure out if that needs repairs. The answer may well have been yes, because they've sent him into the pit lane, so he's going to have a bit of attention given to the car. Here comes the next visitor. That is Sam Meager. His car looks okay to my untrained eye, but he's going to be sent to the pit lane anyway. These were all cars that came to a standstill in the middle of that pile-up, but didn't really sustain a huge amount of damage. Well, that one did, though, didn't it? That's 87. Brad Kaler. So this is going to take a few minutes, I think, to get sorted out. We were already running behind time as a result of the earlier red flags. This was supposed to be a 15-minute race only. Wonder whether it might be shortened again, unfortunately, as a result of this latest delay. 44 is Charlie Budd. Or Charles Budd, as he's listed on the entry list. I've never known him to go by that name, but anyway, Charles, Charlie, whatever you want to call him. Very experienced racer, done some mini racing in the past. And starting 17th on the initial grid. So Brad Kaler there just ahead with lots of damage to the front of his car. He's going to have to head for the pit lane, I think. There are a few bits of maybe his car or maybe one of the others that have been recovered by the officials. So, a bit of a stop-and-start day this so far at Brands Hatch, unfortunately, but I don't think it's going to take too long, hopefully, to get the cars out of the way. In the meantime, let's take this opportunity to take a quick ad break. We'll be back at Brands Hatch in a few minutes.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
We are Big Motoring World, one of the largest car supermarkets in the UK. We have over 5,000 cars in stock. We are big on choice. We are big on value. We are big on quality. We are big on service. We are big on trust. All of our cars come with a 200-point mechanical inspection. We know what is important to our customers, and we have built the business around this because we are big on what matters to you.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody. Clean-up continuing here at the beginning of the second Audi TT Cup Racing Championship event of the weekend. A multi-car pile-up on the run to turn one means that there are cars that need recovering, there's debris and fluid that needs clearing, there might be a bit of barrier damage to be seen to as well. So we're going to be a few minutes away still, I think, from getting this race restarted. Drivers, as you can see, are out of their cars and not anticipating a race restart for the meantime. So whilst we're waiting, let's take a look perhaps at a few of the drivers we were able to catch up with yesterday. Of course, we are building up for our first TCR UK race of the day to come just after the lunch break. And so in anticipation of that, we caught up with our reigning champion, Carl Boardley, a bit earlier in the weekend.
Well, we couldn't have a wander down the pit lane without catching up with our reigning champion, Carl Boardley. That sounds all right, doesn't it, Carl?
Yeah, it's got a nice ring to it, that, hasn't it? Yeah.
Hey, you had to work hard for that championship last year, obviously, and all came good here at Brands Hatch, final round. But it's a new slate now, isn't it? You know, you've decided to come back and defend the championship, but you can't rest on your laurels one bit.
No, not at all. And we're not going to. You know, done a little bit of work on the car over the winter and done some bits that we were wanting to do last year, but daren't because of the situation we were in. Didn't want to go too far away from what we knew settings-wise and stuff. So, yeah, and then coming here last round last year was just a case of sort of stroking it across the line, really. The hard work had been done before that. So, but like you say, yeah, clean slate, full reset, same car, same team. It all worked last year. We all get on well. We all have a good laugh. It's enjoyable. It's fun, and we're back again to see if we can go podium hunting and see what happens at the end of the year.
Was it quite an easy decision to come back? Were there other options that maybe you looked at, or was it always TCR?
Lots of other options, if I'm honest. But it's one of those, if it's not broke, you don't fix it, do you? And like I say, for me, it was the enjoyment element of last year. Not just because we were up there and competing and doing well. It was everything else about it as well. And it's no secret, I've said before, haven't I? You know, it sort of got to a stage with me whereas I was pretty much done with motorsport and the enjoyment had gone. So it was good to sort of go away, have a bit of a reset, have a year away from everything, and then come back, have some fun. And like I say, it all went well in the end. And obviously when things are going well, it makes it, it's the icing on the cake. But yeah, it was the enjoyment factor and stuff. And yeah, it was like, well, what's the need to go anywhere else or look too far away from this sort of paddock. So it was a relatively easy decision in the end.
A lot of things staying the same then for you this year, but up and down the rest of the grid, lots of change. New drivers, familiar drivers in new cars. Where do you think your big threat is going to come from realistically this year? Or is there not one?
Oh no, there's lots of threats everywhere, isn't there? But I mean, I think this weekend is probably the only time you're really going to see everybody's true pace because we're all on base weight. And I think quali then was probably a fairly good sort of idea of who's going to be doing what. So, there's lots of threats up and down the paddock. I'm sure there's going to be more cars join as the championship goes on as well. So, we're just concentrating on what we do and just trying to do our best job and, like I say, have fun along the way and hopefully be up there and getting podiums and just see what happens from there.
Good stuff. I won't keep you any longer. I'll let you get back to the footy, Carl, but best of luck for race one.
All right, cheers, mate. Thanks.
Cheers, bud. Catch you later.
Got so much weight on my shoulders. Enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
a lot of excitement around the TCR UK paddock this weekend. Always exciting to have new drivers on the grid, but perhaps even more exciting to have new cars on the grid as well, because this weekend the Lynk & Co TCR car makes its debut here in the UK. It's a car that's had success all over the world in TCR competition, but making its first appearance in TCR UK in the very capable hands of Victor Anderson. Victor, you've raced the Lynk & Co over in Scandinavia quite a bit. Tell us a bit about how you found the car.
Yeah, as you said, found it pretty good. I raced it before in TCR Europe and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm really excited to make its TCR UK debut and the debut in this country. I think it really will suit these more tight, twisty circuits with a good braking performance that we have, and also really good on slow speed. So I think it will be a good success.
That's interesting then. So you think that this car's advantage is really in the tight and technical corners. What is it about the car that you think makes it good through those kind of corners?
I think it's really good under braking, and when you need to slow down the car to a lower speed, we have usually quite a small edge over some others. You can brake late and take down the speed and be more precise with the line and everything. Also quite okay aerodynamically, so faster corners not too bad. Usually few times last year, maybe not the best straight line, but I think that's fixed for now, so it's capable for every corner and track, I think.
I know you've been working closely with Ryan Bensley, who is going to be stepping into the car later on this season. What sort of advice have you been giving him?
I mean, I've given him as much as I can, of course, the few small tips and tricks. Always with touring cars, it's always about getting the launch correct and stuff like that. You need to car specific, you need to learn, but more of a driving style thing. It needs to be driven in a specific way, braking in a specific way, and small set of things as well. But I think it will be a good success for Ryan in Snatron for sure.
Well, the car certainly looks the business from the outside. It's going to stand out on track, that's for sure. But one thing that we often don't get the chance to do, really, is take a look inside these cars, because, Victor, they're really unique places to be, aren't they? They're not necessarily all that comfortable inside. I wonder if perhaps you could just take a bit of time to talk us through what it's like inside a TCR car.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite hot. On a hot day, we can get almost 55-60 degrees in here, so you need to be good trained physically to be able to withstand that. But the seat here, you can see I have a special used mold that fits me. You know, I'm not the biggest guy in the world, so I need a few padding to sit well. You see, like this good mold. And then, of course, the steering wheel, quite important to have, with a few nice buttons on it when you want to flash another car that's in the way, or just go through different menus. And yeah, the pedals, quite important as well. 3 pedals in this car: clutch, brake, throttle, not too advanced. And then we also have 1 handbrake to be able to do the launch procedure correct, because now in TCR cars you have a launch system, so you need to pull the handbrake, and the system does something for you, but you need to do it correct way and be good in it to do a proper start. So we'll see how it goes for me this weekend and for the Lynk & Co here in TCR UK.
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody. This is what we wanted to see. Cars back on the grid, track cleared, more or less, and I think we are almost good to get a restarted race underway then for the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. We will be missing a few drivers, of course, who were involved in that incident on the initial start, but we should hopefully have the rest of them all ready and raring to go. And certainly our main players at the front of the field are going to be there, and Carl Swift versus Matt Luff is going to be a fascinating battle to watch as the race goes on. Now, the timing screen showing us still a 15-minute race, so that's good. We're not losing any time out of the race, and Matt Luff will know he's got to try and figure out the start. He did say yesterday to me that that's kind of the bit he was the most nervous about, really, was the start. Getting the car off the line was proving to be a little bit of a challenge, and he will need to try and do a little bit better this time around. Now, getting off the line might have been the challenge for Luke Handley on that initial start, because I noticed he was caught up in that pile-up. He started 5th on the grid, Ross McCarr started 8th. Now, it was McCarr who first got sideways, but Handley's car ended up badly damaged in that incident. So I wonder whether maybe it was a slow start for the Area Motorsport car of Luke Handley that maybe sort of stacked everybody up. That is always the danger on a narrow start-finish straight such as this one. But as you can see, the marshals have done a terrific job to get the track clear, and we do now have the cars moving back around the circuit on their green flag lap ahead of a 15-minute restarted race. So the field drops down through Paddock Hill Bend, and Carl Swift, Matt Luff will be there. Harry Yardley Rose and Brad Burns will be together on row 2. There'll be no Luke Handley on row 3, so Adam Blair will have that third row to himself. Will Stacey will have a gap in front of him, but not a gap alongside him, because I'm pretty sure that Ross McCarr, despite having been the pinball in that incident, is actually probably going to still take the restart in the 73 machine, with Sean Smith and Ryan Edgecombe completing the top 10. Photographers on hand. I reckon that might be the Rob Boston Racing team photographer getting some pictures of their cars. Great to have Rob Boston involved in this championship. For a long time was a big name in Mazda MX-5 racing, still is actually. In fact, Rob Boston won the championship last year in the Mark 1 MX-5s with Steve Foden, who makes the move up into this championship for 2024, but good to have Rob himself back on the grid as drivers go to fairly extreme lengths to get some heat into the rear tyres there through clearways, drifting their way around on the green flag lap, bit of lift-off oversteer to slide the rear tyres across the ground. That will generate some tyre temperature. And these being front-wheel drive Audi TTs, it is the rear tyre temperature that you really need to be building up. Cars then line up on the grid. Let's try this again, shall we then? Our fourth red flag of the day, I think that was, but our second attempt at starting the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, which got off to a cracking start yesterday with a very clean race, actually, a very low attrition rate in race 1. Let's hope that that now continues to be the case, at least on the restart of the race. Again, look, Carl Swift on the inside, angling his car up the hill. That's because he's expecting it to drift downhill slightly when it accelerates away, because of the camber of the road, which you can really see there from that camera angle up at Paddock Hill Bend. Matt Luff alongside him. Can he find a way to grab the lead here at the start of the race? He's not been able to so far, but the 2022 Civic Cup champion, former MX-5 racer himself actually, after his stint in Ginetta Juniors, is going to be looking now to do something different maybe this time around. The revs will start to rise then, the red lights will be on, and we're almost good to get the race back underway then here at Brands Hatch. Lights out now, away we go, and it's a better start, I think, for Luff this time, a much better start actually. He's got his nose slightly ahead of Carl Swift heading towards turn number 1, but they're almost 3 abreast, because diving up the inside went Adam Blair from the third row of the grid. Contact between the leaders there, Luff is a bit sideways, Swift up the inside, 2 by 2 they run up the hill. There's another car going the wrong way further back, thankfully stays out of the barriers, and the race should be able to continue. We'll find out who that was in a moment or two. One car takes to the grass heading to Druids. It's Swift that leads the way. Luff getting his elbows out now to try and fend off Adam Blair, who gets hung out to dry down through Graham Hill Bend. That's Bradley Burns nipping back up the inside into third position as they head down the Cooper Straight for the first time, but Swift it is who has held the lead. 3 abreast into Surtees on the outside line. Adam Blair going backwards now slightly. That I think is Harry Yardley Rose in the 19 car to his outside, and Will Stacey in the blue number 48 car, the Rob Boston Racing prepared machine, nipping up the inside of Harry as they come out of the final turn. I think he's going to make that one stick, and Harry Yardley Rose in real danger here of being hung out to dry as we head for Paddock Hill Bend. So Swift leads, Burns into second position, and Matt Luff down to third. So Matt Luff lost another position there, heading down the pit straight. Off has gone the 101 car of Sam Laidlaw. I've got a funny feeling he was the car that was off at Paddock Hill Bend, but that was not Paddock Hill Bend that he'd found himself there. Change for second, no, Luff is off. Matt Luff is off at Druids. He'd gone up the inside of Bradley Burns. I don't know if there was a touch between the two of them, but Matt Luff is facing the wrong direction, and yesterday's runner-up is going to fall right to the back of the field. He's got back underway, but everybody has gone past him, and it's going to take him an awful lot of work now to get anywhere near the top half of the grid. So dramatic stuff at the start of this second race. They were so well behaved yesterday. Look at that now, a big lunge up the inside for Will Stacey, and that is for third position. Will Stacey has come alive in race number 2, and he's into a podium place. Brilliant stuff there from the former Mazda MX-5 Super Cup racer, amongst other things, and he has moved his way into a podium place. Carl Swift has checked out in front though. Bradley Burns second, Stacey third, Harry Yardley Rose at the inside of Adam Blair there for 4th position. Down to 5th place goes Sean Smith. Sean Smith has rocketed through the order. Smith is leading in the Masters category for drivers over the age of 45. He's in the number 21 car. He's got gravel on his tyres, but that's not slowing him down. He's slipped up the inside of Adam Blair, who's had a real yo-yo race so far. Started on the 3rd row, broke into the podium places early doors, and now finds himself slipping back down the order. Matt Luff, by the way, after his spin, 28th out of 29 runners. That is a disaster for Luffy, who now has to try and carve his way through the field as best he can. The leaders are heading through clearways for the 3rd time of asking. Carl Swift leading the way. That was one car pulling off at clearways. I was almost hoping it would roll back a little bit further there so I could identify who it was. It might have been the number 40, possibly. If it was number 40, then that's Joe Weaver, but we'll see if he fails to get to the line at the end of this lap. Rest of them then head through Paddock Hill Bend. Move is on perhaps now as they head towards the top of the hill, and that is Ross McCarr now at the inside of Adam Blair, who suddenly seems to have all of his pace deserting him. Bradley Burns, meanwhile, has just set the fastest lap of the race. 53.868 was a tenth quicker than the race leader. 1.5 seconds the distance. We'll see whether or not Bradley Burns, the former TCR Europe racer, is going to be able to bridge that gap and close in on the race leading car. Ross McCarr there skitters his way over the curbs, coming out of Surtees corner. It was Weaver, by the way, who's pulled off at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. He should be far enough off the track. We don't need the safety car. We should be able to help recover him into the pit lane without any race interruption. Right, leaders go through them. And, well, actually, I said that Bradley Burns had set the fastest lap. Harry Yardley Rose has set exactly the same lap time this time around, but because Burns set it first, he would get the bonus point for the fastest lap. Harry Yardley Rose, though, is using that pace now to try and challenge for 3rd place, but Will Stacey runs him right out to the edge of the track. There was a little bit of a hip check there on the exit of the corner, and Will Stacey hangs on to this 3rd position, but having broke through into 3rd with some very aggressive overtaking, he now perhaps is having to get his defending boots on. Yardley Rose, though, has been backed up into Sean Smith now as a result of that. And Sean Smith sees an opportunity maybe to convert 5th place into 4th. Matt Luff check, by the way. I've just seen him out of the window going around the outside of number 34, Alistair Lindsay, which puts him, by my reckoning, into 18th position. But of course, everyone running so close together, he has got the opportunity here to gain a few more places as the race goes on. We've still got 10.25 minutes to go. The lead gap is 1.6 seconds, so it went up 1 lap, then it went down again on that lap, but only fractionally. This is the battle for 3rd place. Harry Yardley Rose on the inside, muscles his way past Will Stacey. Neither of them make the corner, though. The inside goes the 21 of Sean Smith. They're 3 wide out of Druid's corner, and somehow Harry Yardley Rose has made that move stick. That was super aggressive under braking, but he has got back through into 3rd position. Will Stacey will not have appreciated that, though, and is trying to come back at him now. Down the Cooper Straight, goes to the outside line. Which way does Sean Smith go? He tries to nestle in on the inside line, and there isn't the space for them, so Will Stacey holds on to that position, but does now fall off the podium places. But this is proper elbows out stuff. I know I said that this was like a mini touring car series. I think the drivers have taken that to heart this morning. They are absolutely on it, and this is pretty physical stuff, but mighty entertaining to watch nonetheless. Yardley Rose then up into 3rd position. Will Stacey 4th, 5th Sean Smith. Bradley Burns has just set another fastest lap of the race of 53.843, so breaks that deadlock with Harry Yardley Rose. But of course, Harry now into clean air, might be able to go quicker again. To the outside goes Adam Blair, trying to mount a bit of a comeback now in this race. He's going around the outside of Ross McCarr, who very gentlemanly leaves him plenty of space on the exit of the turn. That means that Blair's got the inside of Graham Hill Bend, and he is going to go through. The next car behind them is Ryan Edgecombe, the sort of multicoloured car, with Danny Hobson, the blue and yellow car, not that far behind him. Tim Dorr is in the top 10 now as well. Tim is the 2nd of the Masters drivers. Regular Masters race winner in the Mazda MX-5 series is Tim. And he's into the top 10 overall. This is cracking stuff. So off Clark Curve they go then. Swift leading the way by still 1.5 seconds. I mean, there are thousandths of a second between those top two. Much the same, really, as we saw between Swift and Luff yesterday, except they're not quite as close together today, Swift and Bradley Burns. Speaking of Luffy, he is where now? 20th place. No, make that 18th place. Got past a couple of drivers on that lap. So up the inside, Blair manages to defend successfully from Ross McCarr. Backs McCarr up into Edgecombe, who looks to try and get alongside now as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend. That opens the door almost for Danny Hobson to nip up the inside. but difficult to make that move stick. Right, there is Matt Love, well picked out by the director, so 18th position then for Matt Love. That was Andrew Dyer in front of him in the number 15. His next target, then Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo and Daniel Budd not far ahead of him as well. They're about to come into picture, there they go. So Matt Love, after that really unfortunate, it must have been a bit of contact, I think, up at Druids Corner. Didn't see it on camera, but he launched up the inside at the last second. And ended up, unfortunately, getting fired off the road, but who was to blame? And we couldn't say, we didn't actually see the contact happen. But anyway, Luff won't really care about that right now. He just wants to try and make some forward progress. Dyer there goes around the outside of Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo, and Matt Luff tries to do the same thing. Can't do it into Paddock Hill Bend, but I think he will get the switch back on the exit, gets up the inside towards Druids Corner. And as long as there's not a repeat of that incident that he had early on in the race, this should be a clean and successful move. There isn't really a scratch on the Luff car, is there? So if there was contact, it was very minimal. But he has no damage to contend with, at least, and the car clearly running with good pace, because actually he set the fastest lap of the race, a 53.734, is 2/10 nearly quicker than anything Carl Swift has done in this race, so that only doubles the frustration for Matt, really, doesn't it? He had the pace in this one to challenge Swift, as he did yesterday. He's almost into the back now of Dyer as they go through clearways. We've seen Luff put some charges in the past in Civic Cup, and having to do another one here early on in his TT Cup career. Dyer now, though, actually going around the outside of another car and gaining the place. That was the 47 of Daniel Budd, but then gets edged out wide, and so Luff tries to shoot the gap in the middle. Surely he's not going to try and go through the middle of the pair of them through Druids Corner. I don't think he is. So how did that one work out? I think he managed to get past Dyer, but hasn't yet found a way past Budd. Yes, here we go. Look, he's got past Dyer, trying now to find a switchback, but Budd parks the car on the apex. Not quite well enough, though. Luff has got up the inside line down the Cooper Straight, and Matt Luff will pick up another position. Could Dyer come through with him? He's going to try it, but Daniel Budd closes the door nicely. So that puts Luff into 15th place, I believe. Sam Meager is now his next target. He's a couple of seconds up the road, so Luff in for a quieter few laps now as he tries to bridge that particular gap. The leaders, meanwhile, 1.9 seconds apart now, so Carl Swift is starting to assert his authority on this race, with Bradley Burns still second, Harry Ardley-Rose is third, Will Stacey is fourth, and it's 5th position for Sean Smith. You're not missing anything at the front because they're all pretty well spread out. This is good action, though, coming out of Druids Corner, and that is the other Budd, Charlie Budd, on the outside of Sam Laidlaw, who is trying to find a way past. Laidlaw had got to the inside into Druids Corner, but on the exit of the corner, Budd managed to get back alongside him. He tries to close the door down the Cooper Straight, but he will now have to yield the position, and Laidlaw moves through into what is 11th position. Tim Dorr is the car just ahead of them, and Tim Dorr will be very keen to hang on to 10th place overall. So unfortunately there are only 2 of these Audi races this weekend, but I'm going to start a petition for triple headers every round, because this has been thoroughly entertaining. An unfortunate start to the race, yes, but once it got going, brilliant racing, and certainly a nice showcase for how competitive this championship can be. Move attempted, or more than attempted actually, move very much engaged by Sam Meager there up the inside of Daniel Chapman. This is the group that Matt Luff is chasing actually, so there is half a chance here that Luff could steal a top 10 out of this. We do have dropped scores in the TT Cup Racing Championship, which may well come to his rescue come season's end, but he'll want to try and pick up as many places as he can. Oh, that's Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo off. That looks like a mechanical rather than driver error. So his race perhaps coming to a premature end. The lead gap on the previous lap came down by 3/10, then back out by 2/10, so Carl Swift might have made a mistake. I did notice watching trackside yesterday that Carl Swift's car was very loose. He was really struggling with rear grip, but it's tricky with these cars. They are front-wheel drive. They're only 15-minute races, but around a track like Brands Hatch, you will end up wearing those front tyres out pretty quickly, and I think a lot of the drivers have maybe gone for a slightly looser setup to try and combat that. Swift more so than most, and there were a few times where he was completely sideways into this corner clearways, into Paddock Hill Bend as well, but on no occasion did he get sideways enough to allow Matt Luff through. This race he's not had quite the same level of pressure from Bradley Burns. Took Burns a bit too long to get into second place, but Bradley's pace suggests that had he been able to get away with Swift, might have been able to give him something to think about. How does the pace compare, I wonder, to yesterday's race? Carl set the fastest lap yesterday, 53.6. Fastest lap today set by Matt Love, 53.7. Now, Chigurimbo's car, it's not quite as close to the edge of the road as that camera angle would have you believe, but it's not in an ideal position, is it? 2 3/4 minutes to go. There's no real point throwing a safety car, so they might just try and leave it there until the flag. This battle continues to rage on meanwhile. This is Steve Laidlaw now trying to find a way past Tim Dorr in the bright pink number 7 machine. Spoke to Tim at Silverstone a few weeks ago about that livery, and he said he wanted the car to stand out on the live stream. It certainly is, and he's driving it in true Tim Dorr fashion, which means we're always guaranteed to point the cameras at him. Wherever Tim Dorr goes, there is usually a battle to be enjoyed, and he really does enjoy a battle. The Aussie, who's had a few scars on the back of the car by the looks of it. Now the checkered flag has been thrown, and it's been thrown early, presumably because of the Rashan Tyler Chigurimbo car that's off the road at Graham Hill Bend. So, like I said, they would have needed a safety car. There's no point really in trundling around behind the safety car for a few minutes when we know the race is going to end anyway. And so that will be the conclusion of the race. So Carl Swift gets the win, Bradley Burns comes home in second, and Harry Yardley-Rose will complete the podium positions. Will Stacey fourth, Sean Smith fifth, with Adam Blair, Ross McCarr, Ryan Edgecombe, Danny Hobson and Tim Dorr completing the top 10, and Matt Luff's charge unfortunately had to end in 15th position. He did nick the fastest lap, but frustratingly he just caught that group of cars that was being led by Tim Dorr, so I think there was a chance he would have gained a couple of more positions. But anyway, none of this concerns Carl Swift. He takes not quite maximum points from the opening rounds of the championship, but 2 race wins, and he will be the early championship leader, and he'll be very, very happy with that. So, exciting stuff from the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. The provisional result will see Carl Swift at the top, with Bradley Burns second and Harry Yardley-Rose joining them on the podium. Will Stacey in 4th position, whilst Sean Smith in 5th is the leading Masters driver. Adam Blair was 6th ahead of Ross McCarr, Ryan Edgecombe, Danny Hobson and Tim Dorr to complete the top 10. Then it was Steve Laidlaw. Charles Budd was next, or Charlie Budd I should say, was next ahead of Sam Meager, who was 13th, not David Robb, and Daniel Chapman came home in 14th. Matt Luff, after his early off, ended up in 15th position, 16th Andrew Dyer, 17th Daniel Budd, 18th Jonathan Williams, with Paul Luty and Richard Forber completing the top 10. Alistair Lindsay was 21st, Steve Foner disappointing 22nd ahead of Patrick Booth and Paul Savage, with Sam Laidlaw, Ruby Smith and, Rashan Tyler Chigurimbo in 27th, but of course he wasn't running at the flag, so will be down as a non-finisher. So too will Weaver and Kayla as well, who did register laps on the restart but unfortunately retired to the pit lane. Well, into the pit lane is where our front-running drivers have gone, and Carl Swift, for the 2nd time this weekend, is a race winner. And for the 2nd time, we'll have the opportunity to have a chat with Richard John Neal. So Richard is in position, Carl Swift is down there, 2 times a race winner at Brands Hatch.
Carl Smith already with us, picks up the trophy and the bottle of bubbly from the our BRSCC finisher. Carl, I'm over here, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You look so cool, calm and collected. There wasn't much trouble for you in that race, to be perfectly honest.
I don't like the carnage that happened, but I needed that restart. I had a turn 1 incident where I ended up wide, slipped in 2nd place, but then got punted off at Druid, so I needed that restart, otherwise I'd have been down 8th or 10th or something. But yeah, that was a much better start. Saw the carnage behind, which is unfortunate, but we'll see.
Sometimes things fall that way, don't you? You don't get the best of it. Michael Blackburn, yesterday in the 150s that we're going to see very shortly, had a similar thing yesterday. But you have to take those.
You have, and even if it had not got red flag, you've just got to continue, keep safe. This championship with this point structure and the amount of drops we've got, it's about finishing races consistently. It's a long year.
Would you rather have a good close battle and win, or do you like being a couple of lengths down the road? And I'll say a couple of lengths, I'm understating it a little bit.
I like a good close battle as long as I'm the chaser. I hate being chased.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I hate being chased. I'll say P2 the whole race and then try for a overtake at the end, but being chased the whole race is so much pressure.
So a double, and with everybody in the racing as well, isn't it? So I think you had 3 on the bounce last year. You gonna match that next time out?
Well, we'll see. I'm all right at Snetterton. It's not really a favourite, but the pace is all right there. But we'll see. What happens, what happens.
One thing for sure, we're looking forward to seeing you there and the rest of the cast. Well done, Carl Smith. Super double this weekend. Very well done indeed. So let's move on. 2nd position. Nice to chat to Bradley Burns again. Where's Bradley? Congratulations, mate. Lovely to see you. We'll get you over here. Bit of Strictly Come Dancing there. And yeah, lovely to see you. I think last time I saw you about my height. Now you're about 8'10", so Juniors. Fiesta Juniors, yeah. And good second place, but again a lonely race probably.
Yeah, it was a bit lonely at the beginning. It was big battle, good battle with the other cars, and then yeah, had a bit of contact with Matt unfortunately, but after that just put my head down, didn't look in the mirrors and just tried to catch Carl, but he was just off. Got a slight problem with the engine at the moment, so a bit down on power, so hopefully we'll get that sorted for the next one, and then should be good.
There's a lot of people sort of finding their way a little bit. How much testing did you do? And obviously had a serious look at this before you came in.
Yeah, as I say, I drove Luke's car last year and then decided to build one. I think I'd done 2 test days at Donington, and then came here for a Thursday test, and that was it then into the weekend. But yeah, I think we'll do a bit more testing, sort out a few little issues, and then yeah, should be good for Snetterton hopefully.
It's been great to have you in the championship. Well done on P2. Sorry to cut the interview short. We've got cars coming onto the grid as well. And Harry Yardley-Rose, another quick interview, Harry. Superb double podium this weekend. Is that as much as you wanted?
Yeah, I mean, 2 third places. I didn't really lose any positions, didn't really gain any, so it's quite a good result really. But yeah, that was a difficult race. Like dropped down to 5th, had to battle my way back through. Really, really difficult, but you know, I managed to pull it back off again, so I'm quite happy with that.
It's great to see, and a nice bit of battling. And Snetterton next up, so hopefully we'll see you on the podium there.
Yeah, hopefully. Snetterton's quite one of my strong circuits, so I like the Snetterton quite a lot. So hopefully I'll be in the top 3 or maybe even higher than that. So yeah, I hope for a big good weekend there.
Congratulations on the double podium. Lovely to see you. We'll see you next time out. Harry Yardley-Rose. I think we've got time to chat to our Masters winner, Sean Smith, if he's here. There he is, having a chat. Sean, we'll get you over here. Well done. We've got the celebratory. What's the celebratory drink that we've got there? Is that energy drink, is it?
Energy One, Ruby's new sponsor.
Right.
So, and I just promoting it for her.
Yeah. So, yeah. Both podium interviews so far, you've been talking about Ruby. Let's talk about you. You were closer to the outright podium that time as well.
Yeah, we got a good start as well. Obviously after the incident, got a good start and the car felt really good. Matt Roche done a few changes last night on the car, but we're still learning every time, and it's learning front wheel drive. I've never driven it. Only ever driven rear wheel drive, so it's learning. I've never done a standing start either, because Legend's a rolling start. So I've never done a start, never driven front wheel drive. So we're learning as we're going, but we're obviously moving forward. Still got a bit of a gap to these boys though with the Area Motorsport. They're very quick, so it's gonna more testing I think now, more fitness.
Love to see you all closer together at the next round. Brilliant stuff. Well done, Sean. Double podium, and we'll catch up with you next time.
Lovely, thank you.
Sean Smith, Masters winner there, and our top 3. Brilliant to see them. Brilliant also to see the Vinyl Detail 150s on track. It's the Vinyl Countdown with Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Richard. That was one of your better ones. Yes, it is the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship coming up next. The grid as follows. The green flag lap underway already, so we'll rattle through this. Michael Blackburn on pole with Matthew Pimlett alongside. Dan Robinson and Dylan Davis on row number 2 with Liam Browning and Paul Dobson sharing row number 3. Row 4 then for Chris Grimes and Dan Wyke, although it seems now Dan Wyke is there ahead of Max Buxton. Then it will be Stephanie Saw and Adam Vickers, with Alec Townley and Jade Goodwin completing the top 12. Anthony Sullivan and Matthew Morton next, ahead of Neil Marsh and Paul Dobson, with then Graham Malem and Ron Lufstad at the 9th row, row 10 for Mark Blunt and Tudor Stefan Nachita, with Alex Sprange and Sam Watkins at the back of the grid. So the ST150s coming towards the conclusion of their green flag lap. This is sort of the baby brother, if you like, of the ST240s that we had earlier on out on track. These are the Mark 6 Fiesta STs, less powerful. 150 brake horsepower for the Mark 6 cars, but nice that there is still a home for the Mark 6s, and clearly an appetite for them. 22 of them on the grid this weekend, and it's a good sort of stepping stone on that tin top racing ladder if you want to go the Blue Oval route. Then you could even go out of Fiesta Juniors into this championship if you wanted to, although many of the youngsters tend to make the leap straight up into the ST240s these days, but the ST150s, which were sort of born out of the old XR Challenge, are now very much an established championship, and again, they tend to run alongside the ST240s, which this year are full season support series for TCR UK, so we'll see a lot of the ST150s as the year goes on. So Michael Blackburn and Matt Pimblett on the front row together, then the green flag's been waved at the back of the grid, and the red light goes out now, and away we go. Very aggressive start there from, I think that was Dylan Davis from the outside of row number 2, diving down to the inside line, but I think that's really going to work for him. He's going to, well, it was going to work, but then he seemed to miss a gear, and that stacks everybody up, and I thought for a moment we were going to have a repeat of the incident from the TTs earlier on, but they all gathered it together, luckily, and we get out of Paddock Hill Bend unscathed. Blackburn leads the way then, Pimblett is in second, it's side by side still for third position, and I think that is now Dylan Davis trying to go around the outside, but that's not quite going to pay off, so drops back in line behind Dan Robinson. So grid order at the front. Beg your pardon, sorry, that's Chris Grimes actually up into fourth position. So maybe it was Grimes that I saw making that really good start. Along the Cooper Straight they go then towards Surtees, and cleanly does it through the opening sequence of corners. Towards the braking zone at Clearways they go. And well out wide goes, who's that, 91, that's Liam Browning, who's moved up from the City Car Cup into the ST150s. That's an interesting step from the very low-powered front-wheel drive machines in the City Car Cup into the slightly more powerful hot hatches. But Browning making a bit of a mistake there at Clearways, loses a position by the time he gets to Paddock Hill Bend. Dan Wyke now moves up behind him to try and challenge, but Michael Blackburn leads by nearly a second at the end of lap 1. From Pimblett second, Robinson third, Grimes fourth, and Liam Browning in fifth position. Up the inside goes Stephanie Saw to gain a position there at the expense of Max Buxton. That was for eighth position. Wyke taking some very aggressive lines. He's carrying the Vinyl Detail sponsorship, championship sponsors of the ST150s, as you might have gathered from Richard's introduction. And the championship, as I said, continuing to grow nicely. Nice to have their continued sponsorship as well for the 2024 season. Out of the last corner they go then towards the timing line. Michael Blackburn was 9/10 of a second up on Matt Pimblett. I'd say that's come down slightly, yeah, 6.5 tenths now then between the top two. Blackburn leading still. Blackburn with the pink background to his number denotes that he is one of the Masters drivers. This has become a common class now to be found across pretty much all of the BRSCC championships, a Masters championship for drivers over the age of 45. But as we've seen on several occasions already today, that doesn't mean that they're the slow drivers. Often it just means that with experience comes extra pace, and we're definitely seeing that from Michael Blackburn, who had a lot of success back in the XR Challenge days. And in the ST150s, he was one of the few XR Challenge drivers actually who were really able to get to grips with the ST150s quite quickly. A lot of the XR drivers didn't really like the ST150s because they're very, very stiff, whereas an XR2 in particular, was always very softly sprung and quite spongy, and you could sort of roll it through the corners. These you've got to drive completely differently, even though it is the sort of next generation of Fiesta. They drive completely differently, and so lots of those XR Challenge drivers just could not figure it out and have now gone on to do other things instead. But it has brought with it a new generation of Fiesta driver, and the ST150 Championship continuing to go strong. New fastest lap for Blackburn then, just to illustrate my point that he's definitely got to grips with the newer shape Fiesta. A 58.78, the new fastest lap, as around the outside attempts to go down Wyke, and ahead of them, I thought I spotted this is Chris Grimes versus Dylan Davis for fourth position. So Dylan Davis looking to try and find a way through, gets the switchback coming out of Graham Hill, then gets squeezed over onto the grass though. Oh, that was close. He's still coming, he's not backing down, and does now get the place going into Surtees, but that was very robust defence from Chris Grimes, who did not want to let him through too easily. The cars hop and skip their way through Clearways corner. There is Liam Browning, so still ahead of Dan Wyke, but now with Stephanie Saw on their tail. So Stephanie having a good run here, 8th position at the moment, and looking to try and gain some more ground. Across the line they all go then. And interesting to see whether or not Grimes can get away now. Sorry, Davis can get away now from Grimes, I should say, having made that position at the end of the previous lap. through Druid's corner they go. Anyone going to duck out of line and make a challenge? Dan White tries it. Oh, so close. But I think he is pushing Browning round Druids there, but not overly aggressive, just sort of tapping a bit of Morse code onto the back of the 91 car, letting him know he's there. Does the same again at Graham Hill then, but Browning is driving a brilliant defensive line here. He's defending on the way into the corner. That slows him down on the exit and could lead to a switchback move, but he parks it on the apex, waits until he feels that bump in the rear of his car, and that tells him that White's momentum has been stalled out, but not into clearways. It's not. He launches up the inside. That was a lovely move from White, and it elbows the Liam Browning car out wide and opens the door for Stephanie Saw to come through as well. So this could be 2 places lost for Liam Browning. He's on the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend. That's not often a good place to be. And actually, Stephanie Saw is ahead by 35 thousandths of a second at the line anyway. She's got the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend and does go through. New fastest lap, by the way, set by Sam Watkins, all the way down in 13th position. So Sam Watkins catching this group, and is that smoke from Dan White's car? I think it might have been. Browning gets a headbutt from his teammate, Stephanie Saw. Yes, it was smoke from Dan White's car. He's off the road at Druids. So there was something going on with the right front corner of that car, and another one is off now as well. That's Goodwin. Is the fluid coming out of Dan White's machine, I wonder then, because Goodwin did not seem to have any control of the number 42 car there. The next few cars are getting through Druids okay. Could be unrelated then, but there was suddenly a bit of smoke out of the front of Dan White's machine. Off he went at low speed, and then behind him, at slightly higher speed, went Jade Goodwin. So Jade Goodwin into the gravel, and because she's in the gravel, there is going to be a safety car. So the safety car back out again. And Jade Goodwin, unfortunately, beached in the gravel trap a long way off the road as well, so that's going to take quite a bit of effort from the marshals to get her back underway. There you can see double wave yellows, safety car board is out, the field slows down. That's a shame for Michael Blackburn, because Michael had that nice little lead. It was 0.8 of a second at the end of the previous lap, but he'd already backed off a little bit, I think, there, because he saw the safety car around. Now, there is a slippery surface flag out, I noticed, on the run into Druids. That suggests that the marshals have seen something that they don't like, and something that perhaps suggests the fact there's a bit of fluid on the road, maybe. So there you can see it, the surface flag. It's not actually called a slippery surface flag, it's just called a surface flag, because it doesn't necessarily mean that the surface is slippery, it just means there's something on the surface that shouldn't be there. So it could be something slippery, it could be a bit of bodywork, a bit of debris or something that's come off a car, just to warn the other drivers that that it's there, basically, and they should be aware of it. Doesn't mean that they have to slow down, not like a yellow flag, which does mean that you have to slow down and not overtake. You can do whatever you like under a surface flag, but obviously it is advisable to take a little bit of more cautious approach. So Michael Blackburn then leads the way, Matthew Pimblett second, Daniel Robinson in third, Dylan Davis fourth, Chris Grimes fifth, Liam Browning sixth, ahead of Stephanie Saw having a good run, as I said, in seventh, Aidan Vickers is eighth, Paul Dobson is ninth, and Anthony Sullivan completing the top 10. So Blackburn so far with a perfect performance, and now has a safety car restart, or will have a safety car restart to try and deal with. There is Goodwin's car. Now they've pushed it back a little bit, I think, but they are going to need to attach a tow truck to it, and a tow truck is not in sight yet. So for some reason taking a bit of time to get the recovery vehicle up to Druids. I mean, this is going to take a couple of laps, I reckon, to get sorted, and they may also feel that they need to move Dan White's car. You can just see that off in the distance on corner exit up against the barrier. So Dan White, that car is sort of out of the way, but I don't know whether it will be deemed to be in a dangerous enough position that it needs moving. But yeah, for some reason taking a while to get the recovery vehicle over to Druids. Spectators less than impressed with another safety car, but I hope they've enjoyed the racing that we have had, because when we have had uninterrupted racing, it's been fantastic all day long. We haven't really even got to the main event yet, with TCR UK's first race to come a little bit later on. We're still waiting on updated timings for that TCR race, by the way. It's due to start at 1:50. I imagine it will still start at 1:50, but the lunchtime break and the grid walk may be curtailed slightly, because we're supposed to be into that grid walk in about 5 minutes, and that's not happening, obviously, because we've got this race and a Fiesta Junior race to go before we even think about a lunch break. So we'll do our very best to get some build up on the grid from probably about 1:30 at the latest for the TCR UK Championship, but we will roll straight into that build up as soon as we're done with our Fiesta racing. So make sure you stay tuned. Both TCR UK races this afternoon in the same place. So an opportunity for some of the spectators to enjoy a little snack, bite to eat. They're probably going to have their lunch now because most of them will be wanting to spend the lunch break out on the grid amongst the TCR cars, which is going to be a feature, I'm told, at almost, if not every, TCR event this year. We're going to have an opportunity for fans to get out onto the track on the grid walk. So that's a fantastic addition, something that not many other championships out there will let you do, really. You don't have to purchase a VIP pass, you don't have to be a hospitality member, you don't even have to pay a penny. You just have to turn up in the right place in the paddock, and you will be let out onto the grid to mingle with the stars of the show in TCR UK. Chat to the drivers, get some pictures with the cars. Fantastic initiative for 2024. We've done it in the past, but to do it for every round, hopefully this year, is going to be mega. Right then, whilst I've been wittering on about TCR, the Fiestas that were in places they shouldn't be have been recovered. Now, interestingly, they've got Goodwin's car out of the way. She's driving it down the grass. That is Dan White's car, which I thought had pulled over with a mechanical issue, but it's been towed off the grass, where I don't really think it was stuck. I think the engine had just stopped. And is now being driven back to the pit lane under its own steam. It will take the back entrance into the pit lane, which it has done now, so it's off the track. I can't see out of the window any fluid coming out of that car, which presumably they would have assessed first before letting it back out on the track. You would hope they would have done anyway. So the track should be clear. There is Goodwin's car out of the way. So both cars are now out of the way. The recovery vehicles are off track as well. We should go racing again at the end of this lap, and it will be Michael Blackburn leading the field to the restart with probably 2.5 minutes to go. So we're not going to have a lot of racing left, not a lot of defending really for Michael Blackburn to have to do. So see whether or not Matthew Pimlett's got an answer for the race-long race leader, whether or not they're going to be able to find a way past him. Daniel Robinson, of course, in third position, also benefiting from this because he's caught back up to the leaders. So lights out on the safety car then. It accelerates away. And Michael Blackburn trying to go with it. Actually, I think he's seen an opportunity here. Rather than bunching everybody back together like you normally would on a safety car restart, he's just gone. And as long as he doesn't catch the safety car, which I don't think he will, he has nailed this. This is a perfect restart. Look at that. He's timed it to perfection. He's not allowed to pass the safety car before it gets into the pit lane. That was perfect. What a brilliant restart that was from Michael Blackburn. And it might be because Matthew Pimlett's got a problem. Pimlett's in the pit lane from second place, and that has ruined any chance that the rest of them had of going after Blackburn, because Blackburn crosses the line 4 seconds nearly ahead of the rest of the pack. So it's now Robinson second, Dylan Davis third, and Chris Grimes in fourth position. But that was a brilliant restart from Blackburn. He did go early, but I think that was just compounded by the fact that Pimlett was going slowly and had to head for the pit lane. So the race gets back underway without him. Bit of side-by-side action there further back in the top 10, but the race leader is already at Graham Hill Bend and checking out from this battle that's going on behind. Liam Browning there, Chris Grimes there, having a little look up the inside of Dylan Davis and almost scared Dylan off the track there. Dylan well beyond track limits as they came off Graham Hill Bend, but he kept his foot in it, didn't really lose too much momentum. Was a place changing hands further back. I think that was Aidan Vickers maybe losing a spot to Paul Dobson. Double check that at the end of the lap. The leaders though come out through Clearways and Clark Curve to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race. Another driver worth keeping an eye on, I think, here is Sam Watkins. Sam Watkins is 11th at the moment. Remember, he had set the fastest lap of the race, but Dan Robinson has just stolen that from him actually. And that lap was a full 9/10 quicker than the race leader. So it's a good job Blackburn had such a good restart. The inside there does go Sam Watkins, and we picked him up at just the right time. And that was Sam Watkins getting past Anthony Sullivan for 8th position. So Watkins, the red car with the white bumper, is looking pretty rapid now on this restarted race. There goes Alec Townley in the Rapid Fit Ford-inspired livery. Brilliantly turned out car that one is, the number 4 Fiesta. The rest of the pack heading towards Surtees about to start the final lap. There are the two teammates coming through. These have been tied together all race, haven't they? Liam Browning just ahead of Stephanie Saw, who is really starting to ask some questions of the 5th place man. Looks to try and get a good run out of Clearways and Clark Curve to Stephanie, but there's just nowhere to go. Everywhere she goes, she's got a face full of Liam Browning, who is defending well. He'll be used to that, again, from his City Car Cup days, where the racing was often absolutely bumper to bumper. Double-waved yellows there across the line. What's that all about? Someone off at Paddock Hill Bend? Don't see anyone off at Paddock Hill Bend, but there were double-waved yellows across the timing line there. There's a car, I believe, pulled off on the inside of the pit straight that I hadn't spotted, so that's why the yellow flags were out. Who is that car then, I wonder? Oh yes, just on pit exit, and helpfully can't see the number. There we go. It's that is Aidan Vickers, isn't it? Who I'd spotted slowing a lap ago, and unfortunately was slowing to a stop as he went towards turn number 1, so that won't require a stoppage. We're on the final lap anyway now. Michael Blackburn looked like he was going to have a pretty difficult time of this, but that spectacularly good restart means he's been able to coast it home. It might have been different if Robinson had been able to go with him, though, because Robinson has been closing in, but he's going to ultimately run out of time. The checkered flag waves, and it waves for Michael Blackburn. Second goes to Dan Robinson, and Dylan Davis, who in fairness was going with him there, finishes in 3rd. The rest of them cycle through as well. Blackburn, the Masters class winner as well in that race. Which was a bit of a race of attrition, wasn't it, in the end? But certainly still provided plenty of entertainment. And the ST150s, who had a race yesterday, I think I'm right in saying, have another race later on this afternoon. Yes, they do, just before the second TCR race this afternoon. Michael Blackburn will be aiming for a hat-trick. Pretty perfect way to start the season, that would be. Didn't take the fastest lap in that race. I think it's worth pointing out, though, that Michael did back off after he built that big lead. His last few laps were about a second off the pace. I don't think that's because he had a problem. If he did, I'm sure he'll mention it to Richard John Neal in a minute or two, but I think he was just sort of stroking it home, knowing he had a big lead over Robinson, but Robinson at the flag was only 1.4 seconds back, having started 3 seconds behind. So, provisional result then for the final details. Fiesta ST150 Challenges, second round of the season. Michael Blackburn the winner, with Dan Robinson in second, Dylan Davis third, Chris Grimes fourth, and Liam Browning came home fifth, ahead of Stephanie Saw, Paul Dobson, Sam Watkins, Anthony Sullivan, and Alec Townley in 10th. Mark Blunt was 11th, ahead of Matthew Morton, Tudor Nachita, and Alex Strange in 14th position. A guest driver, so doesn't score points. Graham Malem does, though. He was 15th, ahead of Neil Marsh and Ron Lufstad. Aidan Vickers, unfortunately, retired off-road in the latter stages. Matt Pimlett retired to the pit lane on the restart. Dan Wyke and Jade Goodwin brought about a safety car after they both went off in seemingly unrelated incidents at Druids, whilst Max Buxton was an early retiree to the pit lane as well. So, ST150 action concludes for now, but they will, as I said, have that race to come a little bit later on in the day. And we'll wait to see whether Michael Blackburn's going to be able to make that a hat-trick of victories, or will Dan Robinson or Dylan Davis be able to give him a bit more of a fight. So, one more race to go before lunch. That will be the second round of the championship, or second race of the weekend, I should say, for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. So the juniors are out next for their first racing action on the Sunday here of this TCR UK event at Brands Hatch. And then we'll be into the build-up for race number 2 of TCR UK. And that, remember, is the reversed grid race. So that arguably the one really worth tuning in for. If race 1 was as exciting as it was yesterday, then race 2 should be even more so. We'll be down on the grid in half an hour or so with the pre-race build-up for that one. So just waiting for word that Richard John Neal is ready with some drivers, and we'll then be able to get all of the thoughts from our podium finishers. Michael Blackburn, in particular, will be happy with another win. And I really can't wait to get his thoughts on that safety car restart, whether that was just him timing it to perfection, or whether there was perhaps a little bit of an issue. Well, there obviously was some sort of issue developing for Matthew Pimlett, but whether that was the reason for the big gap that Blackburn pulled, I'm not really sure. Beautiful day it's turning into. The sun just starting to break through the clouds now, definitely getting warmer here, and a big crowd on hand. That Paddock Hill Bend Grandstand, every time I see it, it gets fuller and fuller, and I'm sure after lunch it will be even busier in there. There is the Aidan Vickers car being towed back. Not sure what the issue was there. That car just seemed to lose all power coming out of the final corner. and pulled over onto the grass on driver's right at pit exit. Well, that car is recovered. Before we get the Fiesta Juniors out on track, let's head down once more to Richard John Neal.
Make mine a double. Michael Blackburn can't drink and drive on the way home, but a double win. Super way to start the weekend and indeed the season.
Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't expect this weekend. There's a good level of competition. So I expected my work cut out, and I expected this weekend being about collecting points. But 2 wins, yeah, it's brought a smile to my face.
Wasn't too. They did manage to get restarted. I wonder whether they were going to put the checker out, but you had a little bit of finality to the race anyway.
Yeah, you could see how quickly the marshals have cleared it up. So I have a timer in my car, tells me how far I'm into the race. So I knew like 11 minutes or so when it looks like they were clearing it up. So I knew we were getting a restart. And I think Matt behind me must have had a problem, because at the restart I must have had good 10, 12 lengths. I just brought it home last few laps. Yeah, the easiest bringing it home to the checkered flag I've had that.
I'm not going to ask about race 3. We'll get there when we get there, because I hate putting pressure on people. But good weekend so far, lovely weather. And are you reacquainting yourself to this Brands Hatch circuit?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely brilliant. It's just everything, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's hard, it's difficult, it punishes mistakes and rewards commitment. Everything a driver wants.
Nice one, well done, Michael. We'll see you for race 3. Michael Blackburn, our winner. Second position goes to Daniel Robinson. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Daniel again. Well done. It will be a quick one because we've got cars on track, and I apologise for that, but well done. 2 podiums out of 2.
Yeah, I was hoping to be one better, but I mean, with the long safety car, I can't complain. Understeer was quite bad because it seems to be really warm out there, but yeah, it's a good race.
Much in the tank for race 3?
Not a huge amount left, but we'll give it a go. It's reverse grid, I think, so we'll be starting a bit further back, but yeah, you can overtake around here, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Nice one. Well done, Daniel. Congratulations. Thanks very much. And I want to grab a quick word. This is important because it's the first podium in the championship for Dylan Davis. Well done, Dylan. Many congratulations. I think only your second meeting you did a guest run at Silverstone last year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I've just been doing karting since I was about 8 years old, and then this is my second time in the car, so it's pretty good to come third.
And obviously you're making the choice to come into the 150s. Good championship for a karter to move into?
Yeah, I mean, the car handles really well, and the tyres aren't the grippiest, but it's a good way of learning how to drive cars quick, so it's nice to drive.
Well, congratulations on the first podium. Hopefully we'll get longer chats in the future. I know this is going to be the first of many. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Dylan Davis, remember the name. First time podium in the championship. The cars are already getting ready for their green flag laps. So it's going to have to be a quick grid for the Fiesta Juniors. Over to you once again, Andy. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Yep, second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship sees Jensen O'Neill going line up on pole position alongside Jacob Hodgkiss on row 1. Row 2 then for Finn Leslie and Tommy Harfield, with Thomas Merritt and Jensen Mason together on row number 3. Row 4, Billy Blockley and Henry Foote, with Callie Clifford and Alfie Garford completing the top 10. Jack Burgess and Ben Doughty are together on row number 6. Row 7. For Aaron Beattie and Harry Lindley, Michael Wheeler and Hayden Gray are together on row 8. Row 9, Maggie Webster and Atlanta Le Breton, with Josh Watts, George Foxlow, Daniela Sutton, the scholarship winner, and Archie Davis at the back of the grid. So yesterday's race, Jensen O'Neill going was victorious. He won the race from pole. He led every lap, but he only won by 0.6 of a second. Jacob Hodgkiss gave him a run for his money, definitely. It was an entertaining first race of the weekend, which Jensen O'Neill going won. Now, you'll notice he is still at the wheel of one of the Mark 6 Ford Fiestas. It had been quite well publicised actually pre-season that he was going to be moving into one of the new Mark 7s. It's the last year that the Mark 6 cars are able to be run in the Junior Championship, and Jensen made a decision at the last minute to stick with the Mark 6 for a couple of reasons. I think he's had a bit more experience in this car, probably prefers it, but also this is the very same chassis that Aaron Thompson used to win the 2015 Fiesta Junior Championship in. Now, Jensen must have been barely out of a pram at that age. He was a very, very young boy indeed, but remembers distinctly watching Aaron win the championship in this very car, and since it's the last year that this car will be eligible for the championship, he wanted to give it a proper send-off and race it, he hopes, to championship glory once again. Unfortunately, Tommy Harfield isn't going to enjoy too much glory in this race. His car is conked out on the green flag lap, and he's being pushed out of the way up at Paddock Hill Bend. Hopefully that won't lead to a delay for the start. maybe a small one, but not massive. I think they've got the car out of the way. But there is fluid that it's left on the pit straight. So Marshall's now running out to put cement dust down. And this might now mean we have to wait just a minute or two for a start to the race. So Jenson O'Neill going starts up on pole position in a car that has championship winning pedigree. And Jenson, we know, is a very, very quick driver. Has proven that already. This is not the first time the Fiesta Juniors have raced this season. They did have a non-championship event at Silverstone a few weeks ago, the sort of bit of a pre-season shakedown for the teams and drivers. But this is the first championship scoring event. And after one race yesterday, Jenson O'Neill going, of course, taking the early advantage in the championship. Jacob Hodgkiss, second place in that race yesterday. Well, he's familiar with second place because that's where he finished in the championship last year. But that was after a brilliant fight back through the second half of the season. He won 3 out of the final 6 races last year. And including the 2 final ones here at Brands Hatch, with fastest lap as well. He scored maximum points here at Brands Hatch last season, but not able to do that this time around. A strong second place is not a bad start to his weekend, but yeah, he will now be desperate to try and beat Jenson O'Neill going if he can. So there you can see the line of fluid that's been left by the car on the beginning of the green flag lap of Tommy Harfield, and that's going to require a lot of cement dust. And because this now is turning into a significant delay in the restart of the race, I would imagine we'll probably end up with another green flag lap as well. You don't really want to set this lot loose on cold tyres into Paddock Hill Bend, which was the scene of drama at the beginning of one of the races at the back end of the year in 2023, but did produce a very dramatic and exciting championship deciding event. So, long line of cement dust now, and that's right on the racing line as well, going into paddock. There is Jenson O'Neill going, son of Jamie going, the man behind the Jam Sport camp. And Jamie really, really wants to try and have a good season in 2024. For his team, for his son, it would be a very special moment if they could win the championship in one of these Mark 6 Fiestas. Jenson so far showing that he's got the ability to do just that. So Marshall's back at work. They've had a busy time, those particular Marshals, haven't they? The Marshals posted at Paddock Hill Bend. You must know as a marshal, if you find out that's your post at the start of a day, that you're not going to have much time to sit back and relax and enjoy the racing. There's always going to be something for you to deal with at paddock. It's a very tricky section of circuit. I've seen drama at the start of races, but throughout races up there, it's the best place to try and launch an overtake, but it's a difficult place to make an overtake. It can very easily end up going wrong. That's without something slippery on the racing service to contend with. Doors open on a few of the cars there. Drivers, of course, will have been sat in these cars for a little while now, because before we ever see them on track, they are in the assembly area, normally before the preceding race has actually begun. So they sit there for at least 20 minutes or so. And if that race is delayed for whatever reason, then they're in there for even longer. Some of them like to get out, but others prefer to just stay in the car and stay in the zone, so to speak. And means they just sit there sort of slowly baking in the cars, in their fireproof overalls, in their helmets, and then to have to come and sit out on the grid for all this time with the heart rate pounding is not ideal for them either, is it really? But the start delayed board has been shown, so the drivers all know now that they will get another green flag lap. And unfortunately, we'll just have to wait it out, but I think the marshals should be nearly getting there now. It's not a hugely long line of fluid that's been left there. Hoping this won't take too much longer. So there you can see Jacob Hodgkiss, front row of the grid as well. We will not have Tommy Harfield now then on row number 2. Thomas Merritt and Jensen Mason behind might try and take advantage of that little bit of clear track. Yesterday's race ended a little bit prematurely after an incident up at Druids for Josh Watson, George Foxlow. But before that, only Daniela Sutton had retired from the race. Archie Davis retired on the first lap, so was basically a non-starter. But Jensen O'Neill Going managed to deal with all of the pressure that he was under race long, really, from Jacob Hodgkiss, and came home a winner. Jacob, of course, will argue that had he had the remaining 2 or 3 laps to try and find a way by, he might have had a chance of doing so, but I think Jensen will tell us that he had it all under control. Nothing really seems to faze Jensen O'Neill Going, does it? I mean, he'd had a few things thrown at him over the last 8 months or so that would faze most people of his age. His very first start in the championship did not go according to plan at Donington Park, with a pretty horrendous accident down the Craner curves. He got out of the car and was immediately wanting to know if they had a spare car for him to jump into for the rest of the weekend. Just desperate to go racing. That's all that family knows, really. And Jensen very much taking after his father, Jamie, who himself was a successful Fiesta racer for a number of years, amongst other things. And he has passed a lot of that education on to his son. I know Jamie's done a lot of track days and driver coaching with Jensen as well. So we are almost there, I think, now. Marshals appear to be heading back to their posts. Another green flag lap will take place. And then we will have a race restart. Over how long, I don't know. At the moment, it's still saying... Well, I suppose the race hasn't technically started yet, so they can't very well shorten it, can it? Can they? So 15 minutes, the duration, we hope. And that will give us enough time for... Oh, sorry. As I say that, the time gets shortened to 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, the new race distance. So as we have to, because, I mean, we are now running quite a long way behind. I know I said earlier on we've got time to play with in the schedule, but we are now something like 20-odd minutes behind time. So we have to, unfortunately, rattle through things. And the juniors... will they only get 2 races, I think I'm right in saying. No, absolutely not. They have another race at the end of the day as well, so they will... it's their own time they're wasting, as my teacher used to say to me. It's them that will perhaps have to have their race shortened at the end of the day. Not that this was particularly anyone's fault, this was just a mechanical failure, but it has led to a shortened race and a delayed start. But we're not that far away now. The green flag has waved. Cars making their way around the track, led by Jensen O'Neill Going, yesterday's race winner. And Jacob Hodgkiss will have a plan, I'm sure, of what he wants to do here at the start. Much is always made of the so-called disadvantage of starting from pole position here at Brands Hatch, but it doesn't always work out that way, and I think that Jacob knows he can't rely on Jensen getting a poor start. Jensen didn't get a poor start yesterday. So Jacob will be, I think, quite aware of the fact that he's got a steep challenge ahead of him here to try and wrestle the victory away. But early days in the championship, the temptation is there, isn't it? Just to sort of settle for second, bank the points. But you never know if you're going to get another chance to win races later on this season. Hodgkiss knows that he should be a regular front runner, but Jensen O'Neill Going, every time he's been out on the track, really, in these cars, has been almost impossible to beat. He was the dominant driver, really, at Silverstone at that non-championship event a month ago. And now sort of establishing himself as the early season championship favourite as well. He brings them very slowly through Clearways and Clark Curve. Weaving around a bit, but not weaving around massively to get heat into the tyres. Now he starts to do so a bit more aggressively. Jacob Hodgkiss, wanting to get on with this, has actually overtaken him on the way to the grid. So he pulls in on the outside line. So Jensen O'Neill Going then pulls into position. He really is taking his time over this, coming very, very slowly down the start-finish straight. I hope he hasn't got a problem. He's still weaving around as if he's just trying to get heat into the tyres, but Jacob Hodgkiss has arrived in second place much sooner than Jensen O'Neill Going has arrived in first. I'm not really sure what the rule is on that. I guess Jensen, you could argue, wasn't really keeping minimum speed, was he there? But anyway, he does now get onto pole. He angles the car uphill in order to try and get the best launch possible and hopefully arrive at Paddock Hill Bend in the race lead, but he's not going to have an uncontested run into the first corner, is he? Jacob Hodgkiss is going to be challenging him. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. And let's get 10 minutes of Fiesta Junior action underway then. Jensen O'Neill going scrabbling for grip on the inside line. Does get a good launch, actually. And Jacob Hodgkiss has no choice but to slot in behind him. So O'Neill going leads the way. Hodgkiss in second position. And that looks like Finn Leslie in the red machine, who has held on to third. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Bit of leaning on each other in the midfield. One car is sideways, but gathers it together. I think we got away with that. That was Maggie Webster, I think, who got sideways, but managed to keep control. And Jensen O'Neill going then leads them down the hill out of Druid's corner for the first time, and looks to try and make good his escape then, which he is doing so far. Down the Cooper Straight they go then for the first time, with Hodgkiss in second position then. Through the left-hander at Surtees, careful on that right rear tyre. That's the last tyre to get any real heat into it in a front-wheel drive machine. They seem to have handled that pretty well. On the first lap, launch up the inside. Is that Watts, maybe? No, it was the 33 of Aaron Beattie gaining a position. As they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve, then and up towards Paddock Hill Bend at full speed for the first time. Jensen O'Neill going straight onto the cement dust, throwing a smoke screen up behind him, maybe trying to use that to try and distract Jacob Hodgkiss. It did not, and Hodgkiss actually had a really good run out of Paddock Hill Bend and closes right in on the rear bumper of the race leader. Into Druids, hurls the car in. You can see that the Mark 6s and Mark 7s, they do handle a bit differently. The 6s seem a bit stiffer. They seem to rotate a little bit easier on corner entry. The Mark 7s, you really have to throw into the corner to get the front end to bite. But despite that, there is parity between the two cars. There isn't one car that is any quicker than the others. That's a lot of work has gone into ensuring that's the case. That's why we saw such a close competition yesterday between O'Neill going and Hodgkiss. There's Alfie Garford heading through Clearways corner, the Weir Tools liveried car. He's got Henry Foote behind. And Henry might have to go a bit defensive here on the run into Paddock Hill Bend, because Alfie was within a car's length or so as they headed for the line. The braking zone, they are there somewhere in the dust. You can't really see them very well. Hopping over the curb there goes Garford. And that was, sorry, excuse me, that's Billy Block there, beg your pardon. Billy Block, he's got ahead of Henry Foote on that lap, so it's actually Billy who's challenging Alfie for 6th position. Lead gap is half a second. Hodgkiss is getting away from Finn Leslie, who on occasion last year looked every bit as quick as these two. And in fairness, has maybe picked the pace up a little bit on this second lap of the race. Third lap of the race, I should say. There is Beattie in 11th position. Josh Watts is the car just ahead in 10th. Behind is Ben Doty, who is trying to find a way back through and goes up the inside line. Lovely move into Clearways. That was textbook there from Benjamin. Slips through then into 11th position. And Ben Doughty is running one of the Mark 7s. There is a rookie class as well, which runs across both the Mark 6s and Mark 7s. O'Neill going is officially a rookie, although he's done the odd race in the championship in the past. It's his first full season campaign, so he's down as a rookie driver. Launching up the inside there, that is Callie Clifford on Henry Foote. So Callie Clifford into 8th place, another one of the Jam Sport Mark 6s. That was another nice move into Druid's corner. It's sometimes quite difficult to overtake into Druid's because you can brake quite late into the right-hand hairpin because you're braking steeply uphill. That shortens the braking zone, makes out braking another driver quite tricky, but no one told Callie Clifford. That was a lovely move made, and now another one might be made into Clearways. Is there a gap on the inside of Billy Blockley? Well, there was, but Callie wasn't quite close enough to fill that gap. And so Callie Clifford will have to wait for a better opportunity. Across the line they go. O'Neill going is getting away, and actually, yeah, Finn Leslie must have been listening to me because he's actually harassing Jacob Hodgkiss now, much more than Jacob is troubling the race leader. Hodgkiss a bit wide out of Paddock Hill Bend. Is there a move made into Druid's corner? Leslie thought about it, then had to jink back to the outside line. And rounding Druid's corner, it is still Hodgkiss in front, but this battle is definitely allowing Jensen O'Neill going to pull away, and it might start to allow Jensen Mason to close in 4th place. Oh, off has gone Webster up at Druid's corner, and Maggie Webster into the barriers. The Rector-Cell barriers will have cushioned the blow, so hopefully not too much damage done to the car, but it will be stuck in the gravel trap. We know where this is going. I don't see them continuing the race with a car right in the firing line on the way into Druid's corner. They end up with a safety car at the very least. That's a shame for Jensen O'Neill going in particular, because he's built up now a really handy lead. That's got to be over 1 second in hand over Jacob Hodgkiss behind. Yes, it is 1.7 seconds now. Hodgkiss with still the attentions of Finn Leslie, who really needs to try and get a move on now in case there is a safety car. New fastest lap for Alfie Garford, though, down in 6th position. So Alfie in the number 88 car going quickly, closing in on Thomas Merritt that time around. 57.4 was only about 3 or 4 hundredths maybe quicker than the race leader. But all of these gaps are going to close now anyway, because the safety car is being scrambled. Not a huge surprise. We've got the car in the barrier up at Druids, and that means that we have to neutralise the race whilst the marshals go out and deal with that. Now, we saw in one of the races earlier on, I think it might have been the TTs, was it, where they realised late in the race that a safety car was going to be needed, and so they decided to just shorten the race. Now, I don't think they'll do that just yet, because we'll want to reach 75% race distance first to ensure that full championship points can be given, but it may be that once we get to that point, they then decide that there isn't really much point in trundling around behind the safety car if there isn't realistically a chance that we're going to get racing again. That being said, though, it hasn't been taking very long to get cars out of this gravel trap. You can see the recovery vehicles already in position, ready to pull Maggie's car out of the way. So hopefully we'll get that dealt with pretty swiftly, and we'll have a race restart with a couple of laps still to go. Jacob Hodgkiss getting closer now to Jensen O'Neill going than he's been at any point in this race, actually. Almost pushing Jensen through Paddock Hill Bend. So safety car out. Maggie Webster's car is about to be removed from the barrier. We'll see now if there is any damage to the left front corner, but I don't think there will be. The Recticel barriers really do work magic to cushion the impact. I mean, look, the car, apart from the fact it's very dusty, really doesn't seem to have any damage at all. Looks as though she's locked up going into the corner. She may have been sort of edged out onto the grass coming in. It looks like there are tyre marks on the grass coming up the hill. Whether she went there on her own or with some assistance, I'm not sure. But of course, once you get out onto the grass, ABS or no ABS, you're going to lock up and you're going to go straight on. And there really isn't very much runoff area up at Druids. So unfortunately destined for the barriers, but no damage done. There is a puncture on the right front corner, that's well spotted, and a broken wheel. Now that, and actually that looks like the wing mirror is hanging loose, so I reckon she's had contact on the right front corner going in, and that's sort of pinged her across onto the grass and off into the barriers, so maybe didn't get there quite by herself. She's got 2 minutes to go. A safety car lap is about 1.5 minutes. So we might get one lap, of racing if they get that car out of the way in a hurry, but it's still stationary at the moment up at the top of the hill. Because having pulled it out of the gravel, they've now realised it's got that broken wheel, and it's going to take a bit longer to get out of the way, I think. There is Webster's car. Are they going to let her drive it back under her own steam, or are they going to tow it somewhere? They're, I think, going to let her drive it back, signalling to her when it's clear and when it's safe to rejoin the circuit, but that's going to take a little bit longer. Then we've got to get the recovery truck out of the way. We are not going to restart this time, are we? And that leaves us with not enough time to complete another lap behind the safety car. Sadly, I don't think we're going to see a checkered flag this time, even though that would save us all a bit of time. I think we're going to have another lap behind the safety car, and then it will finish behind the safety car, I suspect. You can see the lights now on the BMW. It goes past pit entry. O'Neill going was dropping back there just in case, I think, but he really is leading them around at a very slow pace. He's not been in a hurry, has he, Jensen, until the green flag waves. As soon as we're racing, he's very, very quick. But any time we're not, he is pretty slow. And yeah, well, the sensible thing has been done. The checkered flag is thrown, and Jensen O'Neill going is our race winner for a second time. Jacob Hodgkiss second, and Finn Leslie third. All down as different classes on the timing tower. Classes in inverted commas, though, because they all actually compete for the same championship. But there is a rookie championship, which Jensen O'Neill going claims another victory in. And there is a rookie championship within the Mark 6s and the Mark 7s. So Finn Leslie is the first rookie home in the Mark 7s. But as I said, they all ultimately compete for the same championship. So Jensen O'Neill going will be your points leader going into the third race a bit later on, which hopefully will be a little bit more of a contest, because that was unfortunately a race that was shortened because of the Tommy Harfield car leaking fluid on the track on the green flag lap, and then shortened again at the end because of the safety car period, a bit like yesterday's race. But generally speaking, big improvements in driving standards this year, definitely, which is exactly what we wanted to see. Still got the big grids, and we will hopefully have some really good racing in that third race to come later on. So Jensen O'Neill going the winner then provisionally, with Jacob Hodgkiss second and Finn Leslie third. Jensen Mason comes home in fourth place ahead of Thomas Merritt. Then it was Alfie Garford, Callie Clifford, Billy Blockley, Henry Foot and Josh Watts completing the top 10. Ben Doughty and Jack Burgess were next ahead of Aaron Beattie and Archie Davis. Then in 15th position, we have, there we go, Hayden Gray ahead of Harry Lindley and George Foxlow, Michael Wheeler and Atlanta Le Breton, and Maggie Webster, the only non-finisher, ending up in the gravel trap up at Druids Corner. That brought about the safety car, and unfortunately a premature end to the race. So, one more race, like I said, for the Fiesta Juniors to come a little bit later on. In a moment, we will hear from our top 3 drivers in Fiesta Juniors, but after that, we'll be heading down onto the grid, where hopefully we'll be joined by plenty of the fans who have turned out here at Brands Hatch to enjoy our TCR UK Grid Walk. We have had an amended timetable through, just to let you know about that before we throw down to Richard. The amended timetable had a delayed start to the TCR race, so we're going to push everything back a little bit. Tell you what, we'll give you more information on that in a moment or two. For now though, let's head down to hear from Richard John Neal then with our podium finishers for that second race of the season in the Fiesta Juniors.
Always a shame to finish under a safety car, but everyone all right, so we understand, which is the key thing. And Jensen O'Neill getting out of the car, having a strike, actually bashed his head on the top, which hopefully is okay. Jensen, let's get you over and grab a word. Jensen, come on, let's have a quick word with you. Jensen, 2 out of 2, let's go and get you on the spot here. And first of all, struggle getting out because the cars are quite tight on. You look like you bang your head. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. Yeah.
2 out of 2 this weekend.
Yeah, so 2 out of 2 and a pole. So hopefully race 3, maybe able to get it again. Clean sweep, hopefully. Don't know. Let's see what we can do.
You're out of breath. Is it that physical? We had Indy as a safety car, didn't we? So
just trying to get out of the car. But yeah, I can't really thank anyone else, especially my sponsors and my dad for my brother for preparing the car, and the whole of Jamsport itself. It's a family-run business, so yeah.
What was your evening like last night? I mean, we get a lot of youngsters watching the programme thinking about moving up from karts into this sort of racing. You won yesterday. What's a typical evening at a race weekend as you look forward to 2 races today?
I went to Wagamama's with my nan. So yeah, had a good dinner last night.
That's not typical racing life, is it? But a nice thing to do, have a bit of family time.
Yeah, I don't get to see my nan much anymore, so yeah, it's really nice to see her.
That's great. And now obviously a little bit of a breather before race 3, and you seem calm and collected. And you know, a prediction? Can you do the hat trick?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Okay, well we'll leave it with you there. Good luck. Well done on taking our second win. Jacob Hodgkiss in second position. Let's have a quick word with Jacob again. Congratulations, mate. Always a shame to finish under a safety car, but you guys are working so hard out there.
Yeah, 2 races in a row. I just wish that people could keep their cars on track, to be honest. You know, we need a full race. I mean, the incident at the start was unavoidable. I mean, it was a mechanical failure, but it'd just be nice to finish a race as a race for once. But, you know, we've got a third race this afternoon, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's part and parcel of racing, isn't it? Obviously, whatever package you go on, you're going to get days sometimes when that happens. But you got to the end, which is a key part of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, consistency makes championships, and you just got to finish. Finish it high is even better, but, you know, getting to the line is the most important thing.
Much to change on the car or within yourself mindset for race 3?
No, not much. You know, we did all we could, but just a bit of confusion in the paddock, to be honest.
Okay, well done, mate. Congratulations. Good to see you. And our third position driver, Finn Leslie. Let's get Finn up for another interview. He's used to it, I think, by now. Where is he? Has Finn disappeared? Can't see Finn at all. Okay, so maybe what we'll do is, if Jensen Mason's here, we'll do third base. Finn, I've got to say, you're quicker on track than you are getting to the podium.
Yeah.
Well done. Thoughts on that race?
Well, I mean, I was definitely a lot quicker than the one in front. I caught right up to the end, making lots of mistakes, and then the safety car come out again, so it ended the same as race 1. But yeah, we'll be definitely at it at race 3. We know we're strong, and we can definitely continue it.
Yeah, it was Jacob that we were just chatting to that you were having that battle with and starting to take the battle to. Where did you feel you had the advantage? All round or certain corners where you were thinking of planning the move?
It was sort of all round, you know. I sort of worked it out piece by piece throughout the weekend of where I know I'm a lot stronger, and yeah, I definitely know what I'm doing for race 3.
Yeah. And happy to be in a championship environment now. Obviously, we spoke yesterday about you being a guest last year, and you took the wins. You know you've got the pace, but still enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, obviously, but sometimes, you know, the safety cars and all the different crashes sort of spoils the end of our race, but, you know, it's how it is.
Part and parcel of it, isn't it? Finn, well done. Good to see you. Congratulations on another podium. Who knows, maybe we'll see Finn for another one a little bit later on. Let's go and focus a little bit more on second place in the Mark 6s. Callie Clifford. And we get a whoop as well for Callie. Well done. So we get another interview, Callie. Making a habit of this, which is great for you youngsters. Obviously came through the Jam Sport Scholarship, so that's delivering for you, isn't it? Well done.
Yeah. No, it was a good race. I'm happy with where I ended up, but just got to keep the pace up and see what we can do.
Anything that now you're getting into the groove of the racing, that now are you getting to the stage where you come out of a race and think, yeah, I can feed back to the team on this or that, and that will help, because you're learning tracks at the same time as you're learning the car, aren't you, in essence?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly new to everything around, so I'm just picking up things as I go, and I'm just trying to help the team out as much as I can, just with feedback and everything, but no, it's been good.
That's good. Well done. Good to see you on the podium again. Hopefully another one of many. And next up, Michael Wheeler, who took third position. Well done, Michael. Let's get you over here, get you for another interview. We'll get the BRSCC branding in the background as well. Another podium, so it's not a bad weekend so far.
No, it's been a really good weekend actually. My third ever race weekend this. Been really good fun and really interesting. I really enjoy it. Even though I'm quite new, it's just here to have fun, not to win at this stage.
But you're going to look to get further up the steps you got. I asked Jensen a question earlier on. I said to Jensen, you know, what did you do on Saturday night? You had the race, you had the win, you had the podium. What did you do with your evening yesterday?
Well, we just stood around like chatting in the garages and talked to other teams for the evening, because it's quite a nice like community with all the racing people. You know each other, get to know each other.
That's what racing's about, isn't it? It's great to be out with, and presumably you're making loads of friends in the championship as well.
Yeah, I am made quite a few friends. I know Jensen Jensen O'Neill going. I've spoken to him. I've spoken to Jensen Mason. I've spoken to quite a lot of other people.
That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Michael, great to see you on the podium again, and we'll see you hopefully for race 3. You never know. Good luck. Michael Wheeler there. If we've got time, very quickly, we'll have a word with Jensen Mason. Is Jensen here? Jensen? It's the third Mark 7, so we'll have done all the top 3s, and it'll be a very quick word because we need to look ahead to TCR as well. Is TCR something that you might aspire to, do you think, in later years as we look ahead?
Maybe, probably touring cars mainly, but maybe not TCR. But yeah, similar.
That's good. Very quick word on your race summary from you.
Well, yeah, I got a really good start. Got around the outside of Thomas Merritt. The car wasn't handling particularly good towards the end of the race, but it is what it is. We're going to sort it out for the end of the race, for the next race, and yeah.
Hopefully see you on another podium then. Well done, Jensen. Thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. Jensen Mason completing our podium drivers here. We're going to take a very quick ad break, and then we'll be back with a look forward to, get excited about the TCR second race of the weekend.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
We are Big Motoring World, one of the largest car supermarkets in the UK. We have over 5,000 cars in stock. We are big on choice. We are big on value. We are big on quality. We are big on service. We are big on trust. All of our cars come with a 200-point mechanical inspection. We know what is important to our customers, and we have built the business around this because we are big on what matters to you.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yes, we are back. I'm Paul O'Neill, it's TCR UK. We've got Andy McEwen. We've got Jack Oliphant. First of all, Jack, how are you? You're newbie to our series.
It's been brilliant, though. It's been a baptism of fire. Yesterday was fantastic. Today, I mean, look at the atmosphere. You can see it behind us, to be honest. It's building. TCR is going to be absolutely epic.
Yeah, definitely. Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It's quite warm. It's not as hot as it was yesterday, Andy, but wow, so many people. Laura, our camera person, can you actually have a look at what's going on behind us? We've got so many people. A free public grid walk. Not something that I've seen too much of, Andy, to be fair, but people are really interested. You just said off camera, give people something for free and they will come in flocks, and it's right.
I mean, we're very privileged because we work in the pit lane, we get to go up close with the cars a lot, we meet all of the drivers, so we're a bit sort of blasé about all this, but
a lot of people don't get that opportunity, and you see people saying all the time, oh, we go to these big motorsport events and we can't get close to anyone, we never see a driver, we can't get a picture with a car. This is a fantastic opportunity for them to do just that. They haven't had to pay a penny, they've turned up here for a great day's racing, and now they get a proper hands-on experience. And the great thing is the teams and drivers are so welcoming of it as well. They love the attention, they're more than happy to have a chat with them. Everyone wins.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to say, as a driver, Jack, and you've raced at a high level like myself, this would be easy to sell to a sponsor, wouldn't it? Because you've got so many people that are taking videos, pictures, they're walking past us, they're not really bothered. I've been on Gogglebox and all sorts, I'm pretty famous, they're not even bothered about me, mate. But everyone's happy, aren't they?
People in the old, do you know who I am there as well?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it is epic, to be fair. And as a driver, like, you're very kind to call me a proper racing driver there, Paul, let's face it. But I would have loved this sort of thing. It's your sort of moment in the sun and everything. And to be honest, it's what attracts a lot of people. It's what attracts the big sponsors as well. I mean, all these people coming down here, we probably have, I mean, they're still coming behind us. It's amazing. And they're all going to see all the sponsors. You could have people giving things away. You could have photo opportunities, selfie competitions, social media interviews, all that sort of thing. It's right here in front of you. Why don't you come down and grab it?
Definitely, it really, really helps us out, doesn't it? And helps the drivers out as well. Let's talk about yesterday. You guys witnessed a really good first race, actually. What you can see behind us is actually race 2 starting grid, and that is a top 10 reverse from yesterday, which was an epic battle. Qualifying was fantastic. Callum Newson on pole, but a great race one.
Yeah, Callum Newsham finally got his first pole position from a qualifying session and really looked like he had a good chance actually to get a first race win in TCR UK, but lost the lead at the start to Victor Anderson, making his debut in the championship in a Lincoln Co, which was making its debut in the championship. And from there, Victor just defended as if his life depended on it. You know, it would be easy for him to come in actually as a guest driver and say, do you know what, results don't really matter. I'm not going to put too much on the line to try and defend the lead, but he defended brilliantly. He fended them all off, and it was an epic battle really between those two. Carl Bordley, reigning champ, of course, he was up there, and Adam Shepherd, who was lucky to be on the grid at all and ended up netting a podium.
Definitely, and some of these tin top drivers who've already been in the championship. Carl Bordley won the championship last year. Victor coming in, and as a driver, listen, you could go, no disrespect to Donington Park, you can pick that up pretty easy. Yeah. Brands Hatch Indy with the famous Paddock Hill bend to be not even half a tenth off pole and then win the race. Victor, what an amazing thing.
It's astonishing. I sort of said it in the preview. It's like you use qualifying as a practice session. You could drive any circuit in the world and not one corner will resemble something out of Brands Hatch Indy. So you could tell that he was getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Callum Newsham blew the qualifying record out of the water by about 0.3 of a second, and Victor was only half a tenth off him. When you're coming in with that sort of pulling power, you need to be able to make sure that you can deliver, and Victor really did in that race one. Looking forward to seeing what he can do for the back of the grid, because obviously that top 10 reverse is a little bit of a different kettle of fish. He now has to actually attack. He's only ever taken one person around Brands Hatch Indy. He now has to do it for another 9.
That is very true, actually. He was quite tentative in the back markers yesterday as well, wasn't he?
Yes, very tentative, and that almost cost him, actually. I think he was being a bit too gentle. It's not his car, let's not forget. That's the car that Ryan Bensley's going to be racing for the rest of the season. Ryan's here, picking up all the tips and tricks from Victor and his family. It's a family steeped in motorsport and touring car history, so he can learn a lot from that. But ultimately what Victor doesn't want to do is hand Ryan a broken car at the end of the weekend, so he might approach this race a bit more tentatively, knowing he'll be back near the front again for race number 3 this afternoon. But for the championship contenders, and I know it's only the first event, but we know roughly who they're going to be, they've got to get on it. They've got to try and make some progress, because we have some real possibility here for some action, I think, at the front of the grid that could bottle things up, and you've got to have your wits about you and take advantage of the opportunities when they come.
Nice one. Lads, can I have a bit of that pizza? That pizza, nice one. You're live. How's things? What brings you to TCR?
Well, I like cars, and it's fast. So, and I'm a photographer, so I want to take some photos of the cars and for my Instagram. So yeah, if everyone could give me a follow, it's Balu Biraj. So yeah, that would be really nice. Thank you.
No worries. Gentlemen, have a lovely rest of the day. Keep the scranning on. Go and offer some dry. Some of them need feeding, mate, honestly. They're a nightmare. Have a good day, boys. Spot on. Yeah, really nice to see a lot of people here. Let's go and speak to a few. I was going to speak to Stuart Lyons. Can't really see him anywhere. Yeah, well, don't worry about him. He's not really important. He's only the promoter. Be nice to speak to Rick Kerry if he is around. I know he's... Oh, there he is. Actually, if you just want to follow us, let's go and have a word with Rick. Gen 1 pole position. Mate, this is a bit mad. Are you bricking it?
Yeah,
can I say
slightly, that? Yeah, you can say it. I probably want to say what I'd like to say, but I'm, not really expecting pole. Hard thing is, it's great being on pole, but when you're in a car that you know is a second half slower than some of the guys behind, it's. I just want to avoid the carnage if I can. I'm just hoping that we have an incident the first lap, 9 minutes behind a safety car, and I can defend like hell for a lap.
Sound like me when I was racing. Looks like you've got some real decent tyres on the car, to be fair. Have you got news somewhere, have you? Are you going to cross them in a bit?
New on the front. We've got one race old on the rear. We tend to go new on the front. Seems to work well with the car, and it saves me a bit of money on tyres, you know. I've not got the budget of some, I'm afraid, so...
Standard for racing, that is.
No, it is.
But talk to me about this this Gen 1 Cup. It's a good thing, isn't it? Gives you a real good chance. And, mate, gives you more than a chance. I mean, if you play your cards right, you've driven in other Tin Top series and been competitive. There's no reason why, if you just block everyone, you can be on the podium.
I think with the Gen 1, if they hadn't done the Gen 1, I think I would have probably done something different. The Gen 1 made it a little bit... I've got somebody to race with, you know, it's hard. I've done it when I'd done the touring cars and the diesel. I was defeaters because I knew I was that slow. So it's. I think the Gen 1 is going to be quite exciting. I think hopefully next round there'll be a few more on the grid, which means I won't end up on pole because it's. You know, I just don't want to get mixed up on someone else's accident. So you know, but I've been about for a long while. I'll try and keep an eye on my mirrors, and I just don't want to spoil my race for the Gen 1 side.
Well, the cars look fantastic. EDF always do a good job, don't they? That car looks absolutely immaculate, I've got to say. Great paint job. Looks brand new. I just scoped some kid just knocking the £1,000 splitters off the side.
Yeah, well, standing on them, I think I damaged in the first race. But it was a bit strange first race. I got hit in the first corner and then ended up with the tracking out. So I was walking wounded. So, which is strange. I'm now going to go and jump into it with it all changed and hope I'm faster. But we'll see. I'll do my best and just play my percentages, I suppose.
You just do the racing, mate. You be sound. That's what you're good at. Have a good one, yeah? All the very best. Oh,
I know.
You can interview my fave, Sir William Beach.
I was going to say, he asked for me directly. He didn't want Howie. I'm lying, obviously. Will Beach, I mean, obviously winner of the Gen 1 Cup yesterday. I mean, now starting on the front row, you were just saying about how that makes you a little bit nervous, potentially?
Yeah, it makes me a bit nervous, but get off the line like yesterday and we should be all right.
I was going to say, the car looks competitive, doesn't it, even though I know it's a Gen 1 car. Do you feel like you got the opportunity to lead into Paddock Hill? That's a big call. Everybody likes being starting on second placer.
Yeah, well, let's just see how it goes.
Piling the pressure on a little bit, aren't I?
Yeah.
What about the drivers behind you then, obviously? Because the top 10 reverse grid, there's obviously that difficulty with having to think backwards as well as forwards.
Yeah, well, we'll just try and get away from the Gen 2s as much as we can in the initial stage, but we won't keep them behind, I don't think.
What's the sort of aim for the season? Is it that Gen 1 Cup? Is it to try and move forward and just at the overall sort of top 3, top 5 places?
Yeah, well, I'd like to take the Gen 1 Cup. Everybody would, and we started well with the first yesterday, so let's see.
I was going to say, we've been talking to a lot of the drivers up and down the grid about their potential, like their favourite motorsport memory or something like that. Do you have anything like that you can sort of pick off the top of your head? Have you run any big races or sort of any sort of notable options? I'm trying to give you a little time to think about them because I'm sure there's probably quite a few.
Yeah, we went to Spa a couple of years ago in the endurance, and it's a Cooper TCR, but a DSG one. And
they're taking the mic behind you.
And so that was good.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's awesome. Well, good luck for the race, Will. And, well, I could just see, I was going to shake your hand and wave away, but
Thank you.
I was going to pass over to Paul O'Neill, but he's having his goggle box moment, and he's taking pictures with the fans as well.
No, I know them people. Have a good one, Will. Fair play, mate. All the best. Yeah, no, I know them people. Just I've just given them a few quid and we've got
Move on, stroke the ego a little bit.
As long as that's all you stroke. Right, follow me.
That's all I want to. Anyway.
Right, come with me. We need to speak to this guy because I think this is my bet for a podium. Luke Sargent, always looking for an interview, so don't look surprised when you turn around. Oh, me, what?
Absolute lies.
How are you, mate? You okay? Car looks good.
I can't swear, so I'm... I am a little bit anxious, is that the right word?
Why?
I'm here. Normally I'm back there. So, yeah, P.
How do you think Rick Kerry feels?
I know,
He's
yeah.
on pole.
I know. I was chatting to him this morning. I was like, Rick, he's like, yeah, if you get a good start, I'll let you through. So, yeah, no, it'll be good. The cars, hopefully you've seen. The cars, for me, it's a different level. We were a lot faster yesterday than before. I'm nervous. So I'm just trying to get in the zone.
I don't think, I was speaking to a few of the guys off camera before, and you are placed for, there's no reason why you couldn't win this race. But I said on camera today that you should be podium guaranteed. And I know that things can happen, and you had a bit of contact with Brad Hutchison. He had a penalty, actually, didn't he, for that? We didn't see it, but it did look like a pretty square. Have you spoke to him about it?
Yeah, he come over after the race, and he says, I'm sorry, I was not happy. He hit my rear bumper, that's how far back he was. So it's just needless. You know, it was the second lap of the race. I said, you know, it was the last lap of the race, I'm fine, but that dive so early in the race to ruin my race, and I think damaged his car as well to ruin his own race. It was just stupid, but he apologised. We go again today, and hopefully for me, I have a good result.
Do these public grid walks help, or do they hinder? Because I honestly wouldn't want to, even though I love the public, I wouldn't want to be on the grid stood outside my car before my best ever race position start in a TCR, knowing I could win this one. Does it take your mind off it a bit?
Yeah, I'm just looking the other way at the moment, just keeping out my own way and in my own little zone, and just trying to practice my start in my head, and I just need to get off the line. If I get off the line, with the greatest respect to those two in front of me, shouldn't be an issue. If we can get off the line, I can try and get away. The guys behind, you know, 10th, 9th, 8th, they're going to try and battle each other. I think they're going to do a little bit in the first corner, so I need to get away. If I can get away, I don't think in any way I'll win it. I think we should, if I keep my nose clean, keep my head, keep it on the black stuff, I think the podium's more than possible.
Well, as my teammate James Thompson used to say to me, you've just got a wee with the willy you've got, so I'm sure you'll be fine.
Thank you. Cheers.
No problem. Right, follow me. Right, let's go and speak to, oh, there he is. Jack Oliphant is with my good friend Darren Lewis.
I found a Darren Lewis, and obviously winner of the Diamond Trophy yesterday, Darren. A big congratulations to that one. Starting in 4th place, I believe, a little bit further forward than you were yesterday, but you were just telling me that yesterday's story wasn't quite as straightforward as you were hoping.
Yeah, so qualifying didn't go quite to plan because we had a boost problem, so we only got one lap, which gave us 9th, which was good considering we had one lap. And then we started off on the grid. I've never drove the car really before, and we made a bit of a mess at the start, I'm not going to lie. So I think we went into turn 1, 15th place. But
it's heartbreaking, isn't it, around here as well?
Yeah, it was hard work, I'm not going to lie. But we got back to 7th, so I was chuffed with that. I just hope that we can get a better start today. We haven't really had any practice starts or anything, so it's all new to me, and launch control and all sorts of stuff. So I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm just going to wing it.
We were chatting to who I believe is your other half, I'm guessing, and there was an air of optimism about you sort of now. Obviously, with last year going a bit, it can't go much worse sort of thing. Are you hoping to obviously carry that for as long as humanly possible?
Yeah, I mean, last year I started to really doubt my own abilities to drive a car, if I'm honest. That Audi.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
That Audi we had just didn't work. And we tested this at Snetterton, and we was 3 seconds a lap faster than what we was in the Audi at Snetterton. So that gave us a bit of optimism that it was the car, not me. So
it's always the car, not the driver.
So I got roped in, and here we are for another full season.
Wow, it's cracking. What is the objective for the season then? Obviously, we're speaking about the diamond and everything like that, but I reckon for you seem like you have a bit of ambitions to be further forward than that.
Yeah, I want to be as close to the front as possible. You know, I hate to try and put a position where I want to be, where I want to finish. Top 10, I said I'd be happy, but you know, when you finish in top 10, then you want to be top 5. So you're just going to have to just roll with it and see where we get.
It's forever chasing numbers in this game, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, you always surprise yourself sometimes, so you never know.
Well, fantastic. Well, good luck, Darren. It's a bit more pressure starting from 4th, but I'm sure you're able to handle it.
Cheers, mate.
Right, where's Paul gone? He's over there, he's hiding.
I'm over here. I wasn't hiding. I was just talking to some good friends of mine who have left now. Got a lot of friends in this paddock. Let's go over, and I did see Stuart Lyons actually. Just follow me, Stewie Lyons. Sorry, guys. Where's Stuart? There he is. Stuart. Oh, here we go. Oh, Berkshire Turbo was lovely.
The cheapest electric mountain bikes in the world. Buy them off this man here.
How much? Free for me.
Free for you, Paul.
Oh, he said it on live. No, I'm joking. Right, okay, so Stewie Lyons, lot going on in the championship. This is one of the best grids I've seen for a long time. I can't wait to see how Rick Kerry and also Will Beach get off the line as a Gen 1 front row. It's pretty special, that, isn't it, for them two?
Yeah, I don't think they slept last night. No, I wouldn't have slept if I thought, gee, I've got all these quick kids behind me. But I don't. You can't predict anything, can you? I mean, I'm hopefully it'll be a clean race and everyone gets what they want out of it. But we don't want any damage because it's been tough, getting this lot together this year. Because as everybody knows, motorsport's not in the best place at the minute. But we're trying, and I mean, MSV have done a fantastic job. They've done a really fantastic job promoting the event. Look, the people on there, the grid walks, one of the big, I think it is the biggest one we've had. So we're doing something right, but hopefully, we'll get through this weekend and then we'll move forward and add another 3 or 4 cars again.
The quality of drivers seems to have upped its game, I must admit that, and that's shown in race 1 yesterday. I was watching the live stream and I was so impressed with Victor Anderson coming in with that Lincoln Co. But not just that, I was just so impressed with the drivers behind him battling and not doing anything silly. It was like it was a proper tin top race, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you know how hard it is to lead a race around here for 20 laps. It's an eternity. But everybody said the Lincoln Co. won't work in the UK. Well, that was wrong. And then they said, I think Carl Broadley's going to win. He's already got in the bag. All of a sudden, we have an entry from one of the best kids from Europe. So. And we need more people like that. The more the better for us, because it needs to be as competitive as possible. The other thing is the top 6. There was 5 different manufacturers in there, all within 100th. So the bop's right. It's got to be right. So because they were all circulating together.
What else have you got to tell us about the championship? It's looking like it's going to snowball, isn't it? It's always like it's a difficult time at the minute, isn't it? It's not just particular isolated championship struggling. There is a lot going on around and everything, prices are going up, but TCR has always prided itself on being quite a reasonable championship to be in with the price of things, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cheap. It's under £1,000 a year, and it's easy. There's 80 cars out there in the UK still, so like if someone decides they're not going to do a weekend, they can have a rest, save a bit of money, but they can be back at the next weekend. Whereas, some championships, I mean, the amount of money it is, I mean, if you leave the championship, you're never going to go back. Whereas with TCR, you have got the option to step in and out when you feel like it.
It's good, isn't it? And what about Will Powell coming in? We're just opposite him. Knows the TCR series pretty well. He's got a good car that he's acquired there, hasn't he?
Yeah, and there's another one on the way. He's got another driver. I think, he's back with his team. He's trying to build something. Look, at the end of the day, I don't know whether he's going to win a race this weekend, but he'll learn a lot. And then I think as the season goes on, he will improve because, we all know that car can win races. So I think he's just got to do a few laps and learn.
Didn't know when you were going to stop then. Yeah. Right, Stewie, we'll leave you to it. Turn your radio back on now because is your wife here? Is Nikki here, the boss?
No, she's gone to a wedding because Jack the parts man, Jack Finlan, wave at Jack Finlan. Yeah, Jack the parts man got married to the hospitality manageress girl.
Sorry.
Right, okay. So that's 2 gone. Then I lost Nikki, who's obviously runs the meeting really. I don't run it, do I? Right. So we've lost 3 people, right? And she said, "Oh, it's going to be rubbish without me there." And to be fair, it has been tricky, but we've bumbled our way through.
I think it's run as best as it ever has, so stay at home, Nikki. That is a joke. Nikki does my invoicing, so yeah, I'm joking. Right, okay, Stewie Lyons, thank you. Jack, what's going on? Should we have a quick word with, well, you pick whoever you want.
Well, actually, I was hoping to make a beeline for the Orange Army, to be honest, because I see some, we've got to give them a shout out at some point.
Yeah,
they do the Lord's work.
Let's go and have a,
helping us, obviously, get an opportunity to go racing without them, wouldn't we? And well, today, more than any other day, they've been earning their, free wage. They've been doing a great job, haven't they, with red flags, safety cars and everything.
They've been earning the coin. I'll give them that, like you say, the volunteers, the marshals helping us out. They're all looking at each other going, please don't come to me, please don't come to me, please don't come to me. Unlucky! How are you? What's your name?
I'm Andrew. Been a marshal for just about a year now, so about I think it's my 16th event, so yeah.
Wow, just a year. So sorry, I'm Paul. Good to see you. And thank you for everybody that helps us out. And I know that it can be a stress actually, and you'd think there's not much to do on the straight, is there?
Most of the time, there's not much to do apart from when it decides it's going to kick off, and then it's very, very busy and intense. So yes, it goes from one extreme to another. But no, it's good. It's enjoyable. So that's why we do it.
I've seen there's been a lot of cement dust used today. Have you had anything to do with that?
Slightly involved in one. There's a leak that started at the start line and just went on for a couple hundred metres. So yeah, I was busy sweeping up after it had been deployed. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I do a lot of stuff with the marshals when I can, and I know that at Alton Park, which is my local circuit, I've done some of the taster days, which I know some of you guys might have done. And we always need marshals. And is it something that you would be happy to promote? Is it like, do you go home and go, I hate them lot, they get right on my nerves, Andrew's jokes wind me right up? Or is it a case of there's some good people here and good friends?
Oh, no, it's a really good, really great bunch of folks. We'll take anyone and everyone, and yeah, I couldn't promote it enough. It's a great way to see the racing. You get a lot closer to it than you would in the public, and actually also you don't have to pay for it either, so it's even better.
Jonathan, but no, I'm joking. Obviously, you don't have to pay, but you don't get paid, do you? Volunteers?
It's all voluntary, and yeah, we very happily, very freely give our time to watch some decent racing.
And I see you've got your BMMC snood on there, which is very nice. I know Nadine and a few of the people there, so they're good people, aren't they? The whole the Marshals Club's great.
Yeah, no, it's a really great community. Everyone is really friendly. Everyone kind of pitches in. There's no such thing as a stupid question. So if anyone needs kind of help or anything kind of on track, off track, there's a really good community outside of the racetrack as well. So we'll take it around the country. Some take it around the world as well. But there's always that community to come back to, which is really, really good.
Perfect. That is lovely to hear, and it's great to see you on. Thank you, and please keep up the good work, because as we always say, without yous, we're not going anywhere. Take it easy, guys.
I've lined up a race
happening?
winner.
Oh,
Victor
yeah.
Anderson.
Let's go and speak to him, yeah.
Of course, I mean, we've chatted to him quite a lot over interviews over the course of the weekend so far, and I know he's about to get in the car, but yeah, you want to chat to a race winner, and obviously his maiden race win yesterday. Victor, I know you're about to get ready, and sorry, a couple of minutes if that's all right of your time. We've had a chat a couple of times already, but a maiden win yesterday for yourself in touring cars, that must feel pretty special. Does it add to the pressure tonight, though?
I would say the opposite. I mean, it's already been a success weekend. I mean, what we do today is a bonus, but of course we won't relax and be in the back of the field. We will do our best, of course, but no pressure. We've done a good season, a good race so far. We showed the Lincoln Co is quick, the team is quick, I am quick. So no, we can just go forward and have a fun day, I think.
You are very quick. I don't think anybody's going to deny that, to be fair. What about the rest of the season for you personally? I know you're not going to feature in the TCR UK much, but what about you in Europe and Sweden?
Yeah, correct. I'm doing the TCR Europe season full-time with this type of car, Lincoln Co. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe another round of UK, you never know. But the Europe season starts next week in Vallelunga. So that's next up. And yeah, now race 2 here.
Great circuit. And finally, how did you actually get the opportunity to come here and race, obviously, in the UK? Who gave you the call? What was that connection?
Yeah, it's of course me having raced the car before, knowing the car, and Pro Alloys Racing wanted to start their season good, and they trusted me, and so far it's been alright. So we try to do a good day today, and we'll see what the future brings.
Well, as I said, it's already been a successful weekend, mate. Congratulations and good luck for the pre-race ritual. Right, everybody seems to be getting ready, Paul.
Yeah, poor Victor there trying to get away, and you're firing 58 questions into him. While Victor's getting ready, Ryan Bensley can have a quick word. You're heavily involved in this project. Should have been you driving a Lincoln Co as well. Tell me what's going on. What are we going to see you, and why is Victor dressed like a marshal?
That's his lovely orange ovals, isn't it? Great bunch of guys here with the, I call them the Super Swedes. They've come over to give us an insight on how to get a head around the car. I actually bought Victor's old car, so there's a bit of a link there.
And Co.
Lincoln Co, there you go. We've made that one, got that one out there. So I've got the other Lincoln Co car that was Victor's last year, raced in TCR Europe, and I'm hoping to be out at Snetterton. We want to get some testing done, and it's all about learning this weekend, and the guys have been great with me. They've been explaining everything, all the setup changes they've been making. Victor's a great peddler off the track as well in the garage with the data and his feedback. They've been absolutely brilliant. I can't fault them.
Yeah. And tell me a little bit about the family connection as well. You've got Hans and Matthias, and they've done a lot of racing as well, and I'm sure you know quite a lot about the history of the family, the Anderson.
Yeah, so I've learned all about the history of the Anderson family. You've got Hans, who's the grandfather. He raced since 1959. You then got Matthias, who's done like 20 years in Swedish touring cars, and obviously you got Victor, the grandson, who's now taken over and racing in TCR. So there's a lot of heritage there, and the guys are brilliant. I've been actually teaching about English cuisine, so I've brought my bit to the table.
I was going to say I would hate to hear what you've been saying, and I don't want to know, but it would be good to see. It's great to have you here, Anderson family. We think you're fantastic. You are like our favourite people. We like Swedish people. They're very nice. I have a lot of Swedish friends. So, yeah, and sorry about Ryan. Yeah. But have a great race weekend and all the very best. Thanks, Ryan. Cheers, guys. Good people, Jack.
Yeah, they're great to chat to, aren't they? So professional in front of the camera and everything like that. So, but I think it's about that time we probably have to hand over to Mr. McEwen once more. Hopefully he's had some lunch this time.
Yeah, and hopefully if we are able to hand over to Andrew, I'm sure he is there. But yeah, we'll fire back over to you, Andy, and I'll catch you in the comms box in a minute.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and after knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Well, then, I tell you what, the excitement down there on the grid ahead of this second race of the weekend, I don't think I've come across before in TCR UK. I've said this many a time before, it's been lovely to be on this journey with TCR UK, seeing the championship grow in status, but also in popularity. You know, I do remember the days when the British motorsport community sort of pointed and laughed at TCR UK, and now look at them, by their thousands they were descending upon the Brands Hatch grid there, to the point that we still haven't actually got them all off the racetrack yet up at Paddock Hill Bend in order to get this race started. So great to see the popularity of the championship, and yeah, to be down there amongst it all was very, very special indeed. So, yeah, looking forward to what should be an exciting second race of the weekend. And, yeah, plenty of firsts yesterday, with Victor Anderson taking that first victory for himself, the first victory for Link & Co. Victor Anderson, the 26th different driver to win a race in TCR UK. I'll get the stats out of the way now before Paul O'Neill gets up here and calls me a nerd. It was also the 10th different type of car to win a race in TCR UK. The first of perhaps many for Link & Co. In this particular championship. Will we have another first today? Well, we've got plenty of characters near the front of the grid who have never won a race in TCR UK. In fact, plenty of them who have never been on the podium. So you never know, there is a chance for a bit of a shake-up once again of the running order in this reverse grid race. That's what reverse grid races are always good for, isn't it? Because they do give drivers a chance to shine at the front, who you wouldn't necessarily always see up at the pointy end of the grid. So what's going to happen? We don't know. I'm pretty sure it's going to be exciting to watch, and I can't wait to get strapped in to what should be a very exciting second round of the TCR UK Championship. So, cars on the grid clearing, all of the hustle and bustle starts to die away, and now the drivers can start focusing in. It is Rick Kerry who starts from pole position for this second race then, courtesy of that top 10 reversal from the race 1 results. It means that our race 1 winner, Victor Anderson, has to come from 10th place, and as I said down on the grid, I do wonder whether he might have to deploy a slightly more cautious driving style in this second race, perhaps, because that's not his car. It is Ryan Bensley's car, and we're only a few weeks away, about a month away maybe from Snetterton, so they don't want a big repair bill and lots of repair work to be done before that round. and sure that won't be lost on Victor, but at the same time, he's a young racing driver. He's just won his first ever touring car race. He's going to want to try and add to that tally if he can, and it's going to be interesting to see what sort of progress he can make from further back. As far as drivers nearer the front who you expect to challenge, well, you have to look really, I think, to maybe the third row of the grid. Will Powell still definitely struggling to learn the setup on that Honda and learn exactly what makes it tick, but he'll be starting 5th. Remember, he was a podium finisher here at Brands Hatch way back in the first ever season of the championship in 2018 in a reversed grid race. So Will Powell, you know, could be a threat for a podium, and he's got alongside him Joe Marshall-Burks, who had a bit of an under-the-radar run, actually, in race 1 yesterday. Not a lot really happened to him. He couldn't quite keep up with the leading group, but equally, you know, if he's ahead of them, he will defend as if his life depends on it. So, yeah, he'll be an interesting one to watch, but of course we then have to look at rows 4 and 5 to find our top 4 finishers from yesterday. They were the 4 who sort of scampered away at the front of the field and really were the pace setters, and you'd expect them to have good pace again now in this second race. For those who are fighting for a championship, they've got to try and stay out of trouble, got to try and make sure they bag some points. There is a third race to come, remember, later on today, so any damage done will impact perhaps your preparation time for that third and final race of the weekend, so that will be in the back of the drivers' minds as well. It's also a shorter race, this one, than we're used to seeing in the past. If you didn't tune in yesterday, why not? You missed a brilliant race, but what you also missed is the information that the race distances have been shortened this year from 25 to 20 minutes because we're giving them an extra race at every round. Triple headers will be the way to go for the whole season, with the exception of Alton Park, because that's still just a one-day event. So 3 races, 1 on the Saturday, 2 on the Sunday, and 20 minutes will be the race duration. So cars then making their way around to the grid. This is not the green flag lap, this is the tyre rotation lap, so they will head back around to the grid. They'll swap the front tyres to the back, they sometimes swap left to right as well, just to make sure that all 4 tyres are as evenly warmed up as they can be. Then there's a green flag lap, and then we will be away and racing for 20 minutes, and a very frantic 20 minutes it will be. That also actually changes the dynamic, I think, of these reverse grid races, because drivers have got 5 fewer minutes now to make that progress from the back of the field, and also the drivers at the front, if they can make a bit of a break earlier on, well, that's 5 fewer minutes that they might have to worry about being caught by the quick guys and then having to defend from them. I wonder whether we'll see maybe some of these drivers who in the past might have rolled over quite easily, thinking, well, actually, I've only got to stay here for another 10 minutes or so. I might as well defend and really try and get a good result out of this reverse grid race. It's going to be a fascinating one, this, as the grid makes its way around Clearways and Clark Curve and about to pull into position. So the cars then pull in line, and Rick Kerry, former British touring car racer, but really better known actually for his exploits in one-make BMW racing for a number of years, Rick, but making the switch to front-wheel drive in the Cupra last season within TCR UK. It is one of those Gen 1 Cupras that he pilots on the front row, and then we've got the same really Gen 1 Golf of William Beach alongside. Will Beach has impressed me actually so far this weekend, making his debut in the championship, and he was 9th in race 1, stayed out of trouble. He won the his class in the race yesterday. He's going to be gunning for more of the same again in race number 2. Here's the tyre rotation going on, so you can see what they're doing. They're taking the tyres and diagonally crossing them normally from corner to corner. Everyone given the same amount of time to do that, then they're released onto a green flag lap, and we are away and racing. Paul O'Neill has joined me in the commentary box. He's made the long and arduous trek upstairs, but worth the trip, I hope, Paul, because this is going to be, I've got a feeling this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, me too. I've got a really good feeling for this one because we've got a Gen 1 front row, which is absolutely fantastic. And then we've got a tirade of battling better known drivers that will be up the front. Callum Newsham will we want to be coming from the not the back of the grid, but the middle of the pack. But also you've got Adam Shepherd in that 117 who's super quick. You've got a lot of super quick pedalers that will want to make hay while the sun shines. They've got 20 minutes, so they don't need to panic. But it's not as if you just got one inexperienced driver at the front. There's quite a few, and as I say inexperienced, I mean people who you don't really see at the front, and the cars that they're in, they're not as quick. Let's just be clear, they're not as quick as the front runners' cars like Carl Bortley's that you've just seen, or Victor Anderson's Lincoln Co. So we'll see what happens. I really can't wait for this. Love this kid, by the way. I think it's great addition to this championship. Always a good thing to bring an international superstar over, and that's exactly what he is. And great that we give him his first win of his TCR career.
Yeah, it comes across really well on camera, does Victor as well. He is the full package, really. And it's interesting, at the start of the weekend, it was very clear this is a one and done, it's a one-off. He's not doing any more rounds, absolutely not. No, TCR UK is my target. And all of a sudden, there's a possibility I might be doing another round later on this year. And I wonder whether if he has a really good weekend here at Brands Hatch, he might be tempted to keep going back, because, hey, if you're winning in a championship, obviously you want to be racing there more often, and we would be more than happy to have it. I believe they are still looking for a second driver in the other Lincoln Co. So there are worse ideas, I think, that could be hatched. There is Brad Hutchison, his debut in that car yesterday. That's the ex-Jensen Brickley Cupra Leon Competition. Didn't go particularly well yesterday after contact with Luke Sargent early doors up at Paddock Hill. Then he had a puncture and a brake fire and spent a lot of the race in the pit lane. He was then given a penalty for that contact with Luke Sargent. I'd say he'll be starting from the very back of the grid, but one to watch. I'm sure will want to try and keep things as clean as he can in this race, but knows the importance of trying to make some progress, because he's another driver who has set himself championship ambitions ahead of this season. So cars then will very shortly be released onto the green flag lap, Paul, and the nerves starting to rise. I noticed there are a few aggressive angles that cars have been parked after that rotation lap. Perhaps a bit of a dress rehearsal for where they'll park them in another 60 seconds time or so?
I'd say so. Someone's had a word in Will Beach's ear in that car on the front row, that right-hand side, that Golf with the pink stripe down the middle. Someone's had a word with him to point down. Some championships you have to actually be square in the box, so he's going to be looking for a little bit less wheel spin maybe than his first run, and then he's going to get it off the line and hopefully challenge. But Luke Sargent, who I just spoke to, I don't know why he's so nervous. This is a great chance for him to not just get a podium, but to win a race. The guy's quick enough. Just finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh God, who's that at the back?
That's Thurston.
Brad.
So the Audi, the Gen 1 Audi, has not fired up, and Marshals will try and give him a bump start if they can. Hopefully they'll be able to do it, but of course it is a short lap here, so not a long time to get this sorted before they make their way back around. But in the meantime, let's take a look, shall we, at how they're going to be lining up on the grid for what should be a real thriller. This the second round of the TCR UK Championship, the first reversed grid race of the season. And it is Rick Kerry in the Cupra who lines up on pole position. William Beach in the Golf, the Gen 1 Cup winner yesterday, starting alongside him. Row number 2 for Luke Sargent, who I agree has a really good chance of getting a good result here in his Cupra, the new shape Cupra. He's got Darren Lewis in the Hyundai i30N alongside him on row 2. Then on row number 3, Will Powell, the returning Will Powell, getting quicker every time he gets in the car, and he starts from 5th alongside Joe Marshall-Burks, perhaps the first of the real established frontrunners in the championship, coming from 6th. Then we get the big 4 names from yesterday. Yesterday's pole sitter Callum Newsham starts race 2 from 7th alongside Adam Shepherd. Again, new car for him this year, the Cupra. Then it's Carl Bordley and Victor Anderson alongside each other on row number 5. Mark Smith then will be lining up alongside Jeff Olden on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is where we were supposed to find Brad Thurston. There is Brad Thurston, so he's got going again, but will likely have to now start right at the back of the grid behind Brad Hutchison because he's fallen right to the back of the queue on the green flag lap, although Hutchison was there because he had a penalty, so I'm not sure how they'll decide that. Anyway, we'll leave that for the start line marshals to sort out, but that is how your grid lines up. There is no Darrell Wilson, unfortunately, his astronaut out for the remainder of the weekend, but everybody else ready and raring to go for what should be a very exciting second race of the season. 20 minutes then the duration, and looking at those at the front of the grid, all to play for, Paul.
It is all to play for, but remember, we've got to get sorted, and hope someone does this, gives us the chance to give somebody the big motoring world big moment of the race. I mean, that sounds like it's got to be big to win that. So we're looking for a good move. We're just looking for someone who does ace. We usually find that anyway, don't we?
I don't think we're going to be short of options for that one, are we? Right then, the grid is formed. The green flag is about to be waved at the back of the grid. The red lights will go on, and round number 2 of the TCR UK Championship for 2024 is about to burst into life. Rick Kerry launches from pole position and tries to hold the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. Look at Joe Marshall in the Audi. He's had a really good start from the 3rd row, but hasn't got anywhere to go. Callum Newsham, and look at Adam Shepherd. Adam Shepherd has come through from 8th on the grid to challenge for 2nd and maybe the lead. What a start from Adam Shepherd. Powell is sideways, but Adam Shepherd from 8th on the grid leads at Druids.
That is proper stuff. Talk about knowing the grip in your car. Unreal. For nobody to go off at Paddock Hill Bend as well, but Shepherd, look at this, looks like the start of a qualifying lap. Oh, and someone's gone off.
That's Rick Kerry. That's Rick Kerry backwards at Graham Hill Bend. Didn't see if he was pushed or whether he jumped, but he is off the road and will go from the front of the field to the back. But that is one of the most astonishing things I have ever seen. Adam Shepherd, the road just opened for him on the outside line. Everyone went to the inside. He went to the outside, got a dream start, and look at the lead that he's going to have at the end of the opening lap of the race. He is in a class of his own. Adam Shepherd leads. Luke Sargent is 2nd. The margin is 2.2 seconds already, and Callum Newsham knows he needs to get on with this. He tries to get to the inside of Sargent to Paddock, but Luke Sargent is defending. He's sideways. He's almost losing control, and that surely now will allow the Hyundai driver up the inside line. No, Sargent closes the door, but I think Newsham is still going to keep coming.
Yeah, I think Newsham's going to be down the inside, but Sargent holds it. I was going to say it might be best for Sargent just to let him go and stay in that 3rd position as best he can, as Newsham destroys that bollard on the inside of Graham Hill Bend. But that's Boardley now, isn't it? Looking at the inside of Will Powell in the number 7. Gets a big sideways. These tyres are just not up to temperature, are they? And it's quite warm outside. The Lincoln Co round the outside of Joe Marshall. Oh, great work. And that I thought was going to be a shunt.
Yes, that was very close, wasn't it? Joe Marshall got a really good start, but for some reason he's well back in the pack. So something went wrong for him through the first few corners. Across the line they go. Then Brad Thurston's been given a drive-through penalty, maybe because of being in the wrong position on the grid. Oh, that was close. Sargent sideways for the 2nd lap in succession. And once again, Newsham's through on the inside line. Callum Newsham finally breaks through into 2nd place. Any other race, Paul, would be saying, what an incredible job Callum Newsham's done to come from the 4th row of the grid to 2nd in 3 laps. But it's not a patch on what Adam Shepherd's achieved.
I mean, that from Adam Shepherd was unbelievable. He crossed the line 3.4 seconds ahead of our 2nd placed at the time, Luke Sargent. That's going to be a lot more now, but a great start. I'm just glad that we haven't had a stoppage, because that was proper stuff. And that is going to be a bit of a push and a shove. No, Boardley doesn't shut the door, and Joe Marshall gets on with it. That Lincoln Co looks like it's ready to rock and roll and push up.
Yeah, Victor Anderson up 3 places then, from 10th on the grid to 7th. Boardley's made similar progress just ahead of him in the top 5, and now goes for 4th place. Launches to the inside of Will Powell, who's very early on the brakes at Paddock Hill Bend. So early that Joe Marshall follows Boardley through, so 2 places lost. Look who else is joining in the fun now as well. Brad Hutchison in the Bondit Cupra is almost on the tail of this gaggle as well. So this has got all the makings of a terrific midfield tussle, but Boardley and Marshall going through the pack together, and actually Joe looks a bit quicker than Carl right now.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? And look at this, he's looking down the inside, and Boardley's having to come across and cover. This is going to be difficult now as they go into clearways. Marshall's got a great front end on that car, hasn't he? Can he get it down the inside? Boardley kind of thought it was coming. That rear left tries to give up, but Marshall is looking super fast, and like you say, he's got so much front end, Marshall, but Boardley just thought that there was a lunge coming and there was going to be an attack, but there wasn't. This is great stuff on the midfield, and you can see the Lincoln Co all over the back of that FK7 Honda, Will Powell, and there's a lot of people dropping away, and the only person who isn't dropping away, which is great, as Will Powell defends, is Luke Sargent. I really want to see Luke get on that podium.
Far too hard on himself, I think, Luke Sargent. He is a talented driver, but just doesn't have the look, and I think he takes that a little bit to heart sometimes. But look, when he's left to his own devices, he's as quick as anybody else. He's got some nice clean air. He will be a little concerned at the approaching Carl Boardley and Joe Marshall, I'm sure, but he is doing a really solid job, and actually not losing a huge chunk of time to Callum Newsham, who set the qualifying lap record yesterday. Victor Anderson not looking after the car particularly, barrels up the inside of Will Powell. Forget what I said on the grid about him taking it easy, no chance.
No, do you know what? I was about to say that he will probably be a bit steady because he's won the race, so, you know, there's no need to bother about anything else, but fair play, his elbow's out, and he might think he'll get on the podium himself, but it's going to be a big ask, that is. But Joe Marshall down the inside of Boardley. This has been the biggest battle so far. He's going to have to be careful. Nearly turns himself around, and Boardley has got to say to Joe Marshall, you better thank me for that, mate, because anyone else would have kept their foot in. Fair play.
gloves are off.
Joe Marshall, though, I think winning the psychological battle there, he knew that Boardley's thinking championship, can't afford damage, can't afford to end up in the wall, so you can be a bit rougher with drivers like that, possibly, in the assumption that they might back down a bit more easily. Maybe Carl might live to regret actually backing out of that gap. Anyway, he's now struggling a little bit more with Victor Anderson behind him. Boardley does not seem to have the early race pace of some of those around him.
Boardley doesn't look very quick, does he? I'll give you that. Oh, who's that? Is that
was
Darren
Lewis.
Darren Lewis. Did he get the move done? No, I think he just shown his nose, didn't he? He was someone else I was going to mention. He's got like a new lease of life, hasn't he, since he's changed cars? As he loses his place.
Oh dear, now careful, Brad. You've had one penalty already today. That was a little bit cleaner at Druids. Darren Lewis left plenty of space, and right round the outside goes Brad Hutchison. Lovely move, and within track limits, I think, on the exit. That was brilliant.
Wow, that was brilliant. Take a bow, boys. That only needs one person to go, I'm a man and I don't like it, and that's game over. Oh, we're talking about game over. Luke Sargent's going to lose third place. Joe Marshall is flying.
Absolutely flying. Black and white warning flags already for track limits. We'll get to that in a moment. It doesn't affect the two cars on your screen. Joe Marshall into third place. Man on a mission. Adam Shepherd, by the way, has set the new lap record, beating the fastest lap time from yesterday's race. So we're going quicker here at Brands Hatch than we have done at any point in the previous 7 years. But Joe Marshall, now he's in clean air. I'll be interested to see what his pace is like.
Oh, that Luke Sargent. Why is that right rear letting go at this stage in the race? That would really upset me now. If I was going into Druids knowing the left rear's cold, if I was going down to this corner now, I'd be worried about that left rear again. Oh, no, it seems to be okay, to be fair, but Clearways might be a different ball game. Looks like he's struggling to get into some of those right-handers. He's not too keen on that left rear. It's a bit cool, maybe.
Yeah, that's it. He hasn't got the confidence, has he, to lean on it on corner entry, whereas Carl Boardley yesterday was really good action on corner entry into some of the tight corners. That's where he was better than Victor Anderson through the first half of the race. It's now Anderson, though, applying the pressure to Boardley as they all get stacked up a little bit behind Luke Sargent. Will Powell still on the back of this group as well, with Brad Hutchison just drifting away ever so slightly. Defensive line by Sargent through Druids. He just needs to calm down here, stay in his rhythm. I don't think Boardley's going to be too aggressive with him, and Luke needs to just focus on that right now. He doesn't really have to be driving around the inside of the track. Just don't make any mistakes and don't make it too easy for the reigning champ.
More black and white track limits, and that was for Jeff Alden. The other one was for Mark Smith, wasn't it? Oh, look at this! Down the inside again! He's like an absolute pro at Clearways. Into the side of the champion, Carl Boardley, and Boardley will be fed up with his car getting dinged left, right and centre. There was nothing really wrong with that from Victor Anderson. I just don't think he's massively au fait with Clearways etiquette, but I'd have done the same. I thought it was great.
That's the typical touring car pass at Clearways, isn't it? If you're going to leave the door open, someone's going to fill the gap, and Victor Anderson, I think, has been studying maybe Brands Hatch. Will Powell now gets into Carl Boardley as well, whose race is not going according to the Carl Boardley script here, is it? He's back down now to 6th position, and Will Powell will be loving this. He's mixing it with the reigning champion. This is much more like it.
Yeah, look at this, losing a lot of speed. Do you know what this reminds me of? Remember at Donington Park?
Ah, yes.
And he was going backwards. Boardley, this is bizarre for Boardley. He's just not hitting apexes. He's kind of missed one again there. Car doesn't want to ride the curbs so well, but that Lincoln code there that goes through your screen, that's looking like a decent race car now, coming from that 10th place on the grid up to 5th.
Yep, closing in on Luke Sargent, who is about 2.5 seconds behind Joe Marshall, so he's just set the new lap record. Joe Marshall, I said I wanted to see his pace in clean air. 48.47 is 6,000ths quicker than Adam Shepherd has done, so by 6,000ths of a second, Joe Marshall is now a lap record holder here at Brands Hatch, but he needs to be setting lap record pace if he's to have any chance of catching Callum Newsham, but also any chance of keeping this man at bay, because I think if Anderson gets past Sargent quickly, he's got over half the race left to try and catch Joe Marshall and challenge for a podium.
Yeah, I think we're into the realms of Shepherd, who's leading this race by 3.5 seconds. Oh, Sargent sideways! I think the colour of that Lincoln Co has scared him to death. That was pretty leery. That left rear on Sargent's car is just not holding up. He's got to defend here because this is going to be late on the brakes. If he's not careful, he can't cover that off. But I think Victor knows that paddock hill bend passes have to be done really at Clearways.
That was Hutchison in the background. Meanwhile, up the inside of Will Powell, trying to claim 7th place at Druids, which I think he might do. How gentle will he be with Will on corner exit? Reasonably left about about a car's width, and that allows Will Powell to stick to the inside line. Meanwhile, for fourth position, Luke Sargent is out wide at Graham Hill Bend, and Victor Anderson is up the inside into Surtees. He will commit to the left-hander, and he will claim fourth position. It looked like he forced the defensive move out of Luke into Graham Hill Bend. That opened up the opportunity for a switchback, which he executed to perfection.
Yeah, that was proper stuff. That very, very impressive. And look at this now. They're all bunching up, and Powell is going to have a look at Hutchison coming back at him. Darren Lewis is right in this. Good to see Darren having a right old go, but the defence now from Will Powell is going to really drag Darren Lewis into this, and I've got to say, Brad Hutchison will be devastated. This weekend's not really going to plan at the minute.
Yeah, it's not, is he? He's got more damage on the left front corner now of the Cupra. A few teething problems maybe earlier on in the weekend, but he's certainly not been afraid about getting stuck into the battles, has he? The lead gap, by the way, I don't want to alarm anyone too much, but it has just gradually been coming down over the last number of laps. Adam Shepherd was about 3.8 seconds up at one point. It's down to 3.4. He's lost 2/10 on the previous lap. This time around, he does a 49.2. Callum Newsham a 48.8. 4/10 gained. Now, Adam Shepherd was off like a rocket in the first few laps, but the way you treat your tyres in the first 5 minutes will dictate how much performance you've got left at the end.
Well, yeah, he'll know kind of roughly what time he's got as he comes up behind Rick Kerry, is that, to stick a lap on him? So, yeah, because he spun early on, didn't he? So, Adam Shepherd now has to clear this car very quickly, and any other cars. Oh, Bordley's now been given track limits. So, for me, Shepherd is managing this race perfectly. But if he gets caught up with any of these back markers, he could be in trouble. But this guy ain't backing off, is he?
Callum Newsham is really flying this weekend. I was super impressed with him yesterday. The race didn't go to plan, but his qualifying pace was awesome. Let's see what the gap is now. Is it under 3 seconds? Yes, it is. He's taking consistently 2 to 4/10 of a second a lap out of Adam Shepherd. Yes, Adam had to negotiate Rick Kerry, but I think he did it exiting the last corner, so that shouldn't really have delayed him too much. Flashing of the lights now for Callum Newsham, who, remember, has never won a race in TCR UK. He thought yesterday might have been his opportunity. That didn't work out, but if a second chance to grab one today comes along, Paul, he is not going to look away from it, is he?
No, and I think you can tell by the body language of the car that he is flat out. This could, I tell you what, he is in prime position. The good thing for him is that these two cars in front of him, they're battling. That's not brilliant, but the other thing is that Shepherd's come past, so they will know that he'll be coming, and he should get past one at least. He's going to have to go. So Jeff gets out the way, does he? Oh, this ain't going to work. 3 into 1. Oh, well, Jeff's actually come out the throttle in the Astra. That's brilliant stuff. He's on the inside. He'll take a couple of tenths off him, but Shepherd knew he had to. That's close now, isn't it? It's closing.
It came down by 6/10. Even with the traffic, it came down by 6/10 of a second. Adam then also had to go up the inside of a back marker into Paddock Hill Bend. Newsham's a bit wide of the apex there at Truett. Of course, the closer he gets to Shepherd, the more incentivised he becomes, the more he starts to think, actually, this really could be on. He's got 7 minutes left to do this. But as we always say, catching is one thing, passing another. Adam Shepherd ain't going to make it easy. He wants a win here at his home track. Newsham really wants to win his first ever race in the championship. If they do ever get together, Paul, this could be a really tasty battle.
Yeah, I'd say so, definitely. Rick Kerry's having a right old go. Mark Smith, they're battling hard. Fair play to them, boys. That was very good to see how they got out the way. But they've now started to get Joe Marshall and a few of the others coming through. Marshall flashing those lights. But Callum Newsham, look at the body language of this car. I think this car will be working so much better over a race distance compared to Adam Shepherd. I thought Adam was managing this gap. I'm now starting to think he's took a lot out of them front tyres because the car is new to him.
Well, that was exactly my point, yeah, and he didn't get a full day of testing on Friday like most of the others did. Newsham's been in this car for a year now. He knows how to set it up over a race distance, and okay, the races are 5 minutes shorter this year than they have been in the past, but if you punish those tyres too early, if your setup isn't right, then even over 20 minutes, tyre management can come into play. We've had a change further back, by the way. I think Bordley might have got past Luke Sargent. I think I just saw out of the window Sargent may have lost another place. He was getting a head put from Brad Hutchison as they went through Graham Hill Bend. Here they are, and yes, Hutchison's gone past him as well, with Darren Lewis trying to get to the inside too. So Bordley has gone, he's up into 5th position. Hutchison 6th from the back. Not a bad fight back.
Yeah, not a bad fight back at all. And yeah, look at that, a bit of a flapping side arch on Hutchison's car. That shouldn't be too bad, but if it gets worse, they might stick a mechanical warning flag out for him where he have to come in the pits and rectify that problem. But at the minute, it doesn't seem to be flapping too much. That just see it there. So it's on his front left. Yeah, it's just a little leg out. Looks like me when I'm dancing. He's got a little leg out when he goes there. It is. You can see it flapping around there. So it's not going to cause him too much trouble, but Sargent's right at the back of him.
Oh, big wobble there through Surtees, though. Hutchison's car is on the edge a little bit, isn't it? But yeah, Sargent, having been overtaken by Brad, is not letting him go without a fight. They round the right-hander at clearways. Darren Lewis very much a part of this scrap as well. And as they head towards the timing line, he might be within striking range, actually. Heading for Paddock Hill Bend. No, doesn't even think about going to the inside line. The positions stay as they were. Sargent is wide of the apex, though. Lewis will have a bit of a run now as they head up Hailwood Hill towards Druid. Sargent knows it, moves to the inside line and covers the position off pretty nicely. Whilst this is all going on, by the way, Paul, that lead gap has now sort of stabilised a little bit, but we have drama not affecting the leaders but affecting the reigning champion. Carl Boardley has been handed a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He's not the only one, because Jeff Holden there trying to get out of the way of the lead lap cars has also been given a penalty, so that will drop Boardley down a few positions.
Yeah, that is something that everybody gets if they've got a car that is just not working. You just try harder and harder, overheat the tyres. Oh, Boardley ain't going to be happy about that. But he wasn't in a winning position like he was in at Croft, where he got a penalty and it lost him the race win, I think. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. So that's two drivers, Boardley and Smith, like you say, with it's good to see they're actually sticking to track limits and they're being consistent.
Yep, seems that way, doesn't it? And I haven't seen too many drivers really taking the mickey with it. They've all been generally trying to stay within track limits, I think. This is still a good battle going on. Mark Smith getting himself right in the middle of it there as Luke Sargent jinxed out of the way. They're all ahead of Will Powell now. I don't think that was the case the last time we checked in with this battle. So Will Powell's Honda also seems to be losing pace as the race goes on. And it means that Luke Sargent and Darren Lewis are now battling over 7th position. Into the right-hander at Clearways corner they head, and back across the line. The lead gap continuing to grow, by the way, so 2.8 seconds now between Shepherd and Newsham, 3 seconds Newsham to Marshall. That is actually the gap that's now starting to creep down. That was closer to 5 seconds at one point. Joe Marshall, having set that lap record earlier on, doing his best to try and chase down the second-place man, Callum Newsham, who himself now, Paul, is being warned about track limits.
Yes, there's a lot of people, isn't there, just pushing on. This has been a fraught pace, to be fair. I think because the leader went flat out and just got it done early doors, everyone's been absolutely flat out trying to catch him. So there's a lot of people getting a bit of track limits warning for an understeering car where the fronts are just wearing out. But I've got to say, if we're going to speak about the big motoring world big moment, it's got to be Adam Shepherd, isn't it? Even if he doesn't win. Oh, Darren Lewis is now down the inside, is he, Luke Sargent? Even if he doesn't win, to go from 8th on the grid into the lead and pull that gap, it's got to be him from me.
Has to be, absolutely. I had a feeling when it happened that we weren't going to top that. That was pretty incredible. It's not been a race short of drama or big moments, but yeah, they don't get much bigger than that. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before here at Brands Hatch. This battle still needs to be decided between Luke Sargent and Darren Lewis for 7th position. Paul's going to head down to the podium now to chat to our top 3, who seem pretty settled now. I mean, the gap between Newsham and Marshall is still creeping down by a couple of tenths a lap. It's still the best part of 3 seconds. Let's see, Newsham does a 49.1 and actually a slow lap for Marshall, 49.5, possibly in traffic, as car 77 Mark Smith is now given a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits because he'd already been given a 5-second one, and now 10 seconds added to his race time. There is the man of the moment, though, Adam Shepherd. And we talk about big moments. What a big moment that could be in the championship, because he managed to seal a really solid 3rd place yesterday when, like I said, at one point it looked like he wouldn't be on the grid at all. And now here he is today, just absolutely on top form. It's his home racetrack. It's a place that does hold a special place in his heart, but he's never won here before. Neither of his 2 prior victories in TCR UK have come from Brands Hatch. I think I said yesterday one was at Donington Park and one was at Silverstone, I seem to recall. So, sorry, both at Donington, actually, both on the national circuit at Donington Park, Adam Shepherd's victories. One in 2022, one in 2023, and that is the last I'm going to say about a potential 3rd victory heading the way of Adam Shepherd, but he is 3 seconds clear of Callum Newsham, and Callum Newsham has thrown everything at this. It's not been a bad drive for Newsham. Again, he really deserves a win. It's just Adam Shepherd has outperformed him quite simply. He turns his way Newsham through Surtees corner. He's seen off the challenge from Marshall. I think Marshall's given up the fight there, really. Realised he wasn't going to catch the Hyundai driver, who has been pushing hard, but now being given that track limits warning. Will have to be a little bit careful. Jeff Alden's been given 10 seconds now as well onto his race time. But we start the final lap then here at Brands Hatch, and what has been a frenetic race could well end with a monumental victory for a man who at times this weekend looked down and out. Out of Druids he comes, takes a very tight line. Out of Druids, he somehow managed to dislodge the a bit of bodywork there on the left front corner, the left wing, flapping loose. I haven't seen him have contact with anybody, but it may have been a back marker, I suppose, as he was picking his way through. But Adam Shepherd turns into Clearway's corner now, and I almost feel that it's safe to say that a third career victory in TCR UK is now heading his way. Adam Shepherd, with one of the most sensational starts I've ever seen in TCR UK, is rewarded with the win and wins round number 2 of the TCR UK Championship. Callum Newsham comes home in second position, and Joe Marshall in the end a slightly distant third. This battle is going to run right to the flag between Luke Sargent and Darren Lewis, but Darren Lewis is not quite going to be able to get onto terms with Luke. Across the line they will go, and it will be 7th place for Sargent, 8th for Darren Lewis. Brad Hutchison, of course, ahead of both of them in the end in 6th position now. That 5-second penalty for Carl Boardley in the end hasn't actually made a difference, because he did manage to pull a 6.2-second lead over Brad Hutchison, and that was important because it was only 5 seconds added to Boardley's time, so he still is ahead of Hutchison even after that penalty is applied. 5-second penalty, by the way, given to Darren Lewis right at the end of the race, so actually it wouldn't have mattered if he'd got past Luke Sargent or not. But Adam Shepherd did all of his overtaking inside the first 20 seconds of the race. From there on, it was a pretty easy and controlled Sunday afternoon drive. Callum Newsham was coming at him mid-race, but ultimately Shepherd always had it in hand. I think Paul might have been right. He was just managing the pace there, really. His best lap, a 48.47, was still only 0.02 of a second away from Joe Marshall's lap record pace. So it's not like he was taking it easy the whole way, and certainly wasn't losing pace massively, was he? His pace strong enough to keep Newsham at bay. And pulls in now at the end of pit lane, and he will be very, very happy with that. His first win, of course, in a brand new car to the Cupra Competizione. It is Adam Shepherd victorious for the first time at Brands Hatch for him. Callum Newsham comes home in second place, still frustratingly close to that first victory. Joe Marshall back on the podium for the third time. Victor Anderson has to settle for 4th this time around. Carl Boardley comes home in 5th ahead of Brad Hutchison. Luke Sargent, Darren Lewis, Will Powell and Will Beach, with Rick Kerry, Jeff Oldham, Mark Smith and Bradley Thurston behind, although Thurston, of course, was an early retirement. So Adam Shepherd then gets himself the race victory. As I said, that is his 3rd career victory. It is his 13th career podium. If he's on the podium in race number 3 later on, he will tie Bruce Winfield with 14 appearances on the podium, and that would be tied for the 3rd most of any driver in TCR UK history. The only 2 drivers who would be ahead of them would be Lewis Kent, who's a double champion, and Max Hart, who was a championship runner-up and these days is doing big things over in the Chinese TCR series, and they are 2 pretty well-established names in the world of touring car racing. So, yeah, Adam Shepherd can be very, very proud. He's actually broken the tie that he had with Dan Lloyd, our 2018 champion. They were both sat on 12 podiums coming into that race, but that now is a 13th for Adam. So he can be very, very proud of that. He's holding some very esteemed company, has never won the TCR UK Championship, but of course he's been in the mix both of the last 2 years, going to the final round of the championship. Right, let's head down to the pit lane then and hear from our winner with Paul O'Neill.
What a race as Adam Shepherd pulls up in the 117. What an absolute win that was. From 8th on the grid, absolutely unbelievable stuff. And that is why me and Andy McEwen said that is the big motoring world, big moment of the race. To come from 8th on the grid, come and follow me, Captain. Sorry, you're getting your picture there, Andy. You know what? You go and get your picture, but quickly, and then we'll have a little chat as the other drivers come through. But great stuff. And Essex Motor Factors on the back of Adam Shepherd's overalls there. The family must be proud of that. You must be proud. I always think It's a bit of a struggle for us when you change cars, but this looks exactly the same because of the colour scheme.
Yeah, it's been since the 60s with my granddad, my dad and everyone, so that livery's never going to change.
What a start, mate.
Oh,
You
no.
were in the lead by the exit of Paddock Bend, and you were lit.
It was a worldy start. Do you know what? The off the grid on the rolling up lap, I launched it and it can't be calibrated right because it wouldn't rev over 3,000 RPM in launch control. So I was like, go old school and no launch control, and it just took off like a bullet. I was like, I'm going around the outside. So yeah, phenomenal. The car was unbelievable. We changed it drastically from race one. There's not a thing on it that's the same, and it is unbelievable. So huge thanks to everyone, my sponsors, main sponsor 5G Communications. We wouldn't even be here without them. They're all here today. So been a tough start to the weekend, but I was just cruising out there, so that was good.
Yeah, she looks good, mate. Any worrying times in the race? Looked like the back markers were pretty good, actually.
Yeah, they were fine. The first one we come across was slow to get out of the way, but to be honest, I was just managing the gap. So as soon as I see a Callum catching a bit, I put the anti-lag back on, got my head down for a couple of laps and just cruised it home, yeah.
Love that. Sounds like a WRC car.
Yeah, it's a big upgrade, put it that way, yeah.
Bit of anti-lag. If you don't know what that is at home, what is it?
It's a button that we've got so we can...
He's cheating.
Yeah, we always hear that, yeah. We can pre-spool the turbo to get better throttle response, but it's harder on the car. So when I wanted to get away, we can turn it on and, yeah, pulled a bit of a gap and went from there.
And a lot of the new cars have that as well, don't they?
Yeah, it didn't have it on my old car, but all the new cars have it. To be honest, our old car we struggled with a lot, and yeah, then we was just cruising. The car was phenomenal.
Amazing. Well, good luck in the last one.
Cheers, thank you.
Top man. Starting last, typical, isn't it? Right, okay, there's cars on the grid, so we're going to hand up back to the comms box. Thank you very much, Paul. Well, what a brilliant second race of the TCR UK Championship that was. Remember, their third race comes up a bit later on, and that is going to be getting underway with the start procedure at about 20 to 5, we hope. So be sure to tune in for that one. Right then, we move straight on in true BRSCC fashion onto our next race, and it is the third and final one of the weekend for the BRSCC AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and the grid, again, features a partial reverse. So it is, by the looks of it, a top 6 reverse. No, I'm not really sure. Anyway, James Pope's on pole. Morgan Kidd's alongside. I'm not actually entirely sure where they've got this grid from, but that's the way they're lining up. Then it will be Dan Lewis and Caitlin May, by the looks of it, on the next row of the grid, followed by Connor Blackburn. I'm really not sure how they found this grid, but anyway, it will then be Charlie Ellis ahead of Gary Miller, then Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett. So they were the top 2 from the race earlier on, and they're actually starting at the back of the top 10. I wonder if it's one of those where they draw names out of a hat at random for the top 10. Maybe that's the way. Anyway, 11th place is Harry Hayes. 12th is Simon Horrobin. They are starting exactly where they finished race number 2. Then it will be Archie Johnson and John Cooper, who was in the barriers, remember, at Drewis early on in that race. Matt Chambers and Joseph Knight are next, with Luke Ward, who was the last of the finishers in race 2, coming from 17th. Then it's Harry Howarth, with hopefully Marco Ricci at the back of the grid. Christopher Blackburn and Sean Reynolds were both out in that red flag incident at the beginning of the second race earlier on. So, mixed up grid, and the final of 3 races this weekend for the Fiesta ST240s, and this is going to be an interesting one, certainly. Some interesting names towards the front of the grid, but actually drivers who have shown decent pace so far this weekend and now are given their opportunity with some good track position to maybe make use of that and go for a race victory. But over the course of, what is it, a 20-minute race, you haven't got a lot of time to make your moves and get to the front. So yeah, it will be an interesting one, this, to see who comes out on top. 2 green flag laps, of course, as always, around a short circuit such as this one for the Fiestas, because they do run on slick tyres. So important that they have plenty of time to get the warmth into those tyres. So got the field winding through, and with, like I said, an interesting front row of the grid, but keep an eye on Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett coming from the back of the top 10.
going to be trying to make some good early progress, because it's not the easiest thing in the world to do to overtake in these ST240s. They're very, very evenly matched and very good on the brakes as well, which means it's actually quite difficult to outbrake somebody in these cars. You can do it, as we saw in the earlier races, but you've got to be fully committed to the move, and if you get stuck behind a group of cars for a couple of laps, the leaders can disappear pretty quickly, so they will both want to try and move forward as swiftly as they can. There is the number 47 car of James Pope that will start from pole. Morgan Kidd starts alongside. And then the rest of them filing through behind. Brilliant looking cars. The ST240s really are a mini TCR car, aren't they, in a way, because they are turbocharged. They run on slick tyres, generate a little bit less power than a TCR car. They are more production based, of course, but I think it's fair to say that if you master one of these things, you would definitely be quick in a TCR car. The same true, actually, of a few of the support series that we've got here this weekend. Civic Cup, definitely. The TTs, I'd say, are a good proving ground for touring car talent. And that really has been the point this year with the support race package that's been put in place for TCR to make sure that drivers in these championships are able to sort of look up to TCR as a place that they could maybe head for next and really learn their craft in a championship such as this one. So you line up on the grid then. Keep an eye on Dan Lewis, Fiesta Junior runner from last year, starting third. And he's going to try and find a gap between those top two. It's a 2x2 staggered grid for the Fiesta ST240s, which does lead to a bit of congestion sometimes into the first turn. Let's see what's going to happen then at the beginning of our third and final race in the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Then the lights are on, the red light goes out now, and off we go. Who's going to make the best of the start? Well, it is rather predictably Dan Lewis, who shoots a gap through the middle and goes from third on the grid to lead the way. James Pope is going backwards. He's had an absolutely atrocious start, but ends up getting right in the way, really, of Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett, neither of whom have made a huge amount of progress into the first turn. Lewis leads the way then. Morgan Kidd is sandwiched in the middle of a three-wide situation, heading towards Druids for the first time. On the inside there was Lucas Hayden in the number 46, and he slides through into second. And is that Horrobin third? I think it is. Simon Horrobin up into third position. He was he'd been involved in 2 accidents by this point in race number 2, and he's now actually into a podium place as they head down the Cooper Straight for the first time. Gary Miller, I think that is taking to the grass as he tries to find a way past the struggling James Pope through the left-hander at Surtees, and that's Horrobin off. Oh, why did I say that? Simon Horrobin, well, he made it a bit further this time around, but he's off the road. Morgan Kidd is sideways. That really held up Connor Blackburn, who ends up edged out wide, and it is all kicking off as they come towards the line at the end of lap number 1. Horrobin rejoins, having cut through the entirety of the second sector, right in front of another car. If that wasn't an unsafe rejoin, I don't know what is. Anyway, there goes Alistair Kellett up the inside of James Pope. Zach Lucas is still the next car behind him, so actually I say still, that means he's got ahead of Lucas, but perhaps not for much longer. Zach Lucas is back up the inside, heading for Druids Corner, and does now get ahead of Alistair Kellett. Remember, those have been the 2 race winners so far this weekend, with Lucas winning yesterday, Kellett winning this morning, and now Zach Lucas back in front once again. So, deep breath, everybody. That was only the first 2 laps of racing. We've got a 2.3 second lead, though, for Dan Lewis, who is trying to win on his debut in the championship, and that was a very ambitious move. Up the inside, around goes Morgan Kidd, and that was James Pope, who I think was sick of going backwards in this race, and in the end, in trying a move, it is Morgan Kidd who then ends up going backwards as a result of that aggressive move from James Pope. That may well be looked at after the race. There's a black and white warning flag for car 14. Can't think why. That's Simon Horrobin. He has rejoined the race, as we saw, but a long way down the order, and has been officially warned now, I suspect, for that unsafe rejoin. But yeah, Dan Lewis trying to win in his debut weekend, having graduated from the Fiesta Junior Championship. Lucas Hayden is the man in second place, chasing him down, as there around the outside line looks Joseph Knight up at Druids, trying to get past Caitlin May, but also trying not to open the door for Gary Miller, who was on the podium earlier on today. In fact, I think he was on the podium in both races. Yes, he was. He's had 2 third-place finishes so far. Hasn't quite made the progress of his fellow podium finishers from those races, Alistair Kellett and Zach Lucas. The latter of those 2 on the tail of James Pope now. I actually thought James had fallen further down the order than that. He's still in 5th place, so he's not having a bad run, just not making many friends, although as I say that, he goes off the road. And for the second time, I put the curse on someone, and we're not even 3 minutes into the race. He's going to lose a handful of places now coming across the line. Zach Lucas goes through, Alistair Kellett goes through, but actually, because there was some shenanigans in the group behind them, he's only going to lose those 2 places. That was Gary Miller sailing through on the inside line. Joseph Knight was in there, and Archie Johnson in the car that's been patched up after race number 2 earlier on today. Harry Howarth there nips up the inside of Caitlin May at Druids. And they drop down the hill then. We've got the number 26 of Harry Hayes just behind them. Luke Waugh, who had a pit stop in the race earlier on today, is next in line. And nice to see Marco Ricci out there as well. Marco Ricci didn't start race 2. Did he do race 1? I've got a feeling he didn't. No, he was a non-starter in both races so far. So good to see they've got his car out this time around. There's Gary Miller then through Clearway's corner. Joseph Knight on his tail, looking to try and find a way through. The lead gap, by the way, keeps on growing. 2.8 seconds now. Dan Lewis back to Lucas Hayden, because Lewis has just set the fastest lap, 54.0, which was about 0.2 quicker than Lucas Hayden behind him. So Lucas Hayden struggling to keep up with the leader, but is he at least managing the gap back to Cooper? Yes, he is. He was about 0.2 quicker than John Cooper on that particular lap. There goes Howarth up the inside of Caitlin May. And that was not a change, actually. Caitlin has tried to get past Howarth for 11th place. But Howarth is not making it easy. He's driving around the inside of the track. The Jam Sport driver is really defending, making that the widest Fiesta ST in existence, but it might not work. Caitlin May has got the run, but only had the outside line into Surtees' corner and chose not to commit to the move. And again, Howarth defends the inside into Clearways. This sort of defensive driving can be effective for a short period of time, but you always feel that eventually you're going to crack under the pressure and you're going to make a little bit of a mistake. So I wonder whether that is what's going to happen for Howarth. That was Gary Miller launching up the inside of James Pope. That was for 7th position. Howarth still defending from Caitlin May, but I think off in the distance, Gary Miller did make that move stick. So fantastic move. One of the best moves of the day, actually, that. Gary Miller moves up an extra position. Howarth snatching the brakes at Druids. That's actually quite difficult to do with the ABS that these cars run. But he really is using every trick in the book, and I think Caitlin May's starting to get a bit frustrated. Gives him a helping hand through Druids, then drifts wide herself over the edge of the curb. And Howarth is certainly not going to roll over and let Caitlin May through. You would think they were fighting for the lead here, wouldn't you? It's only for 11th place, but that doesn't really matter, does it? He's really getting the hurry up now from Caitlin May, who's pushing him through Clearway's corner. And as they head out through Clark Curve, he again just hugs that white line on the inside of the corner and will not allow Caitlin May to come through. It's only a matter of time, I think, before Caitlin really runs out of patience and just serves him into a corner. Already the rear bumper is starting to hang loose, and I suspect that's only going to get worse as the race goes on. Right then, back to the 5th placed battle between Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett. They've done all of their battling so far this weekend for race victories, but the joy of a mixed-up grid for race number 3. And they're both sort of working in tandem almost, about to catch Connor Blackburn for 4th position. Connor actually did finish 4th in the race earlier on today, having finished 7th in race number 1. So as they turn through Clearways, this group of cars just starting to get a bit bigger now, isn't it? Because Gary Miller, I'd say, is starting to catch them. There go John Cooper and Lucas Hayden. Now they're definitely getting closer together. John Cooper on the previous lap, 0.3 quicker than Lucas Hayden. I think that's been a trend over the last few laps. So 2nd to 3rd is now only just over a second. So you're not really going to know where to look in a minute, because there's going to be a battle for a podium place. This group is all getting closer together. You feel this is going to kick off at any moment. Gary Miller, though, I would say the quickest of all the cars in this group. He's closing in on Lucas and Kellett quicker than they're catching Blackburn. Out of Graham Hill Bend they go. Here comes a bit of a challenge. That's James Pope defending from from Joseph Knight as they head for Surtees. Joseph Knight looks to the inside. Does he commit to the move? The car's wriggling around under braking, but James Pope late enough on the brakes that he gets into the apex first. But good to see Joseph Knight's car is repaired after its incident and damage that was sustained in race number 2. They all go then, and the lead gap 3.1 seconds now. That was despite a personal best lap for Lucas Hayden. He was actually slightly quicker than the race leader that time. Oh my word, Alistair Kellett. That was a very ambitious look up the inside of Zach Lucas. I think he wants to make the move on Zach before Zach has a go at Connor Blackburn, because there is the danger here, isn't there, that Lucas could get past Blackburn and Kellett might not be able to follow him by. So then with a car between them, Lucas might be able to pull away. And of course that's more likely to happen because Connor Blackburn is not a slow driver. He was 4th in the race earlier on today, so he's less likely to just open the door for both of them. So I think Kellett fully aware of that. He knows this could present an opportunity for him to make the move, and actually it's quite important that he tries to make the move before Zach Lucas has an opportunity to pull away. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, set by John Cooper now in 3rd position as he chases after Lucas Hayden. He's almost caught Lucas Hayden now, actually. Those two only about 4 tenths apart at the line, as Henry Howarth continues to frustrate Caitlin May. 4th place battle comes through, and they've all gone past Connor Blackburn. So Connor Blackburn, just as we took our eyes off him, has lost 3 positions. So through have gone Lucas, Kellett and Gary Miller. In fact, Lucas and Kellett had got past him by the lines, and that must have all happened up at Clearways. Blackburn then relinquished the 6th position to Gary Miller as they went down the straight into Paddock Hill Bend. Leaders then are coming through to the completion of another lap. I wouldn't mind seeing that 2nd place battle, actually, because John Cooper is almost within striking range of Lucas Hayden now. The gap is only half a second between them as they go across the timing line that time. This group continues to entertain, but now that Lucas and Kellett have broken through to the front of that group, you'd imagine they're going to have pretty similar pace. This is the fight for second, though. The race car consultant's machine of Lucas Hayden is defending nicely that 2nd place at the moment, with Lucas and Alistair Kellett continuing to do battle further back, but that is the fight for second. John Cooper has been the fastest man on track the last few laps in his pursuit of Lucas Hayden. We're only about halfway through the race as well, so you never know if he can get past Lucas. He might be able to use all of those years of Fiesta racing experience to chase down Daniel Lewis as well. There is Dan Lewis, not a big gap, 3 seconds, that he enjoys over that pair. So there goes Lewis in the race lead. There, 2nd and 3rd, Hayden and Cooper, and then it's a big old gap back, isn't it, to Lucas and Kellett in the background. You could see them coming. Paddock Hill Bengo, the leading trio, but here, Alistair Kellett starting to look a little bit more serious about finding a way past Zach Lucas, isn't he? Had a big look up the inside into Paddock, but look, it destroys his exit speed and opens the door nearly for Gary Miller to go through. There might have been a touch under braking, and Kellett nearly skated straight into the back of Zach Lucas. Connor Blackburn now buys into this, thinks, hang on, there might be a chance for me to get some places back, and he launches up the inside of Gary Miller at Graham Hill Bend. Gary was always going to turn in. We cut away because it's side by side for 2nd place, though. That is John Cooper up the inside of Lucas Hayden. Almost contact the Surtees, then he goes for it again. Brilliant stuff from John Cooper. That is the experience I was talking about. He knew he had to pounce as quickly as possible, and at the first available opportunity, he made the move stick. So John Cooper up into 2nd place. What is the gap now to Dan Lewis? He's got 9 minutes to bridge a 3.9 second gap. That will take some doing. He lost the best part of a second on that lap alone in trying to find a way past Lucas Hayden. And actually, the job might not be done yet because Lucas is coming right back at him heading towards Druids Corner. Cooper defends the inside, outbrakes himself by a country mile. So wide he goes that actually he's out on the grass, and straight back through goes Lucas Hayden. And any chance of a race win now for John Cooper, surely he's waved goodbye to, because he'll have dirt on his tyres. He'll have to now try and catch Lucas Hayden again, who's probably the best part of 2 seconds ahead of him once more. And I think Daniel Lewis might now be home free, barring any mistakes for him. Lots of black and white warning flags being handed out, by the way, but not yet any track limits penalties. Cars 4 and 664 are the 2 latest. They are Gary Miller and Connor Blackburn, 6th and 7th respectively. A whole host of drivers have been warned about that so far, but no penalties given yet. 8 minutes still to go, though. There is time, isn't there, for a few penalties to affect the running order. The leaders go through. Still Zach Lucas in 4th, Kellett 5th, Gary Miller 6th. That's the battle on your screen now. And as they round Paddock Hill Bend, Lucas under threat, has to defend into Druids. And Alistair Kellett, just again another wily old contender of Fiesta racing. He's been around for so long in this championship, and was one of the first real stars actually in the Mark 7, I seem to recall, back in the debut season for the Mark 7. And he has always been rapid in these newer generation Fiesta STs. At Lucas cocking the left rear wheel. But Alistair Kellett just hunting around to try and find any way through that he can. He's been trying all race long. It's not worked yet. It's not going to be made easy for him in the closing stages. We're about 2/3 of the way now through this third and final race of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Donald Lewis has a 3.9 second lead over Lucas Hayden's second, who is now about 1.5 seconds clear of John Cooper after Cooper's moment a lap ago. At this corner, Druids, this group all managed to carry a pretty nice, neat, tidy line around the inside apex. Behind them, incidentally, you've got Joseph Knight, now free of James Pope, chasing down Connor Blackburn. That gap is only about a second, almost exactly a second, actually. So they're the two blue cars coming towards us. And you've got James Pope and Archie Johnson behind them. In that battle between Henry Howarth and Caitlin May, by the way, well, Luke Waugh has now disrupted the party slightly and is splitting them. So Luke Waugh is up into 12th position now, in between Howarth and May. So they will be coming into view, I think, very shortly down the pit straight. Big gap, here they come. So that's Howarth, the next car across the line with a flapping rear bumper, then Luke Waugh, and Caitlin May stuck behind with Marco Ritchie and Harry Hayes for company. So don't be fooled into thinking the only action is at the front of the field. There is stuff going on up and down the order, something you often don't get to appreciate really just from watching on TV. You kind of have to come along to the racetrack, watch the race's trackside, and then you realise that it's not just the race leaders who are having a good time, but everyone throughout the order has got a fight on their hands. And okay, it might not be getting as much screen time, it might not be for the race win, but it's every bit as important for the drivers involved as they try and learn their racecraft, get closer to the front of the field as the year goes on. One car going quite slowly in front of them. I'm not sure if that's a car that's been in the pits earlier on, and hopefully it will get out of the way quite nicely. Archie Johnson trying to find a way past James Pope here still. They both just negotiated that back marker as Alistair Kellett again has a go at Zach Lucas going through Druids. But Zach Lucas has not really made a mistake yet. If anything, it's Kellett who's been looking a bit wild in his attempts to find a way through. Actually got the same top three from race one, all running together, races 1 and 2 actually, all running together again here, but in a slightly different order. Oh, that's John Cooper. That's John Cooper from third, actually. Yeah, sorry, I forgot John Cooper was in a podium place. That looks like the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and I think he's pulled off there rather than lost it. That's a way you can pull out well out of the way of the others, which is what he's done. But that means that John Cooper's race is over, and that's such a shame. He's leaning on the side of the car in exasperation, I think, knowing that he was putting together a really good race there. He had that chance at second place, maybe of the race win, but in the end none of it mattered because his car has broken down exiting paddock. He is out of the race. So that promotes now this battle to be a battle for a podium place now, so extra significance, the position they're battling for. Now here come the track limits penalties. Joseph Knight, number 89, and Caitlin May, number 152, being given a 5-second track limits penalty. They are the first two, I think, to be handed such a penalty in this race. So the order will shuffle slightly towards, well, actually outside of the top 10 as far as Caitlin May is concerned. Connor Blackburn, of course, sorry, it wasn't Connor Blackburn, it was 89, wasn't it? It was being given the penalty, which is a car further down the order. Well, not the race leaders, the third place battle though arrives at Druids, and again Kellett finds himself stuck in the middle really here, doesn't he? He's got Zach Lucas ahead, but Gary Miller, an ever-present threat behind him. So as they drop through Graham Hill Bend now with just 3 minutes left on the clock, this is still very much a three-way fight for a podium place. Joseph Knight, of course, was the other driver who was given the penalty, so Joseph Knight, that will possibly lose him a couple of places, although he is a good 3 or 4 seconds clear of Archie Johnson and James Pope. Just needs to try and build that gap a bit further if he can. He does then head across the line. And Lewis, 3.5 seconds clear. I think he can now afford to back off a bit and just manage the pace in this race. Head underneath the bridge at the top of Halewood Hill. Really, Alistair Kellett, I think, running out of inspiration here. He's tried for the entirety of race 1 to find a way past Zach Lucas and couldn't do it. He got past Zach at the start in race number 2, but then could never shake him off. And now he has got to try and find a way back past again. Running out of time, Lucas takes a very wide line into Surtees. Manages to get through the corner quite well. Now, what's this going on? This is Harry Howarth, and another 5-second track limit penalty for James Pope now. But Henry Howarth has got Luke Waugh behind him. Luke all over the grass coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Caitlin May still sat behind them in the white car. But in fairness to him, I was sort of taking the mick out of Henry Howarth earlier on for his very overly defensive driving, but it worked. He kept Caitlin May behind him, and then as soon as Luke Waugh got through, he's been able to keep him behind as well. So it is for a position inside the top 10 now that John Cooper's retired. So worth trying to defend this place if you can. Similarly, Zach Lucas definitely trying to defend third position, then comes down to Graham Hill Bend for what should be the penultimate time. Lead gap is 3.3 seconds now, as again Daniel Lewis just continues to ease off the pace, I think, now in the closing stages, but Zach Lucas can be afforded no such luxury. Heads into Clearway's corner, wide line in, looks for the late apex just to carry the speed out onto the main straight. The leader has already crossed the line with time, I reckon, for 2 more laps. So Dan Lewis is going to have to do 2 more laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Here he is. What a brilliant effort this has been for the man who came out of the Fiesta Junior Championship last year, where he finished 4th. He was once a winner. Yeah, just the 1 win last year, which came on the national circuit at Silverstone in juniors. But he has put together an excellent race here, made a good start, shot through the middle of the front row starters, got the lead into Paddock Hill Bend, and okay, he was being caught in the mid stages maybe by John Cooper, but Cooper made that mistake, then he retired with a mechanical issue, and now Daniel Lewis has just got to make 1 more lap around. He could actually afford, I think, to lift off and make this the final lap. He might even have tried to do that. Is it going to be a last lap board, or is it going to be a checkered flag? It is going to be last lap board, I presume, because I couldn't see a checkered flag, even though the time ticked to 0 just as he got there. So the last lap has now begun, and hopefully he saw a last lap board. He should see the checkered flag next time around. Yeah, crossed the line with 19 minutes 58.2 seconds completed. So by about 1.8 seconds, he got to the line in time to do another lap. So some good battles to be settled further back. Just caught Simon Horrobin there ahead of Morgan Kidd. And finally, someone's got past Henry Howarth. Henry Howarth's been overtaken by Luke Waugh, something that Caitlin May wasn't able to do earlier on. And he's into 10th place now. And also looked like a move behind, maybe involving Harry Hayes and Marco Ricci. I think Marco Ricci got past Harry Hayes there into paddock. But Daniel Lewis did all of his overtaking at the start. He went from 3rd on the grid to lead into Paddock Hill Bend, and he is going to claim a first ever victory in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship here at Brands Hatch by 3.3 seconds in the end over Lucas Hayden, who is another driver, of course, to come out of the Fiesta Junior Championship, where he was 8th last year and actually finished his season off with one of his best results, a 2nd place finish here at Brands Hatch. Caitlin May again tried to find a way past Henry Howarth, but I just don't think she's going to be able to do it. This is all over 10th position, remember, with Luke Waugh claiming that 10th position just ahead. Howarth 11th, and it will be 12th position. No, it won't be 12th position for Caitlin May, because she's been given a 5-second track limits penalty. Morgan Kidd just manages to fend off Charlie Ellis there. That was over 16th place. And that was a good little run to the line. And then the 1 car a lap down was the number 69, Matt Chambers. But Daniel Lewis, what can we say about this young man? He is going to be a title contender this year, I think, isn't he? Yes, he benefited from the reversed grid, but he showed good speed in the earlier race today too. And this is only his first weekend in the car. He's going to be even faster, I'm sure, when we get to Snetterton for the 2nd round. And as the season goes on, he's only going to get more and more comfortable in this turbocharged Fiesta. I think he's going to be a real threat come season's end. So Daniel Lewis victorious on only his third attempt in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Lucas Hayden comes home in second place and Zach Lucas finishes third. Alistair Kellett fourth with Gary Miller in fifth position. Then it was Colin Blackburn, Archie Johnson, Joseph Knight, James Pope and Luke Waugh completing the top 10. Henry Howarth was 11th, Marco Ricci was 12th and Harry Hayes was 13th with Simon Horrobin in 14th place. 15th Morgan Kidd, 16th Caitlin May, Matt Chambers was 1 lap down, Charlie Ellis was actually a couple of laps down, so that wasn't for position with Morgan Kidd. Charlie Ellis 18th position, 3 laps down, and John Cooper actually the only retirement, having pulled out of 3rd place at Paddock Hill Bend. So that was a brilliant opening weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. 3 races, 3 different winners, and a first ever victory in the championship for Daniel Lewis.
Well done to Daniel Lewis. You can see how much it means to his colleagues and teams down here in Parc Ferme. The Fiesta Junior graduate moving up into the seniors and taking a win. Yep, okay, reverse grid. It doesn't matter, he got away and he was there. People are already talking about reclassifying him as a pro driver rather than an AM driver, but we think the first AM or club driver to take an outright win in the Fiesta Championship, which is an absolutely superb result. For me, personally, race of the day, there was so much of interest for me, the things that I was looking at that went on, fascinating. We had the top 3 obviously in the reverse that were working their way through their battle. We had Daniel coming through, we had John Cooper putting to rights what had been a miserable weekend. It was miserable for him ultimately as well. Anyway, enough from me. Daniel, let's get you over and have a, I know there'll be plenty of time. I do hate nicking the sort of limelight away from everyone we want to celebrate because it takes the energy out of it. But many congratulations, a fantastic race.
Thank you, yeah, it was brilliant. Just off the line, just hooked up, and then I was in first, and that was it. I had to keep it from there. No mistakes, and then it was great, yeah. P1.
Did you back off towards the end? I'm not sure, I didn't check the times, but Lucas looked like he was getting a little bit closer, but certainly nothing for you to worry about.
No, I was keeping it cool towards the end and just trying to save the car, so make sure it stayed towards the end. So
the talk is now, do you stay as an AM or are they going to reclassify you as a pro? And that's a lovely thing, isn't it, to be debating. Either way, you won that race. I mean, class was irrespective about it, but a great way to finish your weekend.
Yeah, it's an amazing weekend, to be fair. We've had our ups and downs, so it's a great way to finish it, isn't it? So love it.
Apologies for cutting it short. We've got Hondas on the grid. I want to have a quick word with the others. Many congratulations. I'm sure we'll have many more. Lucas Hayden, let's get Lucas over very quickly if we can. Lucas, as we've got the Civics on the grid, wonderful. Welcome to the podium. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, no, it was a really good race. Like, we've been trying so hard throughout the weekend, like dialing the setup on the car, and yeah, we finally got it tuned for race 3, and yeah, what a result for me and Dan as well.
We first met a few years ago, Ginetta Scholarship, and here you are, podium in immaculate looking cars and very competitive company.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see it from the past few years, like how close the competition's been, and for me and Dan to jump in and be like up here straight away, yeah, it's promising, and yeah, see what Snet can bring, really.
Congratulations. Hope it's the first of many for you, Lucas Hayden. I wanted to get Zach if he's here. We got Zach Lucas anywhere? If not, we'll grab Archie Johnson. Oh, we get Zach first. I will get to Hondas, I promised. Zach, I wanted to talk to you because very quickly the story was coming through from the back of, well, not the back of the grid, but the back of the draw, and come through. Alistair and Gary keeping you honest all the way throughout, but you made it to the podium. Well done. Great weekend, championship lead.
Yeah, absolutely over the moon. Weekend couldn't have got much better. I've pretty much nearly maximised points, so hopefully we can just carry it on through the season. Fingers crossed.
We look forward to seeing it. Thanks for that. Rest well. Cheers, we'll see you next time out. And very, very, very quickly, if we can. Have we got Archie Johnson here? Is Archie here? I want to grab a quick. The Hondas are actually out on their lap. Archie, very quickly. This is going to be very quick, Archie. I'm sorry because we've got Hondas on the grid. Congratulations. Everything's turning around for you.
Yeah, after the unlucky race this morning, I'm glad to have just got a decent result in. Pace was good, and yeah, podium in class is not bad. Yeah.
Well done, mate. Congratulations, and we'll have a better chat with you next time around. Archie Johnson takes second in the AM group. That's why we were chatting to him. Phew. Back to Andy McCune with some Honda Civic action for you.
Thanks, Richard. Sterling work as always down in the pit lane. And yeah, he's right. We're moving on now already to our third race of the weekend in the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. Cars already on their green flag lap, so let's rattle through the grid, which is based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying yesterday, and sees the reigning champion and race 1 winner Max Edmondson back on pole, alongside series rookie Spencer Stevenson. Josh Files and Lewis Kent share row number 2 with Liam McGill and Will Redford on row number 3. Row 4, Harvey Caton and Alistair Camp, with Owen Hillman and Sam Kirkpatrick on the 5th row. Row 6 then is where you find Dave Marshall, and he will share that 6th row with Sam Kirkpatrick. Then it's Alex Kite next in line with Josh Bromley alongside him. Corley Austin will start 15th alongside Jordan Brennan. Then it's Charlotte Birch and Harry England on row number 9. Row 10 for Jamie Petters. He charged through the field nicely after an engine change before race number 2. He has got Mark Hughes alongside. He was the Goodyear Diamond Award winner in race 1. Then it's Trevor McConnell and William Butt, with Aidan Hassan and Simon Welch towards the back. Wesley Swade should be starting 25th, but there will be a few cars, I suspect, missing after what was a fairly bruising second race earlier on that saw a red flag. A few cars, unfortunately, picking up some damage. And we have lost a couple of them, maybe from the Pro Alloys racing camp, because I think they were really the worst affected by that race earlier on. So Andy McEwen in the comms box. Paul O'Neill joins me once again. And Paul, you weren't here to witness the Max Edmondson masterclass yesterday, but what do you think the chances are we'll see another one?
Yeah, well, I did actually watch it on the live stream, which was nice. Well, what do I think is going to happen? I think what's going to happen is it's going to happen again, because he was super quick in that second race as well. But I've got to say, I've been very impressed with that P2 kid there, Spencer. He has been fantastic. So let's see how he gets on. But I think Files will not be happy that he's having to battle so hard. So this will be cool. He's got his headlights on. That means he wants to go forward.
Absolutely. He knows the start could be his best chance to try and do it. And the start is now. The lights are out. Away they go. And Stevenson's made a really good start. He is going toe-to-toe with Max Edmondson into Paddock Hill Bend, actually gets his nose ahead and tries to commit round the outside line. Did that work? No, but Edmondson is sideways. Stevenson tries to get to the inside line, and he does. Spencer Stevenson, almost on the grass, has got the inside line at Druids, and he knows he's got to make the most of this opportunity. He bullies Edmondson out wide, and Spencer Stevenson, in only his 3rd ever race in the championship, leads them down the hill. Edmondson 2nd, File 3rd, Kent in 4th, but Max Edmondson will not be happy. A cold tyre slide has cost him the race lead.
Yeah, they're all slowing up. This could cause carnage. And Max Edmondson give him a headbutt, didn't he? I reckon he could get real feisty here, because I don't think the way he's been treated was very nice. He is really... Oh, look at that. Files down the inside. He's gone real wide. This could be down to P3 now, and this is going to be carnage. Cuts back in. But look at the speed of that car in the draft now. Spencer cannot... If he comes out now to take the line, he's going to be down the inside.
Here comes Edmondson, thinks about it, but Stevenson saw it coming. Jinked back to the inside to defend. If he can survive the first few laps, he might be all right, but now it's his time to get sideways. Dives back to the inside line, though. Got there quicker than Edmondson did a lap ago. And here comes Lewis Kent. Files goes to the outside. There's contact. Edmondson into the back of Stevenson. Forces his way through, but that looked a bit push to passy to me. It's not actually been a pass yet, because Stevenson's got the inside line down at Graham Hill Bend and will somehow retain the lead.
Oh, he's pushed him sideways again. There's a lot of contact in this one, but it's all pretty fair at the minute, but they won't think it as drivers. There's all sorts going on. Is it going to happen here? Spencer seems to struggle with clearways. He's out the way, and the lead has changed, but Files is through as well. Files is now going to get in the draft.
Oh, this is close. Has Edmondson got the job done? Yes, he has. Josh Files knows he needs to try and go with him. Josh Files, multiple TCR champion around the world, really finding Civic Cup is a challenging place to come and race, but he has made it into 2nd place. Edmondson sideways at Paddock. Files almost had an overlap. Lewis Kent joining in as well. This is breathless stuff. Lap number 3 begins, and Max Edmondson back to the front. Josh Files going with him in 2nd place. Can Lewis Kent now relieve Spencer Stevenson of 3rd? I suspect he will on the exit of Druids Corner. So from hero, not to 0, but back to 4th for Stevenson. But my word, that was exciting.
Oh, that was very exciting. Edmondson was having none of that, was he? Literally, the speed. Spencer was so slow into Graham Hill Bend and then into clearways. It looked like he was too nervous to take any speed in there. But look at Lewis Kent. Great that he's been able to start so high up after that disastrous race 2.
Yeah, absolutely, because he would have been at the back had this grid been based upon that race result, but that's not the case. There goes race 2 winner, Alistair Camp, 8th position, so doing better in this one than he did in race 1, where he was never better than 9th. And that race win, I'm sure they learnt some things in race 2 that they can apply to race 3. Lewis Kent there, peeking to the inside of Josh Fars for 2nd place. Just a little look for the time being, not really committing to the move. Edmondson sets the fastest lap, but Paul, he's not getting away.
No, he's not. He's quick in that final sector. That's Harvey Caton down the inside with a full-on braille pass if he gets that done. But fair play, he actually kept the lock on and didn't drive his competitor out to the side. So fair play, they all get another life at it. Will Redford will be happy with that.
Yeah, that's Will Redford that Caton's trying to find a way past, but he's on the outside line of Will heading into Surtees. And Will just about clears him. There was a little bit of contact, but nothing too bad. And that, out of nowhere, is Liam McGill. Harvey Caton left the door wide open, and Liam McGill said thank you very much.
Yeah, it's like when you don't want someone to come to a party and somebody has left the lock off the door. Well, that man was McGill, and he was straight down the inside. That was proper stuff. This is a great start to a race. They're lit. Look at Camping.
Oh, nicely done. Alistair Camp gaining a place as well, so that means Alistair is 7th. That car is going so much better than it did yesterday, and he might yet gain more ground. Diving up the inside comes Dave Marshall. Now, Dave will not want to be the 2nd placed FN2 car for a 2nd race in a row. He beat Camp yesterday. Camp won the race outright earlier on this morning, and Dave Marshall wants to go and give him a few lessons now, but he can't quite find a way past Harvey Caton, and so there is a car now between those two FN2s for the time being. The leaders head out towards, oh my word, Surtees. Someone had a huge moment further back. I think they gathered it together. I think that might have been Jamie Petters, who is 14th, Paul, having another good run.
Yeah, fair play. That new engine working well for him. Hopefully he gets to the end in a good place. That's going to be a hit with the wall. Might not be a big hit with the wall, but that could be a safety car because I think he has hit the wall.
That is the 36 car. That's Macaulay Austin again, who was having a really good run earlier on. He was almost into the top 10 again. I think he has bounced off the barrier, but hopefully not too much damage done. The main issue is that he's stuck in the gravel and he's not happy. And really, I think the only person he can be unhappy with there, Paul, is himself. That looked like driver error.
Unless it was a broken steering arm, but it looked like he ran wide and then the gravel pulled him in. But let's see if he's got a different story to tell us. But Campy there in the middle of your screen, having to defend now from Caton as he comes through that FN2. This is the part it struggles with, and Caton knows it, and Caton's down the inside. Campy shuts him off. Great driving from both of them. Could have ended up with a car in the gravel, but no. Brilliant stuff. But look now, Dave is on the back of him. He is going to be lit. Marshall in that red FN2 looking to capitalise.
Real confidence there from Camp to leave the door open, actually, that he knew he was going to carry enough speed into the corner that he didn't have to defend. Lewis Kent, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's in 2nd place. I think we missed that. I don't know how he got past Josh Fars. I don't remember seeing that. Anyway, he's into 2nd place and catching, well, has caught Max Edmondson. So this gap has vanished out of nowhere. Lewis Kent's a genuine contender.
So he must have passed him and got the fastest lap on that same lap, because
he did, yeah.
He did, yeah, because there's no, I mean, Files was looking pretty racy, but fair play, Lewis Kent now could be in the pound seats because he looks super fast. These two are fully on it, aren't they? What's Caton going to do this time? Does he know the gap's going to be there? No, it looks like he's got it covered off. OMG. Here we go.
Well, I mean, this has not gone the way that I thought it would this race. Yes, Max Edmondson is leading, but he is going to have a fight on his hands. We're not yet halfway through this one, and Lewis Kent is all over him. He sets another fastest lap, a 2nd consecutive fastest lap of the race, a 53.0, and he's all over the back of Max Edmondson as they head out of Paddock Hill Bend. Does he look to the inside at Druids? And the answer is no. He can be a bit patient here, but I don't think he's going to be too patient.
Did you see the champ then? Gesticulating,
really,
saying let's go together because he wants a gap, as if that's going to happen. Like, I've just used my tyres on 2 fast laps and no, mate, I'm going to have a go. Unless Lewis, I mean, who is, let's face it, he's a champ in different series, and he's looking feisty. He's just got the apex at clearways, and Max Edmondson didn't, but still got the run off the corner. So this is looking like it's a race on for the next 8 minutes.
there is more chance of you winning another touring car race in the next few years, I think, than Max Edmondson and Lewis Kent working together here, Paul. This is not going to happen, is it? Lewis Kent is going to want this race victory, and Max Edmondson is going to have to defend for it. Kent not quite as close this time, heading up the hill. Black and white warning flag car 99, Josh Files for track limits. Even with exceeding track limits, though, he's fading away now from these top two cars. Edmondson versus Kent. Well, really, a lot of people were expecting the fight this year to be Edmondson versus Files. We got a taste of that in race 2, but Lewis Kent is here to tell us he is every bit as much of a factor in this championship as anyone else.
Yeah, but that I can see. I think Edmondson may be now just controlling it a bit, but Lewis Kent is... Oh, no! I'm going to take that back because, again, he misses the apex, but look at the drive he gets off clearways. He doesn't really need to hit the apex. The thing just... But then... That is in the toe now. He is going to start having to defend. Maybe not this lap, but Lewis likes a bit of late braking. But look at that. He is definitely going to get nailed on the next lap if he's not careful. Taking loads of curve as well, Ken. Not bothered. Trying to get oversteer into the car. Off that corner. Is that going to work? Could be contact. Oh, he leaves the door open. Brilliant. He's going to have to push him on the grassy to get past him. He doesn't. Brilliant, but this could now be a switchback.
Don't forget, they are Area Motorsport teammates. Rob Baker will have drilled it into them. You can race, sure, but no contact. Don't take each other out. And I think that was very much on the mind of Lewis Kent there. It was an aggressive lunge, but to complete the pass, it would have required a bit of a hip and shoulder on the exit of the corner. He didn't want to do that yet. On the final lap, maybe the gloves will come off. Again, Edmondson wide at clearways. But, Paul, we saw this from Victor Anderson in yesterday's TCR race. You can miss the apex at clearways and open the steering up, get on the throttle earlier, and that gives you such a head of steam down the main straight.
It does, but he's in the toe at the wrong place and he can't get the job done. He takes lots of curb, Lewis Kent, on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. You usually do that if you want some rotation before you turn into the corner. But I've got to say that if it stays like that and he keeps missing that apex, and he keeps pulling away, he's not going to have a chance. That is bizarre. Like, to see those cars missing apexes and people not being able to get a run is weird in my book.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, but it seems to be working, doesn't it, for Max Edmondson for the time being. File still third, by the way. Stevenson fourth. Redford fifth and Liam McGill in sixth position. There's been no change behind, really. Still Camp, Caton, Marshall and Hillman completing the top 10 as the leading duo make their way through clearways. There is Harvey Caton, actually now ahead of Alistair Camp, just as I said that. So Caton's moved his way up into 7th position, found a way past Camp, something he wasn't able to do in this morning's second race of the weekend. Dave Marshall's car there, trailing side bodywork. You've got two of the Pro Alloys racing cars now part of this fight as well. That's Owen Hillman in 10th and 11th place Alex Kite, both of whom are after a good result after a disappointing weekend so far.
Yeah, I thought he'd have been a bit higher up than that. It's weird not seeing Pro Alloys cars right up the front, isn't it? But their time will come, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. More cars being given black and white warning flags. Will Redford, ex-Pro Alloys racer, of course, now run by Ben Sharp Racing. He has just been warned about that. He sits in 5th position, a second behind Spencer Stevenson, as the sort of group at the back end of the top 10 here rattles down towards Surtees, bounces over the curbs. Caton getting away now, I would say, from Alistair Camp, but he's about 4 seconds behind Liam McGill. So I think 7th might be as good as it gets for him. That's definitely not an intentional wide line being taken there by Dave Marshall, but Dave pushing hard as he always does. We've seen at certain tracks on certain days, Dave Marshall can be as quick as anyone. He's not quite unlocked the true performance of that car this weekend, but be interested to see what happens later on in the season as Alex Kite hammers the curb through Paddock Hill Bend. Tries to find a way past his teammate. It's one of the fascinating things about this championship, because there are teams that run so many different cars, often very competitively, such as Pro Alloys, such as Area Motorsport. You often get teammates battling for quite high-profile positions out there. That's exactly the scenario at the head of the field, where it is an Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3 at the moment, which we haven't had for quite some time in this championship, and they will definitely want to try and keep it that way until we get to the checkered flag.
Very, very nice then. So yeah, it's heating up this, and only 3 minutes left. And that Lewis Kent, fastest lap as well. I've been well impressed with Lewis Kent. You know, I think to come over from a different series into this is it's not a backward step, so to speak, but they're on treaded tyres. They're not on slick tyres. Do you know what I mean? He's used to a lot of grip, and to back your driving style off is a difficult thing to do. This is pretty close. I'd like to think that Edmondson is just being steady, but I've got a feeling that there might be some little change in the next couple of minutes.
Well, Kent's going to keep the pressure on, isn't he? That's for sure. He's not going to back down. There is Josh Files. Well, 3 podium finishes, which it looks like he might be able to achieve. Would not be a bad opening weekend. But I'm sure he'd have liked to have stood on the top step of the podium if that were possible, but it's not quite going to work out that way, is it? Third place, the best it will get in this race, I think, unless it all goes Pete Tong between the top 2, who are heading out of Paddock Hill Bend. Climbing back uphill to Druids. Lewis Kent does close back in again there, so that gap, maybe Paul was right. Maybe Lewis has just been cooling things off for a few laps, and now he's going to really try and increase the pressure in the closing stages. We'll have time probably for 2 more laps at the end of this one. But as they come off Graham Hill Bend, Max Edmondson has just gapped Lewis ever so slightly once more. We've had a 5-second penalty, by the way, for Harvey Caton. That's for exceeding track limits. So having spent all that time and effort trying to find a way past Alistair Camp, he's done so, but now been pinged with a 5-second penalty. That will drop him several positions, possibly outside the top dozen or so, by the time the time is added on. So back across the line go the race leaders. 0.6 of a second now, the gap between the two of them. Edmondson back to Kent, then Files and Stevenson, Redford and McGill. And all sort of pairing off, but not really looking all that likely to see any positional changes, are we? I mean, Liam McGill is not that far away from Will Redford. McGill obviously had that big drama in race number 2, but he finished 5th in race 1, and actually even after that spin was able to finish 16th in race number 2. Could have been a lot worse, an awful lot worse actually. That car could have been written off, quite frankly, when he got turned around in front of the pack coming out of Druids on that one. But now he sees a chance to maybe nip back into that top 5 that he finished in yesterday. And Redford is defending nicely though, without overly defending, just sort of running his own laps, running his own lines, not yet making any mistakes. I think Lewis Kent might have now settled for second place, whether by choice or not, I don't know, but he's dropped back now by 0.8 of a second from Max Edmondson. There are the leading 2. We're heading towards Druids for the final time, and this has been the toughest race of the lot actually for Max Edmondson. I know he didn't win race 2, but he still had a pretty solid run through the order. But this time around, losing the lead at the start of the race in the way that he did, that was pretty unexpected. Spencer Stevenson went all in, really tried to win the race. He led for a lap or 2, just couldn't quite fend Max off. And, well, despite that mid-race challenge from Lewis Kent, it looks as though Max Edmondson is going to come home a winner for the 2nd time already this season. A much better start to the season than he had last year. Here comes one last challenge from Liam McGill at the inside of Will Redford at Clearway's corner. But Redford should have the momentum through Clark Curve to fend him off. Max Edmondson wins, though, in race number 3 of the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. Lewis Kent is 2nd, and Josh Files 3rd, completes an Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3. A perfect conclusion to the season opening weekend for them. Spencer Stevenson comes home in 4th ahead of Will Redford, then Liam McGill, Ali Camp, Dave Marshall, Owen Hillman and Alex Kite, with Harvey Caton indeed dropping out of the top 10 down to 11th, courtesy of that 5-second penalty. Here comes a nice little battle to the flag, and that is Birch trying to find a way past one of the Pro Alloys cars, Harry England, and Harry England will manage to fend Charlotte off there for 17th place, that was. But good stuff from the pair of them. But really, really exciting racing. Jamie Petter's 5-second penalty, that's a shame, right at the end for track limits. But there are the top 3. The Area Motorsport group photo can be taken, and I'm sure plenty of them will be taken. This is exactly what Rob Baker wanted, really. There were a couple of years where other teams just started to steal a bit of the limelight away, maybe, from Area Motorsport. Certainly last year with Pro Alloys Racing sort of stealing Alistair Camp away from them almost, and you know, they really did mount a challenge against Area last year. But they were able to retain the championship courtesy of Max Edmondson, and this year they've doubled down with some really talented drivers in their stable, and it's netted them already a 1-2-3 finish. Edmondson the winner, then Kent 2nd, Files 3rd, Spencer Stevenson 4th, and Will Redford comes home in 5th position. 6th Liam McGill, 7th for Ali Camp, and 8th position for Dave Marshall. Ninth place then for Owen Hillman, 10th Alex Kite, 11th Nicholas Cristoforo, Josh Bromley comes home in 12th, Jordan Brennan 13th, and Harvey Caton 14th after that 5-second penalty was actually converted into a 10-second penalty. Jamie Pettis, 15th, also received 5 additional seconds. Wesley Slade, Harry England, Charlotte Birch and Mark Hughes were next. Mark Hughes, the winner of the Goodyear Diamond Award. William Buck was 20th, Trevor McConnell was 21st, Simon Welch 22nd, and Macaulay Austin in the end the only non-finisher. Aidan Hassan, actually, I believe, was a non-starter in that race, unfortunately. But that is race number 3 completed for the Milltek Sports Civic Cup. Let's head back down to Paul O'Neill in the pits.
What an absolute stunner of a Milltek Sports Civic Cup race. Great to see Max Edmondson back on the top step of the podium. Looked like a controlled victory, but I've got to admit, that is quite an impressive podium, that is. And Max will be well happy that he's fended off 2 TCR champions again. Wasn't that easy at the start, though, was it?
No, I didn't get the start I was hoping for. Spencer got past me and, yeah, it went so fast, but, yeah, it was an interesting race.
He was a bit steady into some of the corners, wasn't he? I know you give him a couple of headbutts, but it looked like he was a bit nervous at the rear and he was having to slow it down before he turned in, because it may slide for him. It caught you out a bit.
Yeah, going out to turn 3, I think on lap 2 it was. I think he missed 4th, so I proper crunched the back of him. But I think, obviously, because I've driven these cars so much more than him, I know what the limit is and where the limit's going to be, and I don't think he quite knows that yet. So I think that was my advantage. But yeah, it was a good, clean race. I'm happy with it.
Impressive, though, to see Lewis Kent flat out and nibbling at the curb at the top of paddock and trying to catch you up. But he had a fastest lap at the end of it. It was pretty impressive. And were you just looking at him thinking, I know what I've got to do, mate? Or was you thinking, he's going to catch me here? Because you kept missing the apex at clearways as well.
Yeah. I knew he had a new front tyre on, one at front left, I think it was. So I knew at the start he'd be much quicker than me. And then I think at the end I knew that it would sort of level itself out. So after the first 11 minutes or so, and he started dropping off a tiny bit, I sort of knew that, not that I had it in the bag, but I knew that I had a bit of breathing room.
Top man. Well, you did very well, so well done to you. Great weekend for Max Edmondson. Very, very nice. So we're going to get a few of these guys in. Let me just find out if I can find them. Who have we got here? Where's Lewis Kent? Lewis Kent, is he around? Oh, is he? Okay. Can we please have then Josh Files? Let's bring Josh over. Josh in P3. Lewis Kent's just been interviewed by Circuit Comms. Hi, mate. P3, mate. What a podium that is. These boys are quick, aren't they? Cars are difficult to drive.
Yeah, they're hard little cars to drive, to be fair. I've been struggling with the brakes quite a bit. We found out I might have a little bit of a diff issue as well, but no time to sort that out before the race. But Lewis had mega pace then, and I saw he was way quicker than me, so I thought if I could at least get him to fight Max, who's otherwise going to walk away with it, I might come back into it. But they had a little fight, and I still wasn't quick enough.
But it's good, though, isn't it? Because I love how everyone thought you were just going to come in and wipe the floor. You know yourself that is never going to be the case. It's a one-make championship. I know myself, if I was in this, I'd be like P98th.
99th, you mean?
All right, mate.
But no, it's obviously hard. It is one make. They've obviously got these so close now as well. They're all almost identical. There's nothing in it. It reminds me back of the old Clio days when I was doing Clio Cup in the old Gen 3. So, no, they're wicked little cars, and it's going to be a close year.
Yeah, let's see what happens, mate. Good luck, and we'll catch you later on. Well done. Right, let's see if we can find anybody else. Here he is, Lewis Kent. How are you, boss? The most handsome man alive in a Honda. Got to be happy with that. The new fastest lap record. Douche.
Yeah, so that's a good feeling. It's nice to start the season off. Yeah, really, really good race. As soon as I got past Josh, I thought, right, we've got the pace now to push up to Max. Got onto the back of Max. I had one cheeky look and I thought, no, that's enough playing for today. I then got a black and white for track limits. I think it must have been Graham Hill. It's the most common place for around here. But yeah, we just sat nice and pretty. Thought might as well take the points, especially after race 2. Take the points, keep on going for the rest of the season. But yeah, really, really happy with it.
What happened in that second race? Did you have a malfunction of the wheel? Was it a bit of contact or something?
No, to be honest, I had no contact. I'm not sure if it's a past from the past seasons. If there was a bit of contact on that side, but yeah, the actual hub or the actual wheel, the inside of the wheel was still attached to the hub, but the rest just failed and come away. The boys from area turned around and said, "There's nothing that I did, nothing that they could have done either. It's just one of those freak accident things." Which is unfortunate. We definitely had the pace to win that second race. We could have had a nice little points haul here, but thankfully we got 3 drop rounds. So use one of them for the drop rounds. Hopefully we won't have any other problems this year, and yeah, hopefully we'll be back at the top set soon.
Top work. Well, it was great to watch, and I loved your line at Paddock Hill Bend, mate. That curve is reserved for front-wheel drive touring cars with slick tyres, but it was working.
Do you know what? I had my little brother here yesterday turn around to me and go, "You do realise the curb at turn 1's faster." So thank you very much, Bradley. That's helped me out a lot. I've definitely found about a tenth or two through turn 1 just through that curb. But yeah, it's all thanks to little Bradders at the end of the day.
Top work. Well, listen, let you go, and well done, mate.
Thank you.
Top man, right. Okay, let's speak to, please, Spencer Stevenson. Spencer, can we grab you, fella? So Spencer winning the Paul Winfield Trophy again. Top man, good work, fella. Great stuff. You would have wanted to be on the podium properly, I'm sure of it, but good race anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I just didn't have the legs, and when I was in the lead, I missed a gear going down the back straight, and then from there, I just dropped back a little bit, really. Just needed that little bit more. But yeah, I'm very happy with that, yeah.
Yeah, I think you've spoken to Max already, but he said he thought you missed 4th gear, and you got a bit of a headbutt off him, and I was in comms going, "Oh, it's a bit aggressive," but it wasn't the case, was it?
No, I've been struggling with it crunching a little bit, and then it wouldn't go into 4th, so yeah, that's what that was. But yeah, no, good race.
Top man, listen, I'll leave you to it with your little your bits of silverware, and then we're going to speak. Come on, Mark, come over. Let's quickly speak to Mark Hughes. Mark actually winning the Goodyear Diamond Trophy. Cars are all on the grid, mate. How was it for you? You love it, don't you, mate?
Car was mega. This last race was mega, but the last few laps, I thought I've got a puncher. Turns out my back spoiler's come off, so there's no spoiler on the back of my car, and I actually thought that spoiler did nothing. But yeah, no, it was enjoyable race.
Top man. Well, listen, I'm going to leave you to it because we're getting a bit of comms because these cars are going to the grid now. So well done, mate.
Okay, thank you, bud.
Back to you, boys.
Yep, thanks very much, Paul. We've got green flag lap underway already for our 3rd and final race of the weekend. In the final detail, Fiesta ST150 Championship. It is again a mixed-up grid for race 3. Stephanie Saw on pole position alongside Liam Browning, with Chris Grimes and Dylan Davis on row number 2. Row 3, Dan Robinson and Michael Blackburn, with Paul Dobson and Sam Watkins completing the top 4 rows. Row 5 shared by Anthony Sullivan and Alec Townley. Mark Blunt will start from 11th on the 6th row alongside Matthew Morton. Then it is Tudor Nechita and Alex Strange, with Graham Malin and Neil Marsh on row number 8. Row 9, Ron Lufstad and Aidan Vickers. Row 10, Matt Pimblett and Dan Wyke, with Jade Goodwin and Max Buxton at the back of the grid. So 2 races so far this weekend, both of them dominated really by Michael Blackburn. His winning margins don't suggest that dominance really. He won yesterday by 1.7 seconds, this morning by 1.4, but never really looked like being beaten in either of those races, in all honesty. In race 1 it was Matt Pimblett chasing him down, but Matt unfortunately was a retiree about 2/3 of the way through race number 2, so Dan Robinson inherited 2nd position, but he couldn't do anything about Michael Blackburn either. Robinson's had a 3rd and a 2nd so far this weekend, with Dylan Davis picking up a podium as well in that race earlier on, and Dylan starts this one from the outside of row number 2, so he could be a bit of a dark horse for a good result. Robinson and Blackburn start on row number 3. It was a top 6 grid reversal for this one, so we just straight up flip the top 6 finishing positions. That gives us the front of the grid for race number 3. Everybody else falls in place behind where they finished. So, yeah, should be an interesting race this then. 2 teammates on the front row together, Stephanie Saw and Liam Browning. They had a great battle together in race number 2, and they will look now to do the same again as race number 3 is about to get underway then. The green flag has not yet been, it has been waved at the back of the grid. The red lights go on. They go out now, and we're away and racing at Brands Hatch. Good even start from both of the front row starters. Michael Blackburn's away well too. He's squeezing up against the pit wall. Then he leans on another car. There's a concertina effect as a result. Somehow they're all still going, but that was very aggressive stuff from Michael Blackburn, who has broken through into 4th position as a result. But who's that sailing round the outside? Was that Chris Grimes? No, that is, I'm not actually sure who that is that's got the lead. I don't think it's Dylan Davis either. It's one of the red cars, but not the one that I expected to be at the front of the field. I think that's Sam Watkins, you know. I think Sam Watkins has taken a leaf out of the Adam Shepherd book of starts. I think he's gone from 8th on the grid to lead the way. He is an experienced racer in this category, Sam Watkins, but I think he's just demonstrated that he knows a trick or two, and he's just launched off the line, gone where everyone else wasn't, and moved his way through to the lead of the race. I'll double check that it is Sam at the end of the lap, but I don't see him in the midfield. So I think he has managed to get the mother of all starts and go to the front of the pack. Anything Adam Shepherd can do, I can do better, says Liam. Across the line they're about to come then. So it's Sam, sorry, it is Sam Watkins who leads, so that's twice today I've seen the most astonishing start in my life at Brands Hatch, both of them from the 8th position on the grid. So Watkins leads then, Stephanie Saw is in 2nd position, Chris Grimes 3rd, Liam Browning 4th, Michael Blackburn in 5th position, but that's all about to change now because up the inside goes Liam Browning. He relieves Chris Grimes of that 3rd position, and Michael Blackburn, after that aggressive start, actually only now breaking back into the top 4, or is he? Because they're going to go 3 abreast down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. That almost ended in contact, but they just avoided it, and Chris Grimes is the one who ends up losing out. Then there's a bit of a bounce over the curve for Dan Robinson, who is slow off Graham Hill as a result. That sort of stacks up the next little group of cars around the outside. Oh, there is contact. Around goes the 77 of Alex Sprange. That was contact with Dylan Davis, and Alex with the boot briefly flying open there as he spun through 360 degrees. Lucky not to be collected by anybody else. I think there might be a 3rd car on the grass up at Clearways, unless that's just Alex rejoining. Yes, it is Alex rejoining, I suspect, back to the pit lane. Alex Sprange then. Oh, well, that's okay. One way of doing it. Alex, I think maybe just actually pulling himself behind the barriers so he's out of the way, but did so in style. And speaking of style, that was a very stylish save coming out of Paddock Hill Bend for the number 12 machine of Matthew Morton, who went out through the gravel trap. He might now lose a place to Aidan Vickers in the 119 car, who pulls up alongside him as they drop downhill through Graham Hill Bend. So the leader is Sam Watkins by 2.6 seconds. Eerily similar this to how the TCR reverse grid race played out. Stephanie Saw in 2nd, Liam Browning 3rd, Michael Blackburn 4th, and Chris Grimes is in 5th, Dan Robinson 6th, Paul Dobson 7th, and Aidan Vickers does now go 8th, up ahead of Matthew Morton, perhaps struggling with dirt on his tyres after that gravelly moment that he just had coming through Paddock. Way wide goes Matthew Pimblett. Now, Matthew Pimblett, remember, was on the podium in race 1. He was running 2nd in race 2 when he retired, and he is trying his best now to make progress through the field, but that progress will be stunted now by a safety car, presumably as, oh no, not as a result of the car at Clearways. That is Dylan Davis, isn't it, off at Paddock Hill Bend. So I hadn't spotted that we'd lost Dylan, but yes, Dylan Davis, number 21 car, is in the gravel at Paddock. How he got there, I don't know, but anyway, he's stuck, he's going nowhere, and that is going to be a bit of a very disappointing end to his weekend. And Sam Watkins, perhaps the most disappointed of them all, because that lovely 3 and a bit second lead actually that he'd built up will now evaporate, and he'll have to execute a good safety car restart to get himself a bit of a cushion once again. There is Alex Sprange's car, so the damage on the left rear corner sort of tells the story, doesn't it? That contact that he had at Surtees, which has put him off the track and into a spectacular spin and ultimately out of the race. So Sam Watkins leads them, 10.5 minutes still to go. Stephanie Saw is 2nd, Liam Browning is 3rd, Michael Blackburn 4th, and Chris Grimes in 5th position. Dan Robinson 6th, Paul Dobson 7th, Aidan Vickers, Matthew Morton and Anthony Sullivan completing the top 10. Where is Matt Pimblett? Matt Pimblett is 13th, so he had been making good progress. Actually didn't really need this safety car, to be honest, because everyone was right there in front of him anyway. It's not like he needed to catch anybody. He just already was on their tail and needed as many green flag laps of racing as he possibly could, but the green car that just went out of shot there, that's one of the cars to focus on, I think, on the restart, because Matthew Pimblett, we know he's going to be a championship contender this year, but just needed to try and make as many places up in this race as possible. The good news is it should be a fairly brief safety car interlude, because that car of Dylan Davis is out of the gravel trap already at paddock. We will likely need one more lap behind the safety car, but only one more lap, and then we'll be good to go racing for the remaining, well, probably half of the race, really. We'll probably be about half race distance by the time the BMW safety car pulls back into the pit lane. So Sam Watkins then with a excellent start to the race. I do want Richard John Neal to check, if he can, at the end of the race that it's not secretly Adam Shepherd who's snuck into that number 98 car, because that was eerily similar a start, except I wasn't paying attention to Sam Watkins in quite the same way that I had been to Shepherd earlier on. I didn't spot that it was Sam who'd come sailing around the outside of everybody, but 8th place is obviously the place you want to start on the grid. If you want to lead into Paddock Hill Bend, who'd have thought it? I know pole position is supposed to be a tricky place to start, and in fairness, Stephanie Saw didn't make a bad job of it, because she still held on to second. Any other time, that would have been the race lead, probably, but Sam Watkins had other ideas. Nice noise they make as they rev past the pits behind the safety car. Not a huge amount of weaving going on, is there, to try and heat up the tyres. It is still pretty warm out there, although temperature maybe just dipping a bit now as we move through the afternoon. It's nearly 4 o'clock at Brands Hatch, so just starting to get a little bit cooler. Not cold, certainly not cold, and I think that's why there are still so many spectators sticking around through towards the end of the day. But yeah, that just definitely got a little bit chillier than it was earlier on. Actually makes life a bit easier, really, for the drivers, not having to worry too much about tyre temperature or tyre wear, more to the point. But actually, at the start of a race, rear tyre temperature can be a bit of an issue, especially in these very stiffly sprung, short wheelbase front-wheel drive cars. Sam Watkins, a bit of a master of these cars, clearly wasn't lacking in confidence on cold tyres at the start of the race, and now he's got to try and execute an equally impressive safety car restart. Does not do what Michael Blackburn did on the safety car restart in the race earlier on today. He's bunched everybody together, now steps on the loud pedal, and as they come out of Clark Curve, Sam Watkins, who did have a 3.5 second lead at one point, is now going to come across the timing line with just a 0.6 of a second cushion over Stephanie Storr in second, Liam Browning in third, Michael Blackburn in fourth, Chris Grimes in fifth, and the rest of them behind, sideways for Stephanie Saw, but she gathered it together nicely. And Stephanie, with some good car control, she has got stronger as the weekend has gone on, I think. Stephanie, in yesterday's race, was 10th, race number 2. She was 6th. That netted her the pole position for this race, but she's not gone backwards. She has stood her ground quite nicely. And in second position, Liam Browning not able to find a way past her just yet. These two had that brilliant scrap in the race earlier on today, and the ex-City Car Cup front runner is still not finding it easy to get the better of his teammate in this one. Through clearways they go. Got Michael Blackburn, the double race winner, behind. If he wants to try and get a third race victory, he's going to have to get a move on here, get past these two, and set off after Sam Watkins. But Sam is already scarpering off from the road, isn't he? 1.4 seconds now, the lead. Here maybe comes the move. Liam Browning up the inside of Stephanie Saw. Stephanie Saw leaves the door open, and I think that is going to be the change for second place. Liam Browning goes through, and Stephanie has to jink back onto the line to keep Michael Blackburn from getting through. Michael now tries the outside line, and as they round Druid's corner, he gets levered aside, and that opens the door maybe for Chris Grimes to take advantage. Chris, another driver we were expecting to be a title contender this year. He's had a bit of an under-the-radar weekend so far, I would say. 7th yesterday for Chris, 4th earlier on today. Sits in 5th again now, so he's been struggling to break into podium contention, but he knows there's half a chance in this race, and getting past Michael Blackburn would be a big step in the right direction. He takes a wide line into clearways. Looks now to try and get the better run through Clark Curve. Where did Blackburn go? Took a very wide line through Clark Curve. But that wide line means that you can open the steering lock, you can get on the power, there's less friction across the front axle, and so you can just carry a bit more speed out onto the next straight. There goes Matthew Pimblett, by the way. So, sorry, not Matthew Pimblett, sorry, a similarly liveried car. It's actually 84 Anthony Sullivan gaining a place. Pimblett is where is Matthew Pimblett? Pimblett's only 12th. He got past Alec Townley on that lap, but only gaining 1 place. Here, meanwhile, comes Chris Grimes for the 2nd lap in a row, trying to find a way past Michael Blackburn out of Druids. But for the 2nd lap in a row, car 55 stays in front. But this gaggle of cars now is getting longer and longer. You've got a few more now. Daniel Robinson, Paul Dobson, Aidan Vickers joining in the fun. And black and white flag for car 21 as Stephanie Saw gets it all out of shape over the curbs through Surtees. The black and white flag is for Dylan Davis, who I think is still running, despite having received that outside assistance from the marshals at Paddock Hill Bend to get back in the race. So I was always under the impression that if you were assisted back into the race by the marshals, that was it, your race was done. But Dylan obviously continuing on. Here comes Blackburn. Stephanie Saw now starting to drive a bit defensively, isn't she, to try and keep Blackburn behind. Blackburn looks to the inside at Druids, but Stephanie moves over to cover. Nicely done. That backs Blackburn up, and Chris Grimes just goes where they're not and tries to carry the momentum round the outside at Druids corner. Wasn't quite able to do, or was he? He's actually got the inside line at Graham Hill, and I think he's going to go through. Hops over the curb. Blackburn will end up the curb on the outside of the corner, although actually left plenty of room by Grimes. That means Blackburn's got a good run down the straight, and they're going to go side by side through Surtees. We've seen this end in tears a few times, but not this time. Chris Grimes goes through, and that was a lovely bit of racecraft actually for Chris. I'd written him off at Druids, but by the time we get to Clearways, he is up into 4th position. So Grimes picks a spot up, then Dan Robinson next in line to try and challenge. Good scraps going on further back as well, aren't there? I can see Alec Townley in the middle of a Matthew Pimblett, Mark Blunt, Dan Wyke battle. Dan Wyke, another quick driver who's out of position really after dramas earlier on. Sideways skating their way down the hill. Pimblett, by the way, into the top 10 now, so Matthew Pimblett is just almost with them. There he goes, look, just through Druids corner with 3 abreast further back. That is Dan Wyke up the inside of Alec Townley, and the number 12 car around the outside also joining in that battle as well. So that was Matthew Morton going around the outside. Meanwhile, Michael Blackburn coming back at Chris Grimes for 4th place through Surtees, and does exactly what Chris Grimes did to him a lap ago. Inside line at Surtees, commits to the move and manages to reclaim 4th place. Grimes thinks about going back up the inside at Clearways, but I think actually that was more to defend from Dan Robinson than it was to attack Blackburn. Across the line we go, 2.5 minutes then still to go. Sam Watkins 4.4 seconds up the road, utterly dominant in this race. Browning Saw next in line. That's Dobson now starting to challenge Dan Robinson. Aidan Vickers next, and then Matthew Pimblett, who's just gone past Anthony Sullivan now. So Pimblett is into 9th. Can Pimblett catch this group? I think he probably will, but whether he'll have enough time to do anything with them, I'm not so sure, because 2 minutes to go. There's going to be, what, 2 laps to go at the end of this one. So he's got the best part of 3 laps, I suppose, but it'll take him a lap at least to catch this group, and then it won't be the work of a moment to find a way past them. Along the Cooper Straight they go then. Here comes Pimblett towards us at the top of shot. Paul Dobson all over Daniel Robinson, though, for 6th. To Clearways, much wider line in for Paul. Paul Dobson just can't quite find a way through. Pimblett there in the background, still battling away actually, isn't he, with Mark Blunt, I think. Mark was trying to come back at him there out of Clearways, but not aim. In fact, sorry, I beg your pardon, that was actually Anthony Sullivan getting back ahead of Pimblett for 9th, so he wasn't letting him go, and he has found a way back through. So Pimblett back down to 10th place, perhaps not quite right with that car after its issues earlier on in the day. So we're on to the penultimate lap of the race now. And can Stephanie Saw come back at Liam Browning? I think she is starting to close in. Well, she is definitely starting to close in. On the previous lap, she did her best lap of the race, actually, 59.3, 10th.5 quicker than Liam. Is she going to make a move, though? Liam Browning got past her in the previous race after a brilliant ding-dong tussle throughout the race, and now it's Stephanie's chance to maybe assert her revenge. Out of Clark Curve then, along the Cooper Straight, up towards Paddock Hill Bend they will go then, over the hump in the road. Look at Blackburn, the tail of his car stepping out, Dobson's as well. Again, these cars are always set up very stiff at the rear, which makes them sort of hop and skip around. If you throw the car into the corner in the right way, that can induce some quite useful oversteer. Front-wheel drive cars naturally have a tendency to understeer, so you try and do everything you can to overcome that. That's why you see the car skating around so much, but that worked well for Blackburn. He's closed right back in on Stephanie Saw now, who is a bit wide out of Graham Hill bend. Blackburn sees the chance, gets the run, pulls alongside, outside line into Surtees where there is contact, and Blackburn goes around right in front of everyone. Crunch, he's collected by Chris Grimes. The rest of them all scatter, and that was a little bit unnecessary, if I'm honest. Out of Clark Curve comes Sam Watkins. He is going to claim a dominant victory from 8th to the win. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sam Watkins victorious at Brands Hatch in the 3rd race of the weekend for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Liam Browning 2nd and Stephanie Saw 3rd. Provisionally, I'm going to say. I would like to see that again before giving any judgment, but I do think it was a little bit unnecessary. They banged wing mirrors a couple of times down the Cooper Straight, and they just met in the middle going into Surtees, and in fairness, it was pretty fortunate that Michael Blackburn, A, wasn't involved in any more serious contact, and B, still managed to come home in 4th place. He didn't actually lose a position out of all of that. He still came home 4th and claimed the Masters class victory as well. So, a dramatic conclusion to the race. Sam Watkins he missed all the fun, really, didn't he? He was miles out in front of everybody else after that lightning quick start. History repeating itself then pretty quickly, actually, here at Brands Hatch today. Sam Watkins with a flawless performance, executed well at the start, then nailed the safety car restart as well, and actually won by a bigger margin than he had when the safety car came out. So you can't really complain with, can you? So Sam Watkins then gets the victory in race number 3 here at Brands Hatch for the Final Details Fiesta ST150 Challenge. And makes up a little bit for the disappointing start to the weekend he'd had, really, where he didn't score at all, I don't think, in yesterday's race, but I don't even think he got out there. Started from the back in race 2, finished 8th. That's where he started race 3, but it didn't stop him winning by 5.6 seconds in the end over Liam Browning 2nd, Stephanie Saw 3rd, and Michael Blackburn 4th, but they might have some words to be exchanged after their last lap clash. Paul Dobson was 5th ahead of Dan Robinson 6th, Chris Grimes, Aidan Vickers, Matthew Pimblett and Anthony Sullivan complete the top 10, ahead of Dan Wyke, Mark Blunt, Alec Townley and Matthew Morton. Max Buxton and Tudor Cheetah were next, ahead of Jade Goodwin, Neil Marsh, Graham Malin, Ron Lufstad, with Dylan Davis and Alex Sprange, non-finishers. So, the drivers will head to the podium area where they'll be greeted by Richard John Neal, and I've got a few requests to make of Richard. I want to hear everything about Sam Watkins' start, and I wanted to double check that he's not been having some driver tuition from Adam Shepherd since the earlier TCR race, and also I can't wait to get Stephanie Saw's opinion on that last lap clash with Michael Blackburn. And if I know one thing about Richard John Neal, it's that he's not afraid to ask the difficult questions, so this should be a pretty interesting set of podium interviews as and when we get our top 3 drivers into position. But I think they're taking their time a little bit in getting to Richard. In fact, I think they've all gone into Parc Ferme, perhaps. I don't think any of them have arrived where they're supposed to be, so it might take a little bit of time to locate the drivers, get them dragged out to where they ought to be, but it gives me a little bit of time. No, it doesn't, because we are actually ready to head down to Richard John Neal. Never mind, I'll save my thoughts. Let's head down then to hear from our podium finishers with Richard.
Let's go and grab a word with Sam Watkins. So you can see they're already getting the trophy. We'll bring them back to this area. Sam Watkins, come on, let's have... Oh, sorry, Laura, I'm tripping over my camera, which is not very good. Sam Watkins, well done. We're tight on time because they want to look forward to TCR quite rightly as a great end to the weekend. Was it P8 to P1 in a couple of corners or one?
Yeah, there's, didn't finish the first race, 22nd to 8th in the second race and 8th the first and the third race. It's pretty good.
You're happy with that? So, yeah, when we looked at it, I thought, hang on, I had to go and I did a double take, went back, checked the grid. He was 8th. And then we were thinking, when's the jump start penalty come in? But there wasn't one.
No, it was pretty good timing. I think it was just a perfect part on the track as well, in the middle of the hill, so it was really good.
Yeah. With the frustrations earlier on, better to go away happy even with a reverse grid win?
Yeah, really good. A good end to the weekend, that's what you got to remember.
Yeah. And we'll see you at the other rounds?
Yeah, hopefully.
Fantastic. We'll be there. We're there for a lot of them. So, Sam, great to see you again. Many congratulations. Second position goes to Liam Browning. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Liam's just been All these interviews you have to do now in the digital age. Well done, Liam. How about that?
That was a good end to the weekend, wasn't it? We've been plugging away, and as soon as Steph pulled first and I pulled second, I thought, this is our time, isn't it, really? Make them as wide as possible. We did have a plan of working together, but my car's got a bit more grunt in a straight line than Steph's.
Was she better on the corners then, because you didn't lose her?
Well, we did at the end, but I think she was battling then. But I'm trying to go as fast as I can, stop her getting caught by Blackburn. Obviously, he's so quick around here anyway, in these cars. It was just try and maintain what we had, especially for the team, you know. So thanks to Roy, this is the main man on the left-hand side. This is the main man, yeah, here. So he's the, sort of the brains behind it all. Thanks to Joe on this lot, Luxim24, and all my other sponsors, and obviously Mum and Dad, and all of you guys are coming in and helping us.
It's a pleasure. I'm sorry for being flippant, by the way. I'm only joking. You know that.
You're good. I'm good. I'm
Good
slow,
man.
mate. I'll take it. Thank you.
Liam Browning there. Good stuff. Liam, you might remember in City Car Cup as well, raced with the Student Challenger. Steph, come on. This is another great story. Podium, well done. Handshake. You have to shake hands with me. That's the losers bit. Well done. Tell us about your race.
Very cool, to be fair. Started on pole, having never done that before. First weekend in front wheel drive as well on circuit, and basically, yeah, all new things happened. Didn't really get a great start, but then just battled my way through and like held position, defended as much as I could, and then yeah, came towards the last lap, nearly got overtook, then a slight bit of collision, which I think in all fairness I was on the inside, so it could go either way, but I'm happy that I came across the line third. So yeah, thank you to everyone as well for getting me out here on the grid after the engine swap on Thursday, and yeah, after blowing it up through testing. So no, really happy to be here.
That's great, well done. I normally ask, about first time pole is nervous, but how was it in terms of being on a podium position when the safety car came out? Because it brought some of the fast drivers very, very much closer, and you guys fought them off.
Yeah, no, it was quite daunting, obviously, all these men behind me. But yeah, just keep you cool, keep your head straight, look forwards rather than in your mirrors, and yeah, pulled a little bit of a gap, but then Liam obviously caught me, and then the pack followed. So yeah, tough few laps, but I enjoyed it.
And give us a little one-liner to sell the Vinyl Detail 150 SC Championship.
Go racing, like, it's fun.
Nice one, Steph. Lovely to meet you. Congratulations on a fine podium. We'll see you on the podium again very, very, very soon. Steph Saw, lovely roundup to our Vinyl Detail 3 races. Let's think TCR now. TCR.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
We are Big Motoring World, one of the largest car supermarkets in the UK. We have over 5,000 cars in stock. We are big on choice. We are big on value. We are big on quality. We are big on service. We are big on trust. All of our cars come with a 200-point mechanical inspection. We know what is important to our customers, and we have built the business around this because we are big on what matters to you.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody, where it's almost time for TCR UK Racing for the final time this weekend. Race number 3 is just a few minutes away. There is Brad Hutchison, who's still got a smile on his face, even after the trials and tribulations that he's been through so far this weekend. And we've got cars will be heading out onto the circuit in the next few moments for what should be a very, very good race. We've got the second fastest lap times from the qualifying session earlier on today that have set the grid for this one. So we're back to a very familiar look to what we had yesterday with Callum Newsham back on pole position. So his second career pole position now, coming just over 24 hours after his first. But yesterday's winner, Victor Anderson, alongside him, every chance that we could get another victory for the Lincoln Co driver, who has not been bashful about mixing it with some of the championship regulars so far this weekend. Carl Bordley and Joe Marshall-Burks will be together on row 2, with Hutchison and Sargent row 3. The big story really is that Adam Shepherd, the sensational race 2 winner, will have to start from 14th and last on the grid, because remember, he was penalised after qualifying yesterday for receiving outside assistance and then rejoining the session. So he actually starts further back on the grid now than he did for race number 2 earlier on, but he went from 8th to 1st at the start of race 2. There's no reason at all to suggest that he won't be a podium contender again in race number 3. Cars then released out onto the grid, where Paul O'Neill isn't, because he's up here in the commentary box with me, which I think is the best place to be, really, because a few scores to be settled after that second race earlier on. I think a few drivers are going to be in a feisty mood, knowing that this is the third and last race of the weekend.
I thought you were on about scores to be settled, as in I was going to go and knock a few people out, but that's not the case. Oh, you never know. No, that's not the case. Yeah, this should be quite cool, this, mate. Looking forward to it. Last race of the day for TCR. Grid looking a bit more familiar. And have we got a Callum Newsham win in there? Because he deserves it.
Yeah. I agree. He certainly does. The only thing he did wrong yesterday when he started from pole position is he didn't lead into turn 1, but that is notoriously difficult to do here at Brands Hatch. The problem he's got is that the person who beat him into turn 1 yesterday starts alongside him again, and Victor Anderson has had 2 good starts, actually. He gained some ground, I seem to recall, at the start of race number 2 as well, and the Lincoln Co driver now with a good opportunity to bag a second career touring car victory. But it's going to be an interesting race, this. Normally we think of the reversed grid race as being the most exciting one, actually, but weirdly I'm more excited about this grid than I was race number 2, because I think genuinely should have another really close battle. Yesterday's race was a thriller, and we've got all of the ingredients in place again to make race number 3 exactly the same. When I say scores to be settled, we do have a couple of drivers who clashed yesterday starting together on the grid again. Brad Hutchison and Luke Sargent, they're sharing row 3. Brad in particular, I think, could really do with a good result here. If Brad could get himself onto the podium, I think that would be a really, really good way for him to end his weekend.
Yeah, I think he'll be looking to apply some of that knowledge that he's got now of the track and a little bit of setup here and there. So I'm quite looking forward to this. This will be an absolute corker.
Cars then released from the pit lane, don't forget, not in grid order, so they are, if you're confused at home as to why they're not coming through
Don't blame the viewers at home. It was actually me that was confused, pointing at Joe Marshall going, why is that man at the back of the grid when we know he should be lining up in 5th place? So let's not blame the viewers at home, Andrew. Why don't you just go, Paul, don't be such a dumb person and think that Marshall should be further up.
You skillfully made that my fault when I hadn't done anything wrong. Well done. That you took years of practice, that, Paul.
Hey, listen, mate, I've driven in the top levels of British motorsport and got wins from crashing. Don't you underestimate me, sweetheart.
Yes, no, Joe Marshall-Burks will pick up 4th on the grid ahead of what should be an interesting race for him, and he hopes a good result again, been a bit under the radar so far this weekend. There is Callum Newsham. That is one of the Hyundai engineers that they've got helping them actually this weekend. Fewer Hyundais on the grid this year, so actually some teams that didn't necessarily get this sort of support from Hyundai themselves in the past are now starting to benefit from that, which is nice to see, and I'm sure that has something to do with the fact that Callum Newsham has had this big upturn in pace this weekend. There is Ryan Bensley helping out. He'll be in that car in a month's time at Snetterton, and he'll be hoping that he'll be replicating the results that we've seen from Victor Anderson today. Carl Boardley, disappointing second race, bit of a disappointing weekend actually. I know he was second yesterday, but even after that race he wasn't particularly happy because the car took a bit of damage, and in race 2 just didn't seem to be in the races, did he?
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. I haven't had a chance to speak to him, to be honest, so I don't know whether he had just a bizarre tyre combination on the car which didn't work for him, but we'll see what happens. This man, Marshall, he was so happy with his car after race 2. I really can see him really pushing on and making this a real good race.
He was flying, wasn't he, actually? I kind of forgot that he did finish third in that race, and he was chasing after Callum Newsham in the closing stages. So, yeah, don't write him off, that's for sure. There is Hutchison. Again, do with a good result, really, after the issues and incidents that he has had so far this weekend. Same goes for Luke Sargent. He starts 6th in the area Motorsport Cupra. That takes a bit of getting used to. We've seen them running Hyundais over the last number of years, but the new shape Cupra, the Gen 2 Cupra, the car of choice for them at the moment. Will Powell, I think he's struggling a bit on long run pace, but we saw actually in the early stages of race number 2, he was right up there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's a good car, that as well. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to get him up to speed. This guy has really impressed me, Will Beach. I've got to say, to come into it, and I know Will quite well, and I know Katja, and they all questioned themselves about coming into this championship and doing well, and I went, you'll be fine, don't worry. It's a great car, you're a good team, and Will be able to pedal, and it's been great to see him do the business. So I hope this guy gets a bit more luck as well. Brad Hurston, he deserves a bit of luck. He's had a bit of a nightmare, hasn't he, as well lately?
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Remember, we saw him stalled on the line. He retired later on, actually, after only a lap in race number 2, so hopefully his race 3 lasts a bit longer. There's Rick Kerry, had his moment in the spotlight, starting from pole in race 2 before it all went wrong down at Graham Hill Bend. Mark Smith in one of the best-looking cars on the grid, actually, I think, that number 77 Cupra. But that man there at the back of the grid, Adam Shepherd, let's all have a camera trained on him, please, at the start of this race, because he might have just unlocked a secret new way of getting the car off the line. I think I caught the back half of what he was saying to you after race 2, but it was a different start procedure that he used that time, wasn't it, than anything he'd done in the past, and it really worked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these cars the Gen 2 cars are quite interesting because, I mean, he was in this Hyundai, wasn't he? So they're a little bit different on how you get them away. They're a bit more, they're just not as technical, and it's got anti-lag on this new car and all that kind of. You have so many buttons on these new cars. I've driven the Gen 2 Audi a lot that Joe Marshall's in, and honestly, mind-blowing. It's got a lot more electronics than I have had in any other car I've ever raced. You know, and that's an interesting thing to have when you're just driving a front-wheel drive tin top as they go on to the green flag lap.
Yes, they do. Green flag lap underway. Callum Newsham leads them away as he aims for his first career victory in the TCR UK Championship. He's come close a couple of times. He's had podium finishes in his career, 3 to date, and he really, really wants to try and make his 4th appearance on the podium, his first one on the top step. He will start from pole position for the 2nd time this weekend, with yesterday's winner, Victor Anderson, in the Lincoln Co, starting alongside. Row number 2 then is the Carl Boardley machine, with Joe Marshall starting alongside on row number 2. Carl Boardley, reigning champion at the scene of his championship victory a few months ago. To try and get back on the podium again in race number 3. Then it's Brad Hutchison and Luke Sargent, the two who tangled yesterday, and Brad Hutchison desperately trying just to get a clean race under his belt here, really. Will Powell and Will Beach, the two Wills together on row number 4. Will Beach looking for another Gen 1 Cup victory. Brad Thurston starts from 9th. He'll be one of his rivals, definitely. So will Rick Kerry, who starts in 10th position. Then row number 6 is where you find Mark Smith and Jeff Oldham, the Cupra Gen 1 and the Opel Astra, sharing row number 6. Row 7 then for Darren Lewis and Adam Shepherd. And Adam Shepherd, well, he's going to make progress, Paul. We know that, don't we, Adam Shepherd? How much progress realistically can he make? He should gain a few places quite early, but then beyond that, he's shown good racecraft so far this weekend. What do you think's realistic for Adam in this one?
I think he's got to be aiming to be in the top 6, if I'm being honest. I think that's possible, but it's not easy. But I think that if he doesn't walk away from here if he walks away without a top 6 in this last race, he'll be pretty gutted. There's no reason for him not to be. The only problem is that they're all in proper grid order, so they're all going to be pretty fast. It's not like it's been pulled out of the hat. So we'll see anyway. If someone's going to do it, it'll be Adam Shepherd. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the lead, to be honest.
Well, he started, exactly. He started 8th yesterday. In fact, he started 8th in both races so far. He won one of them and he finished 3rd in the other. So, you know, okay, he's starting a bit further back in this one, 14th, but he will fancy his chances of getting into that sort of top 6, top 7 pretty quickly. And maybe taking advantage of some drama ahead of him. As long as he can not be the drama, then he should be able to net himself a good result. There he is, look, weaving around in the white and purple Cupra. The Aero Motorsport car will pull up right at the back of the field. It's been a fascinating opening weekend of racing in TCR UK in 2024. What does the third and final chapter of the Brands Hatch story have in store for us? Callum Newsham and Victor Anderson together on row 1. Callum Newsham with the inside line, didn't get the best of starts yesterday. Actually, Boardley arguably got the best of starts in race number 1, and he's starting 3rd, so can he break through into the race lead? It's time to find out. The lights go out, away we go, and it is a pretty good start from Boardley. The road is blocked, though. Will Powell has gone nowhere, and Victor Anderson's challenging around the outside line, but it's a much better getaway this time from Newsham than yesterday, and he is going to lead them. He's sideways over the curb, but he blocks the road and holds on to the advantage. Boardley coming through on the inside line. Anderson will be late on the brakes on the outside line, but I reckon Boardley might just get him. So Victor Anderson not so strong early doors. Boardley actually into the back of Newsham slightly there as the exit Druids, but Newsham has done it this time. He's held the lead, and that could be so important.
Yeah, well, that was a great start. But look at Callum weaving his tyres. They're all weaving the tyres. They've literally got no heat in those tyres at all.
Look at Shepherd. Shepherd's 5th already. What an incredible start once again from Adam Shepherd. That podium is definitely on the cards, and who knows, he could be a race-winning contender. Out of clearways he goes. Sorry, 6th, excuse me. Only 6th for Adam Shepherd from 14th on the grid.
That is ridiculous. See how everyone's weaving. Look at Hutchison down the inside. Oh, it's a safety car.
Because Jeff Holden's in the barriers exiting Druids. I've just had notification of that. He had contact, I think, with Darren Lewis. Yes, it was Darren Lewis, and unfortunately Jeff Holden's in the barriers, so well, okay, breathe everybody. Adam Shepherd once again showing us how it's done off the line. I think other people are going to be copying his starting technique for Snetterton next time out, because it clearly is working wonders for him. He's into 6th position, and now the safety car gives us all a bit of a reset. But how important could that start prove to be for Callum Newsham? And it really looked there like he had the pace to hold on to the race lead, and he was already starting to pull a bit of a gap.
That's not good for Jeff. Hopefully there's not too much damage on that car. But Adam Shepherd, wow. I mean, to get up... I mean, did you see how much of the gap between him and Hutchison as they went into clearways? And then they all braked, and then Adam just braked about 10 seconds later and was basically attached to the back of Hutchison's rear bumper. Unreal stuff, proper stuff. The other impressive person for me was Boardley. Boardley was lit from the start and was putting big pressure on Newsham as well. And Joe Marshall had really cold rear tyres. He went sideways into Druids. I don't know if the temperature's dropped a bit, but I've never seen them struggle that much before.
Does seem a bit cooler, maybe, than earlier on this morning, but of course it's such a short lap. Yes, they give them the 2 laps essentially, one the tyre rotation lap, the other is the green flag lap, but even when they do the tyre rotation, they then sit on the grid for a couple of minutes, they lose a bit of that temperature, and it is a short lap, so you're not going to generate a huge amount of tyre temp, and actually this safety car not really helping matters in that regard. There is Jeff Holden's Opel up against the barriers, and unfortunately Jeff is out of the race. Hopefully not too much damage done to the car. It was a tangle we're hearing with Darren Lewis. Darren appears to have survived that. He's still going in 11th position. Will Powell also got going eventually, having stalled initially on the grid. He's in 12th, so it's good to see that the Honda driver is back underway, but hopefully this won't take too long to move out of the way. We'll get the race started once more, and Adam Shepherd will look to try and make pretty short work of Brad Hutchison, but in a way, yes, okay, he's made all that progress at the start, that's very impressive, but he's now got to overtake probably the 5 toughest drivers on the grid to overtake, so it's not going to be easy to break into the podium. But you know what, if he can come away from this with 3 podium finishes, given where he started all of the races, I think he'd probably settle for that.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy with that, but to be honest, top 6, that's pretty impressive to get where he is. If you look at the drivers in front of him, they have all been on the podium or won races. So, you know, the ones behind him, I can't really see anyone else. There might be one or two that may have, but yeah, I mean, the hard work is going to be in front of him, to be fair. But if anyone can get any higher up and get on the podium, it would be Adam. But it will be interesting to see what they do tyre. I mean, you can just tell how cold it is. They're really working them tyres hard. Will Beach there up in 7th place. That's pretty good effort. Will Powell dropped a hell of a lot. He was in 12th.
Yes, stalled on the line, remember, didn't he?
So he did. That was something the yellows were for.
Yes, it was indeed. But yeah, he now gets a chance, I suppose, to catch back up to everybody. Will Beach, by the way, leading in the Gen 1 Cup, first and second in that class. So they are separated at the moment by Luke Sargent, who didn't get a very good start. He slipped down the order in the opening exchanges. Now, Jeff Holden's car is on the grass on the other side of the road, and I think this is going to take another lap probably to get cleared. So in the meantime, let's head down to that end of the pit lane and see if we can hear from Jack Oliphant what the team have got to say.
Thanks guys, I'm down here with Ryan, Jeff Holden's race mechanic, and it's not the way you wanted to finish the weekend, is it?
No, not really too sure what's gone on. Doesn't look too bad. Looks like they're just going to drag it back. It's not on a recovery truck, so we'll have a look and see what we can do. A bit disappointed, to be fair, it's so early on, but it's one of them, innit? I don't really know what's happened. They said a tangle with Daz Lewis, but don't know until you see it, do you?
How's the weekend gone, really? We haven't sort of spoken much to Alden. It had been quite interesting, obviously, it's Snetter to maybe catch up with him. He's probably hoping Snetter's going to better this one than this one.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, to be fair, has been doing all right. We're progressively getting quicker throughout the day. He's been a bit more competitive in the last race. He made a move on the last lap for third in class, third in the Gen 1s. So yeah, he's getting there. It's a lot to get his head around, especially around here when you've got traffic coming from, I don't know, say 10 laps in, trying to negotiate that as well. So, yeah, we're getting there.
Committed to the season, though? Do you think this is going to be something, hopefully, maybe not polishing out, but you can sort of get over quite quickly and maybe go for a couple of test days?
Yeah. I mean, he's keen to do it, and he likes it here. He likes the paddock, and yeah, it's a good crack. And hopefully we'll end up 10th one day and maybe on the pole and see what happens from there. It's a lottery then.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Well, good luck for the season. I'm sure we'll be chatting again. Back to you guys in the comments box.
Perfect timing, Jack, because the safety car is in the pit lane. Callum Newsham has control of the field, and we're about to get a race restart then with 13.5 minutes or so to go, and Callum goes early and really catches out Carl Boardley. You have to get up very early in the morning to pull the wool over Carl Boardley's eyes, but that's exactly what Callum Newsham just did. So Boardley immediately on the back foot is further back now than he was when the safety car came out, but look at Adam Shepherd. He's on his toes already. He is challenging Brad Hutchison, and he's looking to try and move into 5th place without further ado. Anderson there in 3rd, not really close enough to challenge Carl Boardley, but it is once again Adam Shepherd, Mr. Excitement, who is on the attack.
Did you see that? Did you see Shepherd through Paddock Hill Bend then? That was so scary. It was just so scary. He's going to get him at Graham Hill.
Oh,
you can't be doing that.
Oh, it's not quite worked, but that was a good effort. He might still work. He's got an overlap down the straight. Hutchison closes the door. Shepherd only just gets his nose out of the door before contact was made. Watch for the lunge into clearways. If the gap is there, then he'll go for it. But Brad Hutchison knew that. Didn't leave the door open one little bit.
Hutchison's days are numbered here, because this is going to go into mighty defence from Hutchison. You'll see 117 go left to feint a move, and I think you're going to see a big dive down the inside. Is it coming? Oh, see, that locks up on the crest there. But this is dropping them away now from that top 4, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what I mean. Shepherd needs to get on with this, needs to make the move quickly. Is he close enough into Druids? No, again, Hutchison closes the door, which is his right to do. He doesn't have to move aside here and let Adam Shepherd through, but Adam just needs to be careful and not run out of patience. The last thing he needs is contact that ruins his race. He's got a chance to score some good points here if he just bides his time, because look, the 3 cars ahead are not getting that far away, because Boardley once again seems a little off the pace. There goes Luke Sargent, meanwhile, peeking to the inside of Will Beach, but look who's coming behind. Darren Lewis closing in the Hyundai as Shepherd is up the side and into the side of Brad Hutchison coming through Clark Curve. They are wheel to wheel then, the 2 Coopers across the line, but Shepherd on the inside line should be able to go through. They bang doors across the timing line. Shepherd has the inside line, and Shepherd has 5th place.
Great race in that as Callum Newsham now dips into the 48th for fastest lap of the race. That was a great move, wasn't it? And it was all was looking on, and I was looking on. Joe Marshall trying to prise the door open, and Victor is a veteran of touring car racing here now, and he's just having none of it. Looks like he's been driving around Brands Hatch for 50 years.
That was very aggressive from Marshall, but in fairness, Victor stood his ground. Marshall now flashes the lights at him as if that's going to achieve anything. Victor Anderson ain't going to hand this third place over. We've just had all sorts of changes going on further back as well, by the way. I saw that out of the window. Darren Lewis, Luke Sargent, Will Beach, Will Powell all swapping paint and swapping positions, but we daren't take our eyes off this battle for podium places. Newsham is gone. Look at the gap that he has got. He is 2.8 seconds up the road now from Boardley second, third Anderson, fourth Marshall, and Adam Shepherd already closing in on that group.
Yeah, good stuff this is. But now look at Joe Marshall's going to be looking in his mirrors because Shepherd is now wanting that fourth place off him. Shepherd's car looking fast. If he had clean air, I think that Callum Newsham would have that fastest lap maybe taken off him or challenged.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think I'm right in saying that the lap record was the lap set by Joe Marshall in the earlier race of 48.4. What are we on now? 48.41. So I think that is a new lap record actually for Callum Newsham. He's already got the qualifying lap record from yesterday, and I think he's just beaten Joe Marshall's pace from the race earlier on today. Joe not really worried about that right now, though. His priority is keeping that flying white and purple Cupra behind him. Newsham goes quicker again at 48.34, 3.5 seconds up the road. And of course, that safety car, Paul, means that he probably doesn't have to worry too much about managing the tyres. It's essentially a shorter race now, and he can just go hell for leather.
That is 6/10 quicker than Boardley. That's 6/10 quicker than Boardley has done in this race. That's unreal. So it now looks like that Boardley is going to be under attack by Anderson, Marshall and Shepherd pretty soon.
So a 48.344, a new lap record around Brands Hatch for Callum Newsham. Car 99, Joe Marshall already being warned about exceeding track limits, but Victor Anderson here is giving Carl Boardley some warning. Shoots up the inside, and he's made that move so many times this weekend, and behind him Shepherd did the same thing to Marshall. Look, so 2 by 2 they will run through Clark Kerr. Victor Anderson into second place. Can Carl Boardley come back at him though? Side by side across the line. Marshall has fended off Adam Shepherd. That surprises me, but can Carl Boardley come back at the Swedish driver through Paddock Hill Bend? The answer is no. Anderson, sideways as he is, has got second, but this has got trouble written all over it, Paul.
Yeah, this looks like a pressure cooker, doesn't it? Look at that. Shepherd round the outside. Marshall pushes him out. Hutchison says that I'll have my place back as well, and if we're playing like that, got to be careful though. You've got to try and get that switch back all right, but Boardley again. Oh, struggling.
Oh, Hutchison up the inside of Shepherd! Contact down the back straight as Shepherd tried to close the door. In fairness, that's what Brad did to him a few laps ago, but it ended in contact, and Hutchison goes through. Adam Shepherd is not going to be happy about that. His script had him moving forward through the race, and now he's lost a position. He's back down into 6th place once more. Anderson then into 2nd. I wonder what pace he's got now in clean air. Even so, 5.6 seconds to Newsham. He's not going to catch him without another safety car. Boardley 3rd, 4th Marshall, 5th Hutchison, and 6th Adam Shepherd. Every time there's been a slightly contentious bit of driving out there, Brad Hutchison's Bondit Blue Cupra always seems to be somewhere in the picture.
Oh, Shepherd there running wide. Just trying to be a bit too extravagant on the brakes and just running a little wide there, but Boardley really starting to struggle now. That Marshall is in. He's in there. He's got to be right in there when it comes to clearways. Well, I think the car is very, very strong. Let's see what he can do as he gets it turned in. Is there a gap for him? Boardley goes in quicker. Minimum speed is high. But let's see what traction they get out of here, because it does look like Marshall is now going to try and get him the toe, but he's a bit far away.
I'm interested to get your thoughts on Boardley's car, because he's in the same car as Adam Shepherd. We've seen what performance the Cupra is capable of. What are you seeing in Boardley's car compared to what you've seen from Shepherd and even from Hutchison's car in this race? Because it's quite clear that Carl Boardley doesn't have the speed we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, it just maybe looks like it's a little, it's very, the chassis doesn't look as compliant over the curbs, and that is bouncing it away from, look, he just can't carry the mid-corner speed in. Everyone else seems to just get off the brakes and accelerate towards the apex, but he's probably going to complain of the rear having too much grip, and that's why when you get to places like clearways, he's a lot better there. I think in the last race he really struggled with clearways. It just looks like the chassis is not as compliant, but he's definitely holding these guys up, isn't he?
Yeah, Joe Marshall wants to try and get through. Hutchison's still a part of the fight as well. And Adam Shepherd in behind. Still, Callum Newsham continues to extend his margin, by the way. 6.4 seconds now over Victor Anderson in second position. Down through the dip we go. Adam Shepherd had a good run out of paddock. Nips to the inside, back to the outside again. But try as he might, he cannot find a way past the Cupra ahead of Brad Hutchison. Behind them, Sargent 7th, Lewis 8th, Will Powell in 9th position, and Will Beach in 10th. Car 99, Joe Marshall, 5-second track limits penalty. He was warned a couple of laps ago, he's done it again, and unfortunately that's his chance of a podium gone.
Wow, that's interesting. He'll see that when he comes across the line. Look at the minimum speed he carries. Didn't quite get to the apex that time, but that Audi's working as well as I've ever seen it, to be honest. Yeah, that's a shame about the penalty.
It is, isn't it? It's funny though, isn't it? The Audi, when it first came into the championship last year, the Gen 2 Audi, everybody said, oh, it's not going to be very well suited to British tracks. It's better on the long straights, the fast stuff, Silverstone, Thruxton, maybe Donington. Coming to somewhere like Brands Hatch or Alton Park, people said it would struggle, and yet here it is. It looks properly hooked up, and actually it's the low-speed corners where it looks the strongest.
Yeah, it's got a lot of nose on it. Rob Boston Racing has obviously picked up on a few things, and the car does look pretty switched on and gets on with it early doors as well, which is good. Shepherd's kind of like status quo, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't know whether maybe one of the knocks that he's had has affected the handling of the car, or whether he just doesn't really see it's worth the risk now of getting stuck in with Hutchison. But Marshall sees the benefit of getting stuck in with Carl Boardley. Has he got an overlap? That's so close, isn't it, when the outside car tries to come back to the apex through Clark Curve, just trusting that they're clear. Here comes Marshall though, he's back up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. What's going to happen? Still the same order, but Joe perhaps now starting to feel a bit frustrated. He can see Victor Anderson disappearing up the road, and he wants to try and clear Boardley before that gap gets too big.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if Marshall's seen this 5-second penalty box. I mean, you're not going to change how you drive, you're going to go as fast as you can, but he's definitely getting some overlap now, but it's going to put him back in the clutch, isn't it? It's a great battle, this is, for what is third place, really. But that is proper stuff from Marshall, just getting the front of that car in. Look how close he is now. He is definitely going to have a go now as he comes up. This is it. This is on into Paddock Hill Bend. He's got to make him defend now.
Yeah, Boardley way wide through Clark Curve. Can now Joe Marshall convert that into a challenge at Paddock? He looks to the inside for the second lap in a row, but just can't quite make it stick. Adam Shepherd now being warned about track limits as well, so the car at the back of this group needs to be careful with exceeding those white lines. Otherwise a 5-second penalty would be heading his way. It could be Brad Hutchison that really benefits from all of this, because he at the moment hasn't been warned about track limits. He does drift wide out of Druids. Again, just sort of forces Shepherd over to the edge of the road down the hill, and Adam is going to run out of patience with Brad here, I think, before much longer. That's a couple of times now that the gap has disappeared very suddenly before Shepherd was able to fully insert himself into it.
Yeah, it's pretty standard stuff at the front, but Shepherd looks like that should be job done. It's not. Look, he just unwinds the lock and gets the car out. Great traction from Hutchison's car.
Joe Marshall again peeking to the inside. But yeah, we've seen that time and again this weekend across multiple categories. Actually, the wide line at Clearways might be the better way to go in a front-wheel drive car. You can just get the power down so much better and carry that speed across the timing line. Hutchison just a bit wide of the apex there at Druids. I think they're about to catch a slow car. Brad Thurston maybe off the pace coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Hopefully they don't catch him as they go through Surtees, but I think that's exactly where they're going to catch him. Yes, there he is. Looks smoking in front of them. Stays out of the way of Boardley and Marshall. In fairness, he did everything he could there to stay out of harm's way, and they all should have got through without too much fuss. With just under 3 minutes of the race to go. It's been a fantastic race, this one so far, but I don't know, I feel like there might still be a sting in the tail. Not for Callum Newsham, he's gone. Victor Anderson's second place is pretty secure, but the fight for the bottom step of the podium, Paul, could still go any one of four ways.
Yeah. Oh, look at the sideways from Joe Marshall. But these back markers could play into the hands now. Mark Smith getting out of the way. But yeah, I'm going to make a dive for the podium. I'm going to miss something there, I know I am.
Which might end up being the big motoring world big moment of the race, because I feel it might still be coming, actually. I'll keep you posted on that, Paul, before you get down to the podium area. you and let you know what we've decided. But yeah, I think there could still be a little bit of action in this one then. Callum Newsham leading the way. Maybe that's the big moment of the race, really, because the start of the race he absolutely nailed, and by coming through, if he can, to win this race, it would be a historic first victory in the championship, and really quite a long time coming. Right, back across the line we go then. Are we going to see any more moves into Paddock Hill Bend this time? Are they coming back at Victor Anderson slightly? Yes, they were. 4/10 quicker than Victor that lap was Carl Boardley. And is he going to get there before the flag? Here comes Shepherd back up the inside of Hutchison. The exit of Paddock Hill Bend has been where Adam's been strong all race long. He's up the inside through Druids. In fairness, leaves the Cupra plenty of space on the outside line, but that means that Hutchison's got the inside for Graham Hill Bend. Can Shepherd get the switch back again? No, he gets a face full of Cupra and just cannot unlock the door and move back through into 5th place. It's been a very sturdy, robust defence. This Shepherd's up the inside of Clearways, very late on the brakes. Touchy-feely stuff on the apex, but he's got the overlap, and this might just be enough now. He's got the shorter run through Clark Curve, and Adam Shepherd might be about to move back into 5th position. Then up the inside line, they go the banging doors across the line, getting very physical between the two Cupra drivers on the inside line, though Adam Shepherd, I think, should go through. He runs wide at the apex, though, and Hutchison comes back at him. No, can't get the overlap, and Shepherd does break into 5th position. It's been a brilliant battle between those two, and that was good, proper, hard racing, with Adam Shepherd at last, he thinks, finding a way by. So Shepherd then, unfortunately, is now not likely to catch the cars ahead because they lost quite a bit of time with that side-by-side exchange. Boardley versus Marshall, though this one ain't over yet either. Joe Marshall, I think, knows he's a bit quicker in certain areas of the track. It's just a case of converting that into a pass. That's where he's struggling, and he's running out of time to do it because we're moving now on to the final lap of the race. One more time around the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Callum Newsham 1.2 miles away from a maiden victory in the TCR UK Championship. Newsham the leader with the lap record as well. This has been a perfect way to sign off his Brands Hatch weekend. Victor Anderson on course for another solid result in second, but what can Boardley do? What can Marshall do, I suppose, about Boardley? Can Boardley defend that 3rd place to the flag? None of this, though, is of any concern for Callum Newsham, who brings the Norscott liveried Hyundai i30N out of Clearways and Clark Curve and heads for the flag. Joe Marshall's going to have one more go at Carl Boardley. He's not quite going to do it, though. It's the Hyundai who wins here at Brands Hatch. Callum Newsham victorious at last. Here comes Joe Marshall, meanwhile, at the inside of Carl Boardley. A drag race to the flag. Get the photo finish camera ready. Almost a dead heat, but it is, of course, going to be Boardley because Joe Marshall's got the 5-second penalty. Oh, that's a shame because that would have been a brilliant finish between the two of them. The eventual margin, I think, was about 0.03 of a second in the favour of Joe Marshall, but it didn't matter because he had the 5-second penalty to be added on. That's a real shame because he did get past Boardley there right at the flag. But Newsham gets the win, Anderson second, Boardley in 3rd, and Adam Shepherd in 4th position with Brad Hutchison in 5th. Joe Marshall came home behind them, but Callum Newsham, his first victory at long last in TCR UK. I mean, he's been teasing us all weekend, really, with it. We thought after qualifying it might come, and then it didn't quite happen in race 1. Race 2, he had a fighting drive, eventually coming home in 2nd place again, missing out on the victory. But now, after race number 3, he is a winner in TCR UK. He will also potentially be the championship leader, I reckon, after that race. We'll wait for the official points calculations to be done, but either way, Callum Newsham is a winner in TCR UK with Victor Anderson 2nd and Carl Boardley 3rd, Adam Shepherd 4th, Brad Hutchison 5th after a ding-dong battle between the two of them. Joe Marshall 6th, Darren Lewis 7th, Luke Sargent 8th, Will Powell 9th and Will Beach in 10th. Rick Kerry, Mark Smith and Bradley Thurston were next in line. With, what was it? Only the 13 runners at the flag. After a very, very close called race. That was very intense stuff. And yeah, Callum Newsham, so happy for him with what was a perfect drive. Actually nailed the start. He wasn't quite as quick as Anderson and Boardley, but didn't really lose the as much momentum, and he blocked the road quite nicely into Paddock Hill Bend. And so, yeah, that start really is what won in the race. But then actually the pace afterwards, so impressive. And I think for that reason, I'm going to say that our big motoring world, big moment of the race was Callum Newsham getting his first ever victory in TCR UK with a flawless performance from pole and the championship lead by 2 points. Let's head down to the pit lane then and catch back up with Paul.
Your newest TCR UK race winner, it's Callum Newsham with the #1. Brilliant stuff. The family, the mechanics, everybody will be proud. Everybody giving him a hug. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I think it was the restart that won him the race. Absolutely caught Carl Bordley cold. His dad, Dave Newsham, proud. Gets in there, absolutely stunning stuff. We'll let him get his helmet off. Dave Newsham, his dad, just telling him a few things about what he thought of that race. Absolutely stunning stuff. As we see everyone else coming into the Parc Ferme area, but brilliant this. This is an excellent result for Callum. We'll get Callum over. Callum, when you're ready, boss, come and see us. And we'll have a chat about that race win, and I really do think that was won on the safety car restart. Was absolutely stunning. Callum, huge congratulations, mate. Stunning stuff. Put it there, boss. That is a difficult thing to win your first ever TCR UK race, but to do it, in my words, were, I think the safety car restarts won him this race.
Yeah, that was good. I got off the line, which is all I wanted to do, and I knew I could stay ahead of the guys behind. But yeah, I'm so happy with that first win ever in racing cars. So yeah, happy to do it by that much as well. Don't know what the gap was, but yeah, it was good.
It was about 6 million fastest laps, mate. I'll tell you that. It was very impressive. Tell me then, what were you thinking before those lights went out? Were you thinking, if I can get away into Paddock Hill Bend, because you were like a scalded cat. Like the car looked lively. You were weaving the tyres. The car wasn't hot, was it? First lap was pretty nervous.
What we did, we kept the fronts on all, because people reversed the tyres. We kept them on the front to try and get me off the line. So yeah, I had no tyre temperature for the first 2 laps. So that safety car saved my life a little bit because I was sliding everywhere. But no, I'm happy for that.
I love it. What was your dad just saying to you then, Dave Newsham?
No, he was saying that it was crazy. Well done. Because we were so far ahead and fastest laps like nearly every lap. So
fair play to you, mate. 2 tin top winners in the family now. Congratulations. Go and enjoy your moment with the team and send everyone my best, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good lad. Spot on. Well done, Callum Newsham. So we're now going to look for Victor Anderson. I don't know where his car is, to be honest. We'll see. I don't know whether or not we're going to get anyone else here. I'm looking for drivers. Actually, Will Beach can come over. Another Gen 1 win for Will Beach. Fantastic stuff. This guy's had an absolute snorter of a weekend. It's been fantastic. Really good stuff to see. I'm just going to take him for a live interview. I hate doing that, so I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Will, sorry to take you away from that interview for Circuit Comms. It's difficult when we've got live and obviously Circuit Comms. Great result, though.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. Can't thank the team enough. I had a great start. I got to the 2 at the start, so then I stuck with the Gen 2s for a little bit. Had a bit of a bias. Got bashed up in the outside the back there. Oh, I can't swear then.
You were running high. You were up to 7th overall. 6th overall.
Yeah. Kept Luke Sargent behind me for a bit. Then they all just like swarmed me and bashed me up a bit.
But this has been a great weekend, isn't it? You must be looking forward to the rest of the year.
Oh yeah, I couldn't follow it. Do you know what I mean? And hopefully Stuart can get some more Gen 1s on the grid.
Hopefully not. You'll win. You'll keep winning then.
Well, there is that, isn't there? But no, I thoroughly enjoyed the weekend, and hopefully we go to a track where Gen 1's a bit more suited.
Top man. Well, listen, all my best to Capture Motorsport and Leon and everyone that's worked so hard to get you out there, and well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Top work. Right, let's do a driver swap. Let's get Carl Bordley in. I think Carl's going to say well done to Callum. That's nice. Very nice. Usual stuff from you, mate. Always a classy driver, fella. Always a classy driver. What were you saying to Callum? Just well done. You know what it means, don't you?
Oh, 100%, yeah. I'm just saying, like, well done. He thoroughly deserves it. He's been pretty much, I'd say, in a different league this weekend. I knew that car was going to be quick this weekend, and he's obviously maximised that, so fair play to them. We've got a little bit of head scratching to do because pace-wise, we've not really been there this weekend. I think this new compound tyre has just upset what we've been doing with the car, so just need to have a bit of a rethink and go again.
Yeah, Andy McEwen was asking me what I thought was the difference between you and the other cars that are the same. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it just looked like compliance around the whole lap on the damping and the chassis as a whole. It only needs a little click and it'll probably come alive, won't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, we've tried some bits on the car for this weekend, which is like a million miles away from where we were last year. Because last year we got to a stage whereas we didn't want to try anything or risk anything to, you know what it's like when you're in that position, everybody's chasing you. So we didn't want to risk anything. We've come out this year with these settings that we wanted to try last year. Snetterton, first time out at media day, I think the car was a missile, to be fair, but this weekend it just doesn't seem to have had the same effect. So we'll go back, we'll go through some bits and, yeah, learn from it and come back stronger.
Got a load of points, so it's not all bad, is it?
Oh, exactly. You know, we've come away with points. We haven't put too many tyres on the car. Like race 2 today, we literally had 4 old ones from yesterday. So that that accounts for a little bit of the pace drop. But yeah, we're good bag of points. Car's in one bit, sort of. So all good.
Top man. Listen, we'll leave you to it, Carl. Well done, fella, on your P3. Great weekend. We'll catch up with the other drivers in a bit. I'm sure you will catch all of the other interviews that you've not seen just now on the internet in a bit. But anyway, back up to you guys that you've got another race going on. Cool.
Yes, we do, Paul. The last race of the weekend, and hopefully we've saved a good one till the end. It's the third race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Haven't got time to go through the full grid graphic, but it's Jenson O'Neill going, double race winner so far this weekend, who starts from pole, with Jacob Hodgkiss alongside, Finn Leslie and Jenson Mason row 2, Tom Merritt and Alfie Garford row 3, row 4, Callie Clifford and Billy Blockley, with Henry Foote and Josh Watts completing the top 10, Ben Doughty and Jack Burgess row 6, row 7 Aaron Beattie and Archie Davis, row 8 Hayden Gray and Harry Lindley, 9th row George Foxlow and Michael Wheeler, with Atlanta Le Breton, Maggie Webster, Tommy Harfield and Daniela Sutton bringing up the rear. So, 2 wins from 2 so far for Jenson O'Neill going. He's been pursued closely, though, by Jacob Hodgkiss in both of them. The combined winning margin across both races is less than a second. Can Jacob Hodgkiss overturn that now and end his weekend with a win? Well, he started well with a decent launch off the line, but Jenson O'Neill going, I suspect, on the inside line, will hang on to the position. Yes, he does. Hodgkiss has no choice but to slot in line behind him. And as they head from Haddockill Bend, it is a familiar sight. The white Mark 6 Fiesta leading the junior field downhill and up towards Druids for the first time of asking. So it is Jenson O'Neill going the leader, Hodgkiss in second position. Third place looks to still be Finn Leslie, with Jenson Mason in fourth. So I think we're still grid order, actually, as they turn into Graham Hill Bend, where the race leader has a huge moment. Jenson O'Neill going on cold tyres, nearly loops it completely, and Jacob Hodgkiss suddenly wishes he'd been a car length closer. As it is, he's still going to look to the inside at Surtees, but can't quite commit to the manoeuvre. Jenson O'Neill going, dodges a bullet, but Hodgkiss is back up the inside again. O'Neill going maybe a bit tentative, turning into clearways that time on cold tyres, and maybe, just maybe, there's an opportunity for Hodgkiss. No, he can't get the overlap, and Jenson O'Neill going is going to survive a big moment to lead at the end of the opening lap, but that could very easily have gone wrong. Across the line they go then. O'Neill going leads, Hodgkiss second, Finn Leslie in third, Jenson Mason fourth, and Tom Merritt completing the top 5. So it is grid order actually for the top 6. The first change is that Josh Watts has had a good start, and he's gone from 10th to 6th. So 10th to 7th, excuse me. So 3 places gained. He's the black and yellow car just on the back of this leading group. You can see him at the top of shot. So Josh Watts having a better run in this race than I've really seen from him at all in his limited Fiesta Junior career so far. And he's tagging along nicely with that leading group. So down towards Surtees, O'Neill going, still leading the way, but how he's still in the lead, I don't really know. That was a very, very big moment that he had. And now seems to have the car settled again, but that right rear tyre always takes a while to warm up. Callie Clifford, I'm afraid, is in trouble. And Callie pulls off into the runoff area, but hasn't actually made it back into the paddock. So that car is sort of stuck now in a dangerous position. wonder whether that might require a safety car. Hopefully not. Like this race to continue under green if possible. Down Paddock Hill Bend they go then. Jensen O'Neill going. Probably wouldn't mind a safety car, to be honest. It's not like he's got a big lead over Hodgkiss, although he is potentially now just starting to get the speed going a little bit more, pulling a bit of a gap maybe over the second place man, as he gets a bit preoccupied with Finn Leslie behind. Down the Cooper Straight they go then towards Surtees. There you can see Callie Clifford's car off to the left. O'Neill going though, just trying his best now to pull this margin out in front. Through Surtees they head towards the end of the third lap of racing. No sign of a safety car yet, despite the fact Callie Clifford's car is still in that precarious position. Might choose to clear it under yellow flags. That's nearly another yellow flag, because that was a very aggressive move by Tommy Harfield at the inside through Clearway's corner, but Harfield manages to make the place. Who was that Tommy was going past? Well, we'll get to that in a moment, because actually for second place, Finn Leslie's up the inside of Jacob Hodgkiss. He edges him out wide into the gravel, and Hodgkiss almost loses it completely. Fantastic car control. Finn Leslie goes up into second place. Hodgkiss did not like that and tries to fight back around the outside at Druids, but they're heading into a yellow flag zone on the exit of the corner, and that is there to cover the recovery operation that's going on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. But that's all right, they got everything sorted before they hit the yellow flags. What a move that was from Finn Leslie though. What a save from Jacob Hodgkiss. Two wheels in the dirt, right in the bottom of the dip at Paddock Hill Bend. Can so easily lead to a big spin, but Jacob did really well to keep that together. Out of Clearways and Clark Curve then, back across the timing line. Jensen O'Neill going, leading the way, starting now to get away as a result of this battle going on behind. That is Ben Doughty in the gravel trap in the background. And is he going to dig his way out of there? I think he might do. Yes, well done. The pink... I keep needing to ask whether that said pink parrot or pink carrot. I think it's pink parrot, which probably makes a little bit more sense on the side of the car. That was a big moment. Simply drove off the edge of the road, which is quite easy to do actually at that particular part of the circuit. Right, the race leader, I would argue, is being caught slightly now by Finn Leslie, and I reckon that 1.5 second gap that it nearly was. Oh, he really is. O'Neill going, slowing. That's the race leader. Jensen O'Neill going, suddenly slows, going into Surtees, and the dream of a hat-trick on proper debut anyway in the championship crumbles now for Jensen. What a shame. The former championship winning car has developed a fault. He's still going. Is it a gearbox issue there? That looked a bit like he couldn't get it out of gear. And it now seems to have picked up pace again. So Jensen O'Neill going down to 6th place now, but that means Finn Leslie, Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen Mason, who are only half a second apart, the three of them, are now doing battle for the race lead, and Jensen O'Neill going, he's got it all to do again. But it did just look as though he was being reeled in anyway by Finn Leslie over the first part of that lap, not by a lot, but just by a bit, and then suddenly, 2/3 of the way down the Cooper Straight, that Mark 6 Fiesta suddenly stopped accelerating, and then seemed to pick up the pace again. So a bizarre moment for Jensen. We'll maybe hear from him after the race if he's on the podium as to what happened, but he's down to 6th place now. But we know when the car's running okay, he's got the pace to go quicker than anybody else. So can he now pick his way back into podium contention? Round Clearways we go then. 9.25 minutes to go, and all of a sudden a really tasty battle for the race lead has emerged. Finn Leslie, Jacob Hodgkiss, Jensen Mason tied together by a very short piece of string as they come across the timing line and head for Paddock Hill Bend once again. That is 6 laps completed, and Finn Leslie, having fought his way through to the lead, now has Jacob Hodgkiss all over him again as we head for Druids Corner. Hodgkiss fires the car at the apex, just sort of vaguely hoping that it's going to stop in time, which it did in fairness, but by carrying all that speed into the corner, he's a little bit slower off the turn than the cars around him, and so he is dropping back into the clutches slightly more of Jensen Mason. Jensen where's he finished? 6th place in yesterday's race. He was 4th in race number 2, so getting steadily better, and he would love now to end the weekend with a podium. Looks like he might well be able to do. Out of Clark Curve then. Can he improve which step of the podium he's on, I wonder? Josh Watts, meanwhile, at the inside of Jensen O'Neill going, the pace has deserted Jensen's car, so there's obviously an issue. Whether it's gearbox related, I don't know now, but heading to Paddock Hill Bend, Josh Watts is going to go through. And what started as a dominant weekend for Jensen is going to end in disappointment, but thinking big picture, thinking championship, it's important that he just tries to score some points. He's not thinking about points though, is he? He's thinking about diving up the inside of Josh Watts into Druids. That was a very good move from Jensen O'Neill going. It was a very aggressive move, but it was squeaky clean, it was fair, and it got the job done. There's a back marker getting in all sorts of trouble there. That was Atlanta Le Breton, who got a little bit in the way of Alfie Garford and Thomas Merritt, and I think they might have swapped positions as a result of that. Hodgkiss, meanwhile, a bit too hot into clearways there. He was watching his mirrors, defending from Jensen Mason, who does now see a chance to move into second place. The Race Car Consultants car under threat then as they head out of Clark Curve. Back across the line. Leslie, Hodgkiss, Mason, the top three. We do have a change for fourth. Alfie Garford taking advantage of that moment in the traffic to move ahead of Thomas Merritt. O'Neill going now confirmed as being back in sixth place. Uphill into Druids. Hodgkiss feints to the inside, stops the car nicely. They round Druids corner for the 9th time into the second half now. What's been a brilliant race, the third and final race of the weekend for the Fiesta Juniors, rewarding the spectators that have stuck around until the end of the weekend, which in fairness is a good number of them. Why not? Because you can always guarantee the Fiesta Juniors will put on a show for you. It's the perfect kind of track this as well, really, for this kind of one-make racing. Keeps everybody closely bunched together. You can overtake, but it's not too easy to overtake. And it really does teach the drivers all about where to place their cars so as best to defend. And that's what Finn Leslie's got to do now, defend the race lead. Across the line they go. Jensen O'Neill going is still there in sixth place. Look, only just keeping Josh Watts behind him. O'Neill going, his last lap was a 58.1, nearly a full second slower than he went earlier on in the race. There is Jensen. So whatever the problem is, it's obviously still there. But what the problem is, I'm not entirely sure, really. Leaders drop through Graham Hill Bend. You can see how they use that little bit of concrete. There's a patch of green concrete just on the outside of the track turning into Graham Hill Bend. Drivers can use that to widen the line on corner entry. And that can be a bit slippery though at this stage of the day. Quite a lot of marbles and dust and debris out there. That was a little bit touchy-feely between Mason and Hodgkiss. But Jacob Hodgkiss holds onto the place in the background. Look, Josh Watts is back up the inside and back ahead of Jensen O'Neill going now. So Josh Watts into sixth. But they've been trading that place a few times during the course of this race, haven't they? Now, this second place battle is doing two things. It's allowing Finn Leslie to pull away as the race leader. It's also allowing Alfie Garford and Thomas Merritt to close in a little bit more. So, as they head around Druids corner, headbutt given there by Mason, but I would definitely say that his teammate Alfie Garford is closer to him now than he was a lap ago. Garford just did a 57.7. That was only a tenth quicker, actually, but the gap seems to have come down by more than that. Perhaps just at the start of this lap, maybe. Merritt, with a bad run through the first sector, has dropped back. Now, what can Mason do into Clearway's corner? Tries to set up Jacob Hodgkiss. Look how close he gets. Going off the turn. Back around Clark Curve, then off towards Paddock Hill Bend. Leslie leading the way. Hodgkiss second. Mason within striking distance, and Hodgkiss knows it, defends the inside line. Mason goes to the outside, look for the switchback. It's the classic Paddock Hill Bend move. It might work as well because Hodgkiss is wide of the apex, but carries good momentum actually through the corner. Does manage to get to Druids still in front, where once again he's given a helping hand, not once but twice, maybe three times from Jensen Mason, but all that does is back Mason up into Garford, look, so now Jensen has to defend, and Hodgkiss is suddenly off the hook. So good defensive driving, that savvy stuff really from Hodgkiss, and this might really benefit Garford. Alfie Garford's going to go round the outside, the two teammates bang door mirrors, and is he going to go right round the outside at Surtees? That's a brave move to make, but it gives him the inside line into Clearway's corner. That was brilliant stuff. Right back over the curb on the inside goes Jensen Mason, but it's not going to work, and Alfie Garford goes through with one of the bravest moves of the day around the outside at Surtees. Yes, it was a teammate, but this is junior racing. You don't really have teammates in junior racing, do you? It is every driver for themselves, and Alfie Garford absolutely right there to take advantage of that moment and move through into third place. So Garford third. Can he chase down Jacob Hodgkiss, or is Jensen Mason going to come back at him. Let's see as they drop through Graham Hill Bend again. Lots of curb used on the inside. They've put a new concrete patch on the inside of Graham Hill Bend these days to stop them ditch hooking as they used to do. Used to tear up the grass on the inside of that corner, and then water would collect there if it rained. So much more sensible to put the concrete curbing there, which the drivers can use to rotate the car through the corner. Thomas Merritt there, back with them now again in 5th position. Josh Watt's still 6th there, you can see in the background. Jenson O'Neill going on his tail in 7th. Tommy Harfield 8th, Billy Blockley 9th, and Archie Davis completing the top 10. So 2.25 minutes to go. Bit of a lock-up from somebody, but they all made the corner. And up towards Druids again. Is that it? Is this the order they're going to finish in, or is there life in this race yet? Well, I suggest there might be, because Alfie Garford is going after Jacob Hodgkiss. On the previous lap, he was 4/10 quicker than Jacob, and he's probably less than that behind him now as they go back behind the pits towards Surtees. Finn Leslie's looking good for a race victory here, I would say. But for 2nd place, who knows? This could be a bit of a late change round. Jacob Hodgkiss would be very frustrated, I think, not to win a race this weekend. You'd think that after finishing 2nd to Jenson O'Neill going in the previous 2 races, with Jenson then having problems, Hodgkiss would be the logical choice to win the race. But here he is, desperately defending 2nd place from Alfie Garford, who goes around the outside line into paddock, again tries to cut back to the late apex, carry the speed up the hill, and maybe have a go into Druid's corner. We've got 2 laps of racing to go, and Alfie Garford still thinks that there's a chance to break into 2nd place, and he gets into the side of Hodgkiss, who's tapped sideways. No harm, no foul in the end. The position doesn't change hands, but that was a gap that wasn't ever really going to stay open. In fact, I'm not sure it was ever open, to be honest. I think Alfie Garford sort of forced it open. But no major damage done. Hodgkiss stays 2nd. Alfie Garford is going to try his best here to find a way back up into that 2nd place. He's already on course for a first podium of the season. Now wants to try and regroup. He's got one more lap to try and catch Jacob Hodgkiss and have another go at getting past him. Across the line they go then. Final lap of the weekend begins. It's been a very, very busy and very exciting weekend here at Brands Hatch. Every single race has given us plenty to talk about, including this final Fiesta Junior race of the event. Has Alfie Garford still got a chance at taking 2nd place away from Jacob Hodgkiss? Look, he took a much wider line into Druids, carries more speed on the exit of the corner as a result. They've caught the number 14 machine of Atlanta Le Breton again into Graham Hill Bend. Hodgkiss goes through, but I think that might have just delayed Alfie Garford slightly on the apex. Yes, it did. Look, he's dropped back a length or so, and that might now just allow Jacob Hodgkiss a trouble-free run through the last couple of corners. Garford closing towards Clearways, but ultimately not close enough to throw it up the inside line. Round Clearways we go then. The checkered flag awaits, and it is going to be Finn Leslie who comes through to claim the race victory then. To the line he comes. 2 wins for O'Neill going, but race 3 goes to Finn Leslie. 2nd place is a drag race to the line, but Jacob Hodgkiss just about hangs on by 0.2 of a second from Alfie Garford. A very impressive 3rd. Jenson Mason 4th. Thomas Merritt 5th. And Josh Watts comes home, I think maybe a career best 6th. I don't recall seeing him in the top 6 before. Tommy Harfield got past Jenson O'Neill going in the end as well, whilst Billy Blockley was given a time penalty, 5 seconds I believe for Billy Blockley. Have to assume that is for exceeding track limits. So a very good end to what has been a very good weekend of racing here at Brands Hatch, and Finn Leslie will be exceptionally excited to have concluded the weekend with a race victory. Finn, who again I think a lot of people had their eye on as a championship contender this year, certainly turned a lot of heads when he debuted at the back end of last season for a couple of rounds, and came into 2024 with a lot of expectation on his shoulders, but so far managing that pretty well. He's going to leave Brands Hatch with 2 third places and a race victory. The race win coming in the final race of the weekend. Jacob Hodgkiss finished 2nd, with Alfie Garford joining them on the podium. Jenson Mason was 4th ahead of Thomas Merritt and Josh Watts. Tommy Harfield 7th, and Jenson O'Neill going a disappointing 8th after dramas earlier on. Archie Davis 9th, Billy Blockley 10th, with George Foxlow, Henry Foote, Jack Burgess and Aaron Beattie next in line. Ben Doughty was 15th after that off at Clearways. Hayden Gray was 16th. Michael Wheeler 17th. Harry Lindley a lap down in 18th. Atlanta Breton was 2 laps down in 19th. Whilst Maggie Webster was, I think, running at the flag, but must have been in the pit lane. Yes, she was. And finished 6 laps down. Callie Clifford pulling off into retirement in the early stages. So, for the final time, it gives me great pleasure to head down to hear from our podium finishers alongside Richard John Neal, who's been busy down there chatting to our podium finishers all weekend long, and there are 3 more happy Fiesta Junior drivers for him to talk to now.
Finn Leslie there, just out of the car, and rather calmly, I've got to say, doing the derobing. We haven't even had the high fives yet with the other drivers on the podium. Jacob Hodges going straight over and congratulating him, and a little pat. And we will no doubt see that as well from Alfie Garford in 3rd place for our last race of the day. What a fantastic weekend's racing we've had. And for the first time this weekend, we've got an all Mark 7 overall podium. We'll do the Mark 6s as well, of course. Let's see if we can. The bad thing for me, it's the last race, but the great thing is we've got time to sort out and talk to our top 3 drivers. So, Finn, when you've got a moment, we'll get you over, and not unfamiliar territory for Finn Leslie. Many congratulations, a win, and you won last year as a guest, fair and square. You've done it again here at Brands Hatch. So, summarise your weekend for us, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a pretty consistent weekend, some good points over the whole weekend with an overall podium in every race, and yeah, just finish off with that win was nice to end off the weekend.
It was a clean race, but very hard fought. You know, you're all using the track as best you can. When there's a gap, you have to go for it. I don't think there were any sort of cases of anyone being too close, but seemingly for me, it looked like the entrance into Clearways when the driver's going out wide to try and get the racing line and get the run. That's the chance that you can have, isn't it, to nip up the inside?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite easy there because the drivers sort of open up the door for you and it just drives straight up the inside, yeah, which I done on Jacob. Didn't quite get it done, but got it done by when we got into turn 1.
And obviously next time we see Snetterton in about a month's time, what's the programme like for yourself between now and then? Is it testing, is it fitness and diet and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I mean, we've got a few days testing in before then, and yeah, I'm sure we'll be ready for it. We've been very strong there over the winter, so yeah, can't wait to see what happens there.
Nice one, Finn. Many congratulations. 3 out of 3 podiums and a win to wrap up your weekend. Finn Leslie takes it. 2nd position goes to Jacob Hodgkiss. So grab a word with Jacob. Having a quick look around, here he is. That's all right, Jacob. Well done. We'll get you in front of the BRSCC one. Again, I was saying to Finn, you know, very clean fought race, but hard fought as well. And all of you guys and girls on track were looking for every bit of track to try and gain some sort of advantage.
It was a really good race from the start. You know, we got closer to Jensen this time, but unfortunately he had an issue, which is it's rough for him. But you know, it was a good race up front. But I think we might have a slight issue with 4th gear and knock sensors on the engine, but you know, we can figure that out afterwards. But yeah, honestly, a great show for the first round of the championship. Really happy with it.
I was chatting with Scott Wilbish from the BRSCC leading into this race, and across the club, so many championships, very, very close, and we've seen consistency from you, consistency from many other drivers. No championship's going to be easy this year.
No, consistency makes championships. We've just got to make sure we're constantly up there, just to finish every race as possible as we can. Just while I have the time, I want to say thank you to my sponsors, Marsegalia, Aluminium Shapes, and the Bike Cranes for letting me do this. It's a big thank you to all of them because I wouldn't be here without them.
Good man, very well done. And very quickly, what's your preparation like for Snetterton next time out?
Simulation. Just that, just constantly drilling it.
Okay, good to see you, Jacob. Well done, 3 out of 3 podiums. Many congratulations on that. And our 3rd place driver, haven't seen him this weekend, Alfie Garford. Alfie, good to see you. Last time we saw you was on the podium at Snetterton, which was obviously Silverstone, which was non-championship. Congratulations. Tough race with your teammate there as well.
No, it was good. Battled hard, no contact, so how it should be.
What was the reaction of you? Did you get the high fives and everything? I didn't see that because I was watching Finn, but all happy?
Yeah, all happy. I think everyone's happy. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone who's just put in the effort, Ash especially, just after qualifying. Drive shaft went and just put our heads down, got on with it, so we're back.
It's a huge amount of effort, isn't it? It goes into prepping the cars, but then when something else goes wrong as well, everyone has to muck in and do an awful lot of work to get you out there, and that was the case there.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, again, repetitive question, but plans and preparation before we go to Snetterton, what are you up to?
A lot of sim work, but just make sure the car's ready, make sure I'm ready. Just try and make a few more points up, make the most of what we've got. We've tried to do this weekend, just make the points up that we've lost this weekend and put our heads down.
Many congratulations, Brian. Good to see you on the podium. First of many in the championship. I feel let's go on to Mark 6's and our winner, Jensen O'Neill going. Jensen. He's probably forgotten that he's got an interview because he's been the first one. Jensen, let's go. Well done. A Mark 6 win. I know it's not what you wanted, but first of all, was there an issue? And if so, what was it?
Yeah, I had no third gear, so it was either fourth or second. Halfway through, I couldn't get back into second, so I just stayed in fourth. But yeah, it was a good race, so can't really say much more, really.
And the key thing is you're working like that, you got the car home, you know, you've got to finish, haven't you, to get points in. And that could be crucial come the end of the season.
Yeah, so obviously I was thinking about coming in, but I thought of championship. So I carried on going around just to pick up points.
Good stuff, and we look forward to seeing you at Snetterton. 2 wins, not too shabby, and good points as well in our third race. And our Mark 6 winner. Second position in the Mark 6 is Michael Wheeler again. Well done, Michael. Good to see you, and we get to stick you in front of the camera once again. 3 podiums out of 3. That's pretty mega, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend. This is actually my first ever second in class podium. And I'm really happy about it.
Well, you had a third, now you got a second, so the next logical step is to beat Mr. O'Neill going, isn't it? That will come.
Yeah, that might take some time.
I've asked the other drivers what they're doing in terms of preparation for Snetterton. I'll vary it and say, is it back to studies tomorrow? Because I think the holidays are nearly over, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. But I've got some track days. A track day booked for half of 2 weeks away from here to practice for Snetterton.
So you get away from studies while you're doing that?
Yeah.
Don't forget to tell your teachers that time in the car is work-related learning, so they need to give you that time and credit it to your exams. Michael, well done. Been great to see you this weekend. Many congratulations. Michael Wheeler's been an absolute star. Now, I'm not sure in terms of the classification, but Maggie Webster did get back out. So, Maggie, I haven't seen the classification yet, but third or not, we'll have a little chat to you. Whiz you around this side, just so we've got the... hope you get classified third place. Miserable weekend up to that point, though.
Yeah, said hello to the barriers, but other than that, ABS went in the first race and I still didn't have it in the second race, so I was just a bit off the pace. But when I went back out afterwards, I thought I was about 4 laps down, but I heard Callie had to pull in, so ended up third, so can't really complain with that, can I?
And you had damage to a rim or something. It was somebody jumped out in front of you in the tunnel.
Curb, yeah, hit a curb. So it was all rubbing and melting my tyres, so not much grip, but enough to keep going, so I'm happy with it in the end.
A trophy gives you that and a smile, hopefully, to go away and look forward to Snetterton. Maggie Webster, well done. Thank you for chatting to us. Well done, Maggie Webster. That concludes our final podium of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. So, what do we say? We say a big thank you to everybody who's given us great entertainment on track this weekend. From TCRs through, of course, down through the Honda Civic racing, which has been superb. All 3 variants of the BRSCC's Fiesta Championships. We've had the MG Metros, courtesy of Hickford Construction as well, and of course the Club Sport Trophy we had along yesterday as well. A fantastic weekend, a massive thank you to all of the TCR team for putting on a great show, everybody at the BRSCC, all our marshals, medics, rescue crews, everybody involved, our commentary team who have done an absolutely sterling job. Don't forget, you can rejoin us the weekend of the 18th and 19th of May. That's your next fix on the Alpha Live or TCR live stream. We'll be at Snetterton. If you can't make it there in person, please join us on the stream. We look forward to your company. If I've missed the thank yous to anyone, I apologise. Thank you all for watching. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.